Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of what if Deku's brain cells survived on Spite and Katsudon? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanf. He thinks his computer screen might be searing his eyes, but that's okay, he's sure there is a quirk out there that can fix it. Oh god. But he thinks they might be vibrating in his skull. Eyes are not supposed to be vibrating in the skull. He's, like, 90% sure about that, but it's 6:30 in the morning and he's been here in the office since 8 o'clock 2 mornings ago, so he could just be hallucinating. There is a pile of water bottles, soda cans, corn drink and countless coffee cups strewn around his desk and his feet. When he pauses in typing, relaxing the muscles in the shoulders so that the joints remind him that they hate him, something crinkles in the back of his chair, and he reaches behind his back to pull out a half-melted, half-eaten wasabi Kit Kat. Does chocolate wash out of shirts? Yeah. Mostly? He'll take mostly. His fingers tap against his desk. Oh, he'd used the word spectacular twice. Should probably fix that. He is in the stupefying process of figuring out whether or not he had spelled home right when someone announces their presence by tugging on his hair and growling, Brussels sprout. Oh hey, Suzuki, he mumbles without turning his head. Suzuki clutches his hair tighter and waggles his head around. Midoriya never takes his eyes off the screen. Your hair is disgusting, Suzuki says. When was the last time you took a shower? Yesterday. What? He'd splashed his face with cold water in the bathroom and ran his hands through his hair while they were still wet. Suzuki might not know that, but he can still feel her eyes boring into the back of his head. She does let him go, however, but only to spin his chair to face her. He opens his mouth to let out an indignant, hey, but not only has she spun the chair, but his brain too. He clenches the armrests and grits his teeth. How long have you been here, Kale Bear? That's personal information in which I am under no obligation to tell you, he responds. I'm your boss. I'm not afraid of you. I'm a journalist. I'm not afraid of anything. One perfect eyebrow arches high on her forehead. Izuka doesn't know if Suzuki's quirk is perfection for sure, but considering he's never seen her without eyeliner wings sharp enough to cut a man's throat, he's made an educated guess. All right, he reconsiders. I'm a little afraid of you. I'll take it. She leans in, nose scrunching. But seriously, you weren't here all weekend, were you? I live in the vents. The rats are my friends. If there is a single rat in here, I will have a spire personally burn this building to the ground, freeze it over, burn it again, and then I'll get Alien Queen to make all the ashes go poofed. Suzuki flicks her hands in his face, and he flinches and makes the surprisingly good decision to not tell her that there may or may not be a family of mice in his bottom desk drawer in his caffeine and blue light-addled brain. I left Friday to go to the store, he says instead, and then, more sheepishly, but I came back here. Are you wearing the same clothes? She asks, picking at his sleeve. Don't be ridiculous, says the guy whose only source of light in over 48 hours was from his computer screen. He opens up one of his desk drawers with his foot. I keep a change of clothes in here. Whether or not it's half his wardrobe goes unsaid. Suzuki inhales air through her nose and keeps it there for a minute before releasing it and doing the completely uncalled for, totally unjust, utterly rude action of shutting off his computer. He stares at the black computer screen. He can feel his heart imagining his ribs are Suzuki. Beating. What? He forces through his teeth. Have you just done? Relax, the cloud saved it. And then she snaps his laptop shut and holds it under her arm. She touches his precious. I have work to do, he says, because obviously she doesn't realize this. Most severe case of the Mondays he's ever seen. And so do you. I'm your editor, she says. And I'm not editing the crap you wrote while half delirious on. She picks up one of his cans, Calpis yogurt-flavored milk soda. Midoriya, how do you even have any brain cells left? The only thing that keeps me kicking is Katsudon and Spite. Suzuki holds up both hands. How many fingers am I holding up? 10, he answers immediately, albeit smugly. Suzuki, of course, has perfected the art of dealing with him because she gives a smug smile back and asks, "And how many fingers does it look like I'm holding?" His eyes dart to the right. There is a water stain on the ceiling that he swears looks just like Gang Orca. Suzuki waves her hands back in front of his face. "How many, Midoriya?" He frowns and looks at his shoes. 11.5. Right? Well, she pats his laptop and he winces. She grins. "I'm confiscating this. Good night, Midoriya. It's almost 7 in the morning. But you're going home, getting some sleep, and then we'll discuss your masterpiece. You say that every time. And I mean it every time," he replies. "But, seriously, I think there is some major bad juju coming from Kamino Ward. Like, major bad juju. And I have reason to believe it's all connected to All Might's disappearance and Lemillion's sudden appearance. Midoriya, you're so sleep-deprived you've traveled through time. Kamino Ward went down almost 10 years ago. So?" Suzuki rolls her eyes. They are an unnatural rose pink. "So, you're going to sleep on your crazed All Might fanfiction ideas? I'll have you know that I have never written a word of fanfiction in my life." Please. The door opens and in walks, of bakeable custard course, Miyazaki Blueberry Cheesecake Masami, hanging up his coat and walking over, leaning on Izuku's chair and asking him how long his fight with a raccoon lasted. "I mean," Miyazaki says, "I'm sure it was a valiant battle. But raccoons, you know they're smart. Good morning, my fellow banshees." Suzuki hikes Izuku's laptop, his precious, she needs to be careful, use both hands. Both hands. And says, "Good morning, Miyazaki. Do me a favor and watch The Office while I'm gone." "Where are you going, princess?" "Playing hooky?" "Driving Midoriya home." "I'm already at home," Izuku protests. "I get my Amazon packages delivered here and everything. I keep a toothbrush and nail clippers in the bathroom." Miyazaki makes a face and flicks his tail, tiger-striped and annoying, over Izuku's nose. You are now officially the permanent bathroom cleaner, and you're writing poor Mr. Ito a sincere letter of apology. And you're going home," Suzuki adds. "Up we go, Midoriya-kun." Izuku crosses his arms and wriggles in his seat. "Make me." He realizes his mistake almost as soon as the words are out of his mouth, because Miyazaki grins at him, showing off a row of sharp teeth, and then next thing he knows is he's thrown over Miyazaki's shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Getting a head start on the whole conking out thing. "Huh, Midoriya?" Suzuki says, following behind and grinning innocently. "You're always so eager." "Get me dash," Izuku tries, swallowing bile. "My Cheetos." Suzuki doubles back towards his desk and holds them up upon returning. "These, Midoriya-kun?" Izuku makes grabby hands. She peels back the seal and sticks one in her mouth before making a yes, still perfect face. "Are these seriously Mountain Dew flavored?" "This is bullying," Izuku says, making a desperate attempt to grab them from her. He has to stop because, yeah, that is definitely bile in the back of his throat. "I will call the police. I think having Mountain Dew Cheetos and," she squints at the stain on the back of his shirt, "a wasabi Kit Kat is an arrestable defense, so I think I'll manage to slip by." Izuku's head spins when they all file in the elevator. "Put me down," he mumbles when he feels the floor drop. "Not a chance, lettuce head," Miyazaki laughs, and tickles his nose with his tail again. Izuku promptly sneezes and pukes down his back. "How do you even know where I live?" Izuku groans, letting his head loll against Suzuki's car window. "Your mom gave me her number after the peach Coca-Cola incident." "Is that what we're calling it?" "That's what we're calling it." "What does the police report say?" "Local idiot almost single-handedly destroys inner-city news with a Coke and a potato peeler." "Is it weird that I'm kind of proud of that? How did such a sweet woman like your mother produce such a heathen like you?" "My mother has a lipstick called Blood of My Enemies." "No, she doesn't." "Yes, she does." "I am a grown man, Mom," Izuku growls. He waves a dinosaur chicken nugget on his fork for emphasis. "A grown man." "I see," his mother says blandly. "Don't play with your food, Izuku." He sticks the chicken nugget in his mouth. "I wasn't." "Don't talk with food in your mouth either." He swallows and points his fork at her. "I am a grown, a manly man." The manliest man of all Japan. Aha, his mother says, unconvinced. You're still not going out tonight. You're grounded. Are you even hearing me at all? I am a grown-up. You can't ground me. Mom looks up from her bowl. You are a grown-up. But I am a bigger grown-up. That's not how this works. Look, Shinso invited me out. I haven't seen Shinso in forever. You love Shinso? I do love Shinso. That's why I'm saving him from whatever. She makes a face and gestures to him. This is... Izuku tugs on his hood. An All Might hoodie? Oh. You and your All Might hoodie. Which you've had since you were 13. I'm sorry, how old are those sweatpants you're wearing? 15? 20? 25? Older than me? For someone who works with words for a living, you're not very good at wielding them. You're grounded because you didn't come home over the weekend and had to have your editor drive you home. After you got sick down your coworker's back? He points a finger at her. Miyazaki was holding me upside down. He got what he deserved. Mom gives him an incredulous look before scooting rice around her bowl with her chopsticks. Aha. Izuku finishes his last chicken nugget and stands up. I am going out with Shinso tonight and there is nothing you can do about it. Goodbye, woman. Were you excused, young man? I don't need to be excused. I am a functioning adult. You will clear your plate or so help me, Izuku. So then how'd you get her to round you? Shinso asks, eyes trained on the road ahead. Izuku leans his head back in the captain's seat. I didn't. I ungrounded myself. How? Why doesn't anybody seem to understand that I am a strong, independent man who don't need no woman? Midoriya, his best friend, says, you still live with your mother. Is Shinso his best friend? Well, not anymore. So what should I be expecting when I drop you back off? Shinso continues. Am I getting in trouble? Like you're ever in real danger of my mother. You can just... He turns and waves his hand in an arc. Star Wars Jedi her mind and she'll forget everything. I don't use my quirk on the innocent. And even if I did, everyone is in very real danger of your mother. She's a force to be reckoned with. Like a female All Might, but her super strength only appears when she has to deal with you. Izuku throws his head forward and moans. Why doesn't anybody love me? Shoo, you'll unveil the government conspiracy, Shinso hisses. The human race died out ages ago, and now we're all just robots, incapable of love. But I love those Hello Kitty Shinkansen bullet train cookies. That's because you're one of the only humans left, Shinso says. The rest of us, well, where do you think quirks come from? Magic? Izuku gapes. It explains so much. Shinso shrugs. Think about it. The human body is one of the most brilliant inventions on the planet Earth. Protein? Results of a micro-assembly line. Coincidence? I think not. We're all just androids, set on a preordained path. He parks on the street and holds out a hand. Izuku slaps a few yen into his palm and clambers out of the car. What are you grounded for, anyway? Shinso asks as they head down the street. Did you almost electrocute yourself charging your laptop in the bathroom again? That was one time, Izuku groans. I don't know why everyone holds it against me. That's because you're a chronic liar. I'm not. Two. Exhibit A. Roasted soybean rice balls. He slips into the pub behind Shinso and slides onto his bar stool. Yes, he's signed his butt imprint. But enough about me. Even though I know hate on Midoriya is everyone's favorite pastime, what's up with you? How's Hosu? Trying to kill me as always. Shinso holds 2 fingers up to the bartender, who nods. Though, I've only had 2 death threats post-it noted to my windshield this week by the hero killer. Izuku's eyebrows hike. Only 2. A cat trots across the floor and circles Shinso's chair, tail flicking against Izuku's shoes. Giza-san leaps into Shinso's lap and kneads his knees with white-socked paws. Yeah, Shinso nods, scratching her under the chin. Haven't seen even a glimpse of Stain yet. I wish he'd come and kill me already. I hate all bark and no bite kind of people. Gee, I haven't gotten a death threat from Stain in months, not since Phantom Thief almost nicked his family jewels off. I think Minoma has garnered quite a bit of Stain's affections. Just write him another article, and you'll steal him back. Not another hero killer article, the bartender sighs, sliding drinks over. Midoriya, one day work really will kill you. I dare it to, Masho-san, Izuku says, taking a long sip from his yogurito and pineapple juice. He thinks his teeth pulse against his gums, they have such unbridled hatred for him. Masho-san gives him a flat look. From anyone else, this would mean, Midoriya Izuku, stop being a walking disaster, but since it's Masho, it could mean anything. Masho-san blinking could mean unbounding joy. When Izuku and Shinso first started coming to the izakaya, he didn't look at anybody. Like, he had a serious eye contact problem. But after Izuku had lost the Who Has the Biggest Eye Bags game to Shinso one evening, Shinso had challenged Masho and had lost brutally. And Masho-san liked to assume his dominance as most likely candidate for demonic possession after that. There's a term for what your job is in English, Masho-san says now. Dancing with the devil. Have you ever heard that before? The devil dances like a drunk dog, Izuku replies, taking another sip from his drink. I beat him in a dance battle when I was 14. Shinso clinks his whiskey against Izuku's yogurito. Yeah, he couldn't breakdance at all. Giza-san stretches under his hand and meows in agreement. Well, neither of you have been around in a while, Masho-san says. And that spells trouble in neon letters. Izuku presses a hand against his chest and gasps in mock offense. Us? Trouble? Despicable, Shinso agrees, nodding seriously for a moment before nudging his elbow against Izuku's. Hey, you never told me how you got out of your apartment. Ancient Chinese secret, Izuku mock whispers. Shinso slaps him upside the head and he barks. That hurt, you camembert cheese Kit Kat. I took the fire escape, God. I thought your mother put child locks on your window. Keyword, child. Are you sure you're quirkless? Masho-san asks, narrowing his eyes. Because you make a mess of things unlike anybody I've ever seen. Thank you, Masho-san, Izuku sniffs, wiping a fake tear from his eye. That's one of the nicest things you've ever said to me. Almost as nice as that one time you called me Spinach-san for 2 straight weeks until I got my hair cut. 2 more cats find their way towards him and Shinso. Babylon yowls at their feet while Halicarnassus leaps onto the counter to eye Izuku's drink. Izuku moves his glass away before she can stick a paw in it, eyes narrowing. He swears she narrows them back. You've had a dose of media backlash lately, Masho-san says to Shinso. Everything all right? Shinso waves him off. Yeah. Small incident with an armed convenience store robber. Wants to file charges against me. But I said he shrugs, palms up. Hey buddy, not all of us with villainous quirks go into that line of duty. And I like to be contrary. Feel free to call me out while I'm giving testimony on how you almost shot the store owner over a pack of cigarettes. Shinso's voice fades out while Izuku's mind wanders. The duty of heroes, their ultimate roles they play in society, has been a topic as touchy as the burn on his finger from his microwave noodle cup since All Might's disappearance 10 years ago. His documentary is called The Loss of a Pillar. And it's pretty fitting, since Japan's hero society has been crumbling ever since. Even with the apparent miracle Lemillion, All Might's successor to the spot of #1 hero. Some people think Lemillion's seemingly invincibility is All Might's parting gift, a dying blessing. Izuku thinks these people are only half right, because if what he's seen and heard is right, then All Might is still alive, and Lemillion is something currently inexplicable. He's been trying to get an interview with Lemillion for weeks, but the only reply he's received is from Lemillion's secretary, who basically told him to baked pudding Kit Kat off. But Izuku is a vigilante with a camera, and asking permission to get information is really just a pleasantry. He'll get the story, no matter the cost. What do you all think of the League of Villains? He asks out in the blue. He's in a stare-off with Halicarnassus, who flicks her tail back and forth, the cheater, but he still notices Masho-san and Shinso cut off immediately. I mean, he continues, do you think it's still alive? I think its ideas are always going to be alive, Shinso says first. Even if All for One is dead, well, philosophies last longer than bodies. Izuku straightens up and bites the inside of his lip. I feel like I'm churning out pieces titled Next League of Villains every week. No offense, Midoriya, but that's your problem, Shinso says, rolling his eyes. Sensational pieces tend to be the most negative ones. You signed up for that when you first sat at your desk? Midoriya shakes his head. No. There's something going on right under our noses. I know it. Shinso raises an eyebrow. Like Halicarnassus about to spill your drink? No, there's really some Halicarnassus, you Azuki Binge. I don't know why anybody thought cat bars were a good idea. They make you think they're all cute and cuddly, but it's all a trick to spill your Dutch brewed yogurt liquor, Izuku grumbles hours later. Halicarnassus hates me. All of Masho-san's cats have a vendetta against me, but Halicarnassus hates me the most. I'm predicting an inverse ratio between size and amount of concentrated feline hatred. Halicarnassus likes me, Shinso says. All the cats like you, Izuku huffs. They think you're one of their own. That would explain why Artemis wouldn't stop licking my ankle. She bit me. Shinso puts his car into drive and pulls away from the curb. Because you probably stepped on her tail? But I didn't. They all just hate me. I didn't do anything to deserve this. He's still griping about Masho's cats when Shinso says, "Hey, Midoriya?" "Yeah," he replies, breaking off. "I think it's great you're investigating the League of Villains and everything, and you know I'm willing to help you any way I can, right?" "Oh yeah, thanks. That means a lot. I'm happy to help you out," Shinso continues. "But, just a word of advice. Maybe be careful about asking questions out loud." Confusion twists in Izuku's stomach. If I don't have a telepathy quirk, how else am I supposed to ask them? I don't mean that you shouldn't ask questions. I'm just saying that maybe you should be careful about asking around. Like, maybe you don't talk about the League of Villains around Masho-san. You talked about the hero killer, Izuku protests, and hates that he sounds petulant about it. His face feels warm, and he's feeling sick again. "Yeah, but just trust me here, okay?" Shinso's eyes slide to him. "Yeah." Izuku doesn't really understand. But he rolls his eyes and brushes the uneasiness off, placing one hand over his heart and holding the other palm up. "I, Midoriya Izuku, promise to start being careful about who I ask questions to. But hey, now that I'm thinking about it, you still follow my conspiracy blog, don't you?" "Of course. And getting the whole Hosu agency to follow it, right?" Izuku presses. "Because brothers support each other's questionable careers." "Well, she's not in my agency, but, Mount Lady? She wants a feature article." Shinso says hi. Izuku says, slinging his jacket over the back of his chair. Miyazaki's head pops up over the desk divider. "You saw him last night?" "Yeah. Went to Masho's for a couple of drinks." "Is Shinso still in town?" "I haven't seen that rat face in ages." "He's back in Hosu, now," Izuku says. "Maybe next time." Miyazaki's tail waves in a steady tick-tock above his head. "I can't believe you didn't call me. I've been wanting to talk to him about that convenience store incident last week." Shinso doesn't give a crap and a half of what the public thinks about his quirk. "Doesn't mean I can't get a few personal statements," Miyazaki mutters, rolling his eyes until he catches someone outside of Izuku's peripheral. "Hey, Suzuki, get this. Instead of sleeping, our boy Salad Greens met up with Shinso last night." Suzuki gasps. "Shinso? Is he still around?" "No," Izuku says, but he's not really paying attention anymore, because Suzuki has his messenger bag and laptop, his beloved and his precious. "I'm going to pretend that you aren't smug about that." She tilts Precious towards and away from him, and Izuku's heart stops. "Are you going to be a functioning member's society today, Midoriya?" He holds his hands out. "I am always a functioning member of society." Most people's definition of functioning, however, just tends to differ from mine. Give him his Precious. The apple to his eye. His comrade in arms. The remainder of what used to be his heart. Suzuki lifts her chin and smirks, and Izuku knows he's soybean powder kitted up, especially when she says in a fake, wondering voice, "Maybe I should have you help Masuda today instead." Izuku can feel himself visibly pale. Miyazaki lets out a low "oh" that makes him want to yank one of his sharpened teeth out of his gums and start selling tiger tooth necklaces on the street. "You wouldn't dare," he breathes. Suzuki humps. He's writing a piece on all economical damage down in the South Sector. He was supposed to hand it in to me today, but when he went out to get pictures, he took the subway all the way to Hirano. "Stop," Izuku pleads. Suzuki weighs his shoulder bag in one hand and his laptop in his other. His precious trembles balanced in her palm, and he breaks out in a cold sweat. No wrong moves, Midoriya. If he made a lunge for it, Suzuki might startle and drop Precious, and Izuku can't think. I'll be good, he says. You're going to read my masterpiece by the end of the day. I already took a look-sees, Suzuki says. She lifts his laptop higher in the air, and Izuku's brain shorts out. I think you started hallucinating about midway through, though, because some of it is completely incoherent. And insane. Let me read. Miyazaki pleads. Izuku's no is so vehement that he thinks he might have sprained his throat. Can a throat be sprained? It feels like it's sprained. Suzuki's smile is evil. Ivayo. He wonders if she practices it in the mirror. You know what, she says, and Izuku's stomach drops straight through the floor and into the nether. Why don't you take a look, Miyazaki? After all, oh God, it's even eviler now. 2 heads are better than 1. No, Izuku says, pointing his finger and staring her down. No. Splendid idea, Miyazaki says, and Suzuki hands him Precious. She lets Miyazaki's dirty paws touch the love of his life. Izuku can only watch, feeling like he is going to throw up his heart and his lungs and his diaphragm and his spleen and basically everything from the liver up. Maybe some intestines too. Miyazaki opens Precious and creases his eyebrows. Yeah. He nods seriously. Yeah. He glances at Izuku, and Izuku is a potted plant if that isn't a wicked gleam in his coworker's eye. I'll take a lot of time on this, Midoriya. Suzuki claps her hands together at the same time Izuku's will to live vaporizes. Then it's settled. Midoriya, you can work with Masuda. She holds his bag out to him, and when Izuku makes no move to take it, drops it unceremoniously in his lap. Have fun. And that's how he finds himself in the South Sector, only half aware of his camera clicking dutifully away at all the damage from last week's fight, while Strawberry Fromagenji Masuda Yuta chatters incessantly in his ear. Izuku snaps a picture of particularly cracked and broken pavement, and wishes it would completely break open and swallow him whole in a moment of startling clarity. Maybe whoever made the crater can come back and do him a favor. And get this, Masuda says. As it turns out, I bought decaf coffee. They should really make those labels bigger. Looks like graphic designers are the real villains here. Izuku nods blankly. So I had this big industrial-sized box of decaf coffee, and I didn't have anything to do with it, but then I had this brilliant idea, you know? Why don't I bring it into the office? Masuda claps Izuku on the shoulder. So you can thank me for that coffee, Midoriya. Thanks, Izuku mutters even though he's wishing for the ground to swallow Masuda and Masuda's coffee instead of him, and take them back to the underworld where they belong. He put decaf coffee into the coffee machine. And I can't forgive him for that. Decaf? It doesn't even make sense. The point of drinking coffee is for caffeine. Some people who haven't burnt their taste buds off enjoy the taste, Shinso replies. I have taste buds, Izuku protests. Why else would I have Masho-san import Yagurito? Shinso sighs, and the sound crackles through Izuku's phone. Did you just call me to complain about a coworker? Masuda isn't a coworker. He's the bane of my existence. You said that about jar lids you can't open, too. I'm just saying, companies should test whether or not their products are actually openable to the general public before. You're throwing me off track. Masuda would make spaghetti if he was supposed to be making a macaroni picture. I have reports to do, Midoriya. Izuku presses on. His knuckles are white as he clutches his phone, as if the tighter he holds it, the less likely Shinso will hang up on him. I can't do this, Shinso, he hisses. I can't. Why hasn't natural selection rooted out all the idiots yet? Even a good system doesn't work all the time. You don't understand. Shinso says, and Izuku can't tell if he's rolling his eyes or merely distracted by filing villain encounter reports. Izuku snaps a few more pictures of the surrounding damage. Yeti monster in the middle of winter. Dish. He's gotten stuck on an escalator and had to be rescued. Twice. Maybe Mother Nature's amused by him. A mother's love is one of the most perplexing conundrums of the universe. A mother loves even the ugliest child. Think about you and your own mother. Mother Nature is a French Britannia milk Kit Kat, and so are you. Midoriya. Masuda cries. I'm lost. Bye, Midoriya, Shinso, his not best friend, says with a laugh. No, Izuku says in the voice he uses when one of Masho-san's cats is about to knock a drink off the counter, or when Miyazaki makes him want to call animal control. Oh. You will not hang up on me. You will not leave me here for all my brain cells to die slow and painful deaths. Shinso. Midoriya. Masuda repeats. Midoriya, come take a look at this. College tater. Izuku returns his phone to his pocket and makes his way over. What? There's snow over here. Snow, Izuku repeats with as much curiosity and interest he can when the source is from Masuda. It comes out drier than the Sahara Desert. Come take a picture of this. Izuku resists the urge to pinch his nose. Masuda, it's winter. Aspire was here with a Yeti monster. Snow. But then he looks up from his camera and there isn't the remains of a wintry Yeti fight. There is a mountain of snow that's moving. Masuda waves his arms at it. Let's make snow angels. Izuku takes a picture just as two holes and a wide black line form near the top of the growing snow mound. No snow angels here, it growls, and its empty black mouth stretches into a gruesome smile. Masuda screams and throws his coffee thermos. Oh no, the snow mountain hums. None of that. You don't want to cause an avalanche, do you? He is 14 when he first meets All Might, and he thinks he might die. Really? He's suffocating. He really thinks he might die. His vision shorts out in white. At first, he'd been thrown in darkness, choking on fear and slime villain alike, clawing at his throat for a breath of air. But now he feels like he's floating. A balloon about to be tugged free of its string to soar into the sky faster than he can be caught. But he's not afraid anymore. He hasn't exactly accepted his death, but he's only quickly coming to terms with it, frozen on the rail as a train goes barreling towards him down the tracks. And then, by the same laughing fates that control his life, Bigfoot comes in and shoulders the train like a battering ram. I am here. Maybe Bigfoot shouldered the train too hard and accidentally sent it skidding off a cliff, because Izuku has to be dead. But the fates are laughing so hard they're choking on air, foaming at the mouth. Yubari melon. Things Izuku knows. Suzuki owes him his laptop back. There is a giant avalanche monster gallivanting throughout the South Sector. He and Masuda are currently being held hostage by a giant avalanche monster gallivanting throughout the South Sector. It's very cold. His mother told him to bring his coat. Izuku told her global warming and human hatred would keep him nice and toasty. Izuku regrets not bringing his coat. Izuku will never accompany Masuda anywhere ever again. He will file a restraining order. Masuda will have to stay away from him by 1.496 by 1011 meter radius. Preferably on the sun. It's really cold. We're gonna die, Masuda sobs, teeth chattering. I don't want to die. Midoriya, I don't want to die. We're not going to die, Izuku replies flatly, and then Shinso picks up after his fourth call. Midoriya, you get 20 seconds to prove to me that I shouldn't just block you. I'll do it in 10, he says. Snow monster. Hostage situation. You know the drill. Shinso doesn't say anything for a long while, and Izuku adds, if you've hung up on me? No, Shinso says. I'm just processing. Could you repeat that? In 10 seconds again? I take back the time limit. Izuku inhales. Well, it all started when I was born, July 15th, 2000 ands. Izuku. Right? Well, there's an angry snow monster calling himself Avalanche that wants his buddy the Yeti back. He's not up for buying but willing to trade for human perfection and Masuda Yuta. Midoriya, I literally just got off the phone with you. Not even 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes is a long time, Izuku replies. You can make instant noodles in less than 3. Well, it's going to take me about 10 instant noodles to get to you. Oh, you don't have to come and save me, Izuku says. I've already called the local agency, Human Perfection, remember. I've got Uravity in my sights right now. Midoriya, if you don't need me, why in the ever-loving French salt? Did you call me? Because I am in the middle of being psychologically tortured by way of idiot? Midoriya, Shinso says, and nothing else, just his name, as if Izuku is a dog and Shinso has just come home from work to find that he had soiled the rug for the 4th time that week. I don't appreciate that tone of voice, young man. I don't know what to say to you. As long as it's not how my hair looks, it's fine. I'm on the news and I can't fix it. Izuku wriggles in the villain's grip in a futile attempt to free one of his arms, but ends up glaring at the helicopter whirring above them instead, elbows trapped against his chest. Your hair always looks like arugula. Spicy? Izuku asks hopefully. What? No. Are you being saved yet? No. Avalanche is threatening to pop my arugula head off. Go duh. Apple. I would welcome the sweet release of death with open arms, but currently I'm being squeezed, Izuku says, voice a little strangled. He tries shifting. God, it's cold. Why couldn't it have been a nice, spring villain? With flowers? He's allergic to pollen. The villainy could still work. He needs the heroes to hurry up. I can't breathe, Masuda cries. I can't breathe. Holy. Salt watermelon. Midoriya, if you die, I'm brainwashing you back to life and killing you myself. Such concern, Izuku sighs, and lowers his phone to yell. If you can yell, you can breathe, Masuda. Sorry, Shinso. You'd think a guy with a quirk like being able to use his feet like his hands would be more used to low-level villains. You are currently in the fist of a 150-meter-tall snow villain. Yeah? Izuku scoffs. Who calls himself Avalanche. Real creative. You know, he grunts as the villain shouts something and squeezes him harder. I have to pee, Masuda wails piteously. Don't say it, Izuku hisses, because now Masuda has reminded him of the existence of his own bladder, and if he hears Masuda's yell one more time he'll ask Avalanche to just drop him already. You know, he continues to Shinso, I deserve only the best. I'm kind of offended. I'm an old, grizzled reporter who doesn't have time for unprofessional kidnappers. At this point, I should be making applications. You're just out of university, Shinso says, and you look like fresh spring mix. What did I tell you about my hair, Shinso? What did I just tell you? He bangs his fist on the villains. Like Huji, he'll call him Avalanche, large knuckle, and yells, hey. You can try to shatter my ribcage all you want, but you shatter this camera, and Frosty the Snowman isn't coming back again someday. Midoriya? Shinso prompts. Fine, Izuku grunts. I'm 15 minutes out. Hold on. No. I'm good. Really? Oh, chocolate and grilled potato. We are not fine, Shinso. I repeat, we are not fine. Midoriya. Aspire, Izuku gapes. Chocolate and grilled potato aspire. I can't deal with this, Shinso. I can't deal with so many brainless, half-wit, fatuous flamingos. I thought Aspire had left town. Apparently not, Izuku grumbles, narrowing his eyes at the red and white figure blasting flames in the distance. Izuku has classified hate in many different categories. He has to stay organized in order to stay spiteful, and Aspire is in a category all his own. He hates him more than whoever condones the production of jar lids and bottle caps that are too tight for anybody without a strength quirk to open them. He hates Aspire more than he hates Masuda, and Masuda had once utterly believed that Mexico was all of South America and that it was perfectly acceptable to talk to his unfortunate neighbor at the urinals. The villain hates Aspire, too, and yells something idiotic about getting his partner the Yeti released. Because bargaining works all the time. Aspire must know this too, because he continues plowing forwards, despite the villains, nope, still not calling him Avalanche, more and more urgent warnings of, I'll drop them. Izuku doesn't mind being dropped. Now that Aspire's taken control of the situation, he can see Uravity skirting closer, continuously disappearing from view as she attempts to keep to the villain's blind side. He tries a short little wave, but doesn't know if she'll recognize him from here, or even at all outside of school. Gen Ed students didn't typically mix with those in the hero course, but there was that little bit of time at the beginning where Izuku had been in Hero Class 1A, before he had to drop. He has so many questions, but All Might is leaving. He can't leave. Izuku still has questions, so when All Might jumps, Izuku holds on. Can someone without a quirk be a hero? He shouldn't have asked if he already knew the answer. I'll drop them, the villain repeats. Stay back. Aspire stops propelling himself forwards. He looks to Izuku, tilts his head a little, like he's trying to recognize him. Izuku tilts his head back and gives him his blankiest stare back. Aspire consequently blasts a whole sheath of fire at him. And while his vision is seared white, the only thing Izuku can think of besides if there is an actual limit to apple vinegar Kit-Katting up is how much he downright despises Todoroki Shudo, who can really put the ass in Aspire. He's quirkless and weak and useless. He's exactly what Kaken says he is. Kaken, tearing and clawing at the villain that holds him hostage, explosions sparking in his palms. But that's not who he wants to be. Kaken's afraid. So is Izuku. He guesses that they aren't much different, after all. He wants to be a hero. His heart stops for the billionth time that day when All Might calls him. Stops him on the way home and to tell him that he is a hero, that he could be a hero, quirkless or not. Heroes aren't always the ones that have superpowers, All Might tells him. Have you ever heard of Batman? You could be like him. I'm not rich, Izuku says dazedly. His heart has only starting to shudder back to life behind his ribs. But he was smart too. All Might taps the side of his head. He was a detective. He pauses, shifts his feet, and then rubs the back of his head sheepishly. What were those questions you were wanting to ask? Izuku slides his pen out from behind his ear and asks them. His voice and pen and handwriting trembles, just like his heart, and a few words are completely illegible with streaks and smears and a few tears, but all the questions he's bottled up since he first learned about the concept of hero come pouring out, and All Might is more than willing to answer them all. He tells Izuku he can slow down, but Izuku just shakes his head and writes as fast as he can. It's dark by the time he makes it back to his apartment, and after he falls into his mother's arms and is sufficiently berated for missing curfew after a villain attack, skips school the next day to hole up in his room, fingers near glued to his computer keys as he squints at what he tells himself wasn't a hallucination of yesterday. It's his first interview and his first story. He submits it into a competition and wins a week's trip to Tokyo to learn about the journalism world. His mother sets a large orange envelope on his desk weeks later, when Izuku's mind has almost stopped spinning. There's no return address, and inside is a Batman comic and small pocket notebook, in which a note is scribbled on the inside cover. You don't have to have a hero license to make a difference. He sends the same article piece in with his UA application, and when he takes the written exam, the little notebook sits in his breast pocket, a good luck charm just above his heart. He's had being quirkless shoved in his face his whole life, but never like this. He feels like a stake's been driven through his chest as all the other applicants in his group race around smashing robots like it's a typical Tuesday. His throat tightens. Do anything. Midoriya-san? Midoriya-san. Tell the intern to buy more milk soda, he mumbles. Can you hear me, sir? Sir? We have an ambulance coming. Izuku's eyes snap open. Ambulance? Oh, Uravity sighs, leaning over him. I was so worried. You hit your head a little when I caught you. I'm so sorry. He loves Uravity. Really he does. She's sweet. In a badass sort of way, but still sweet. But she tends to talk fast, and right now, Izuku's brain feels like it was inside a maraca. How do you feel? Like somebody dunked me in ice water and then blasted mariachi, but screamo-fied. Uravity smiles tightly. I'm really sorry. Sakai. He starts to get up, but Uravity pushes him back down. I'm fine, he says. There are paramedics on their way now, they're just having a hard time getting around the snow. I don't need paramedics, Izuku protests, except it comes out as kind of a whine. Where's my camera? Uravity's tight smile drops. I'm afraid your camera didn't fall as well as you did. Izuku can literally feel his lungs drop into his stomach. No. Uravity twists around and sets his bag down next to him, and then holds out his camera. Or what used to be his camera. It slipped from your hands when you fell, she says quietly. I'm really sorry. And she looks like it too, her eyes are a little shiny. So even though he feels like crying too, he just nods as she sets the remains of Dora down. Insurance will guarantee you a new camera, Uravity promises. A better model if you want. Thanks, he says, but Izuku doesn't want a new camera. Izuku wants his camera, the one he named Dora, short for adorable. Is the SD card alright at least? Uravity brightens. Just, I put it in your bag. It's a small comfort, but Izuku will take whatever he can get. You're a literal lifesaver, Uraraka. She looks at him kind of funny. Izuku dimly wonders what his hair looks like before blurting, "What?" She hurries to compose herself. "Nothing. Sorry. I haven't been called that for a long time." "Uraraka," he says confusedly. "That's me," she laughs, rubbing the back of her head, but she sounds nervous about it. "I guess I haven't heard my name much since I graduated from school." A grain of disappointment worms its way in his gut. "Oh yeah? I went to you too." He wants to hear, "I know, silly. We were in the same class for a little while there, or you must have hit your head harder than you thought. You saved me from that giant cyborg in the entrance exam, doofus." He would even take a simple, "I knew you looked familiar." But he's always been so good at asking questions he doesn't want to know the answer to. Uravity just grins kind of blankly and exclaims, "Really? That's great. What graduating class were you?" He swallows. His headache is starting to worsen, and he's still cold. "Yours?" "That's so funny," she says, grin widening, and her voice sends a string of pain bouncing from the back of his head. "Were you a Gen Ed student? Did you know Wish-Wash? Shinso Hitoshi?" "Gen Ed Class C," he responds, before adding, "We actually sort of exchanged places." I'm. Her head tilts. Sorry, he parrots back, but he's not so sure what he's so sorry for. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. I pulled you out of the rubble? During the entrance exam?" Uravity's eyes widen, and he plows forward. "I got rescue points for it, and I was in Hero Class 1A for 2 months before I was switched into the Gen Ed course." Uravity makes a choked noise and clasps her hands over her mouth. "Midoriya. Oh my god, I'm so sorry." "It's okay," he says, even though it's really not. "I'm not exactly that memorable." Uravity brings her hands away from her face and waves them wildly. You saved my life? It was an entrance exam, you wouldn't have let anything happen to you." "But still," she stresses. "You were in my class." 2 months, he replies with a shrug. "I think the only thing people remember me by at UA was the fact that I was in the hero course even though I have an extra bone in my toe." The quirkless student, Uravity nods, and then stills and visibly pales. "Oh my god, don't listen to me, that was so insensitive, I'm so sorry. That was terrible, I'm so sorry." "It's alright. I didn't mean, it just came out." "It's alright," Izuku repeats. "Really? It was all over the news. What else should people know me by?" "I swear you looked familiar," Uravity says. It comes out like a plead. You slipped your mind," Izuku answers for her. The "I'm used to it" goes unspoken. Shinso throws open the door to his hospital room and snarls, "Midoriya," with such inflection on vowels that a shiver actually runs down Izuku's back. "Oh, thank Nestle," Izuku says, uncrossing his legs and swinging them off the side of the bed. "I was about to make a run for it via window. Look, I need you to get Suzuki to cough up my laptop." "I need it, Shinso. Miyazaki might have it, and Miyazaki is unpredictable." "I need it." Shinso kicks the door closed and jabs an accusing finger at him. All he says is, "What? Are you aware that you are in a hospital?" "Yeah, and I'm majorly peeved about it too." He makes air quotes. "Just overnight." He rolls his eyes. "I'm fine." Shinso's face falls flat. "You have a concussion and hypothermia?" "Slight hypothermia," Izuku corrects. "What we should really be worried about is my mental health after being trapped with Masuda for so long." Shinso rubs his eyes with a long sigh. "I can't believe you. How do you get into trouble so easily?" It's Izuku's turn to jab a finger. This was not my fault. Aspire's the one who kit-katting shot flames at me. Good of him, too, since your innards were about to go caplish in the fist of an abominable snowman." "I hate Aspire," Izuku says. "I know. I really do. I hate him from the bottom of my black, listless soul. I know. I can't even explain my hate for him to you. Do you know how much I hate him?" "Yes," Shinso says. He leans against the wall. "You've hated him ever since the sports festival." He holds a hand out. "You know, you can't be a sore loser forever. I lost to you, And I don't talk about wanting to shave half your head off. Gee, thanks. Shinso rolls his eyes again. Come on. Izuku stands and crosses his arms. No, you come on. I don't hate that I lost to him. I hate that I lost to him. You do realize that you just said the same sentence twice, right? I didn't stand a chance, Izuku hisses. Shinso glances out the window. He feels like he's about to melt straight into the arena floor. He can feel his organs shaking. Todoroki Shudo doesn't even regard him. He looks at him, but he doesn't really see him. Just looks at him. The crowd is going wild at the announcement of their names. Izuku is still. He only has eyes for Todoroki Shudo. I can do this, he thinks, allowing himself a breath. He slides into a ready stance. Unbelievable, Endeavor had muttered. My son is going against somebody quirkless? Izuku didn't say anything. Don't give him a poor media presence, Endeavor continued. I'll make sure you don't damage the Todoroki name. You can try, you can pull your little quirkless card, but pity can't save you all the time. And Izuku still didn't say anything. He rounded his hip and kicked Endeavor in his tiny goods. I can do this. I can do this. The gun goes off. Todoroki blasts him with ice before the blank is even done ringing in the sky. Izuku can do this. He's been taking notes. He watched Zero's fight and took more notes. So the ice comes and Izuku leaps. The ice follows him, and behind it he can just glimpse Todoroki. He looks bored. Izuku slips. The ice touches his arm, burns it, and he yells, tearing it away before throwing himself into a roll. If Todoroki Shudo only wanted to work off one side, then fine. He has made half of himself just as quirkless as Izuku. That's not his fault and you know it, Shinso says. He can't help being born with two quirks any more than you can help being born without one. And he wouldn't even use both to take me down, Izuku explains. Shinso's mouth goes in a funny little line. Midoriya, he says patiently. Slowly, as if Izuku doesn't understand. Can you imagine what kind of feast the media would have had with that? Yes. I remind you that I am the media. You're different. Izuku rolls and then runs and runs and runs. In circles. It's absolutely ridiculous to him, and he's sure it looks that way to everybody else too, but he keeps running, following Todoroki's left side, making the circle a little tighter, a little tighter, a little tighter. He's in a hurricane, and the eye is his only saving grace. Thanks, Izuku says, but it comes out as more of a snap. Shinso must notice too, because he rolls his eyes again and extends his hand. I just mean that if Todoroki had made you from Froyo to a Hot Pocket, it wouldn't turn out well for either of you. You're not getting this? There's nothing to get. You can't even lay a hand on me, Izuku yells. He's not tired. He's angry. Todoroki is showing an emotion besides general disinterest too. Annoyance, maybe. Izuku almost feels blessed. He's shivering. Parts of his arm are encased in ice and spiraling frost. This is a battle of attrition, and as it goes now, Izuku has the upper hand. No quirk, no backlash. He wants to win. He thinks about all the training he's done, before and after being accepted into UA. All the extra sessions he's had to do, since the teachers at least want him to believe they know what to do with him. All the time he's spent after school with Aizawa-sensei, in class and out on the grounds, hitting the asphalt and swiping blood from his lip learning hand to hand. All the times he has hung out with Ojiro, wriggling and twisting his way through jujitsu. He might be quirkless, but he is not defenseless. Forfeit, Todoroki hisses. Izuku almost trips. He bares his teeth instead, doubling backwards as Todoroki twists in an effort to catch him, and says, "Make me." Todoroki Shudo is so emotionally constipated that it physically pains me to look at him, Izuku explains. Now do you get it? Shinso shrugs. A lobster-stuffed potato could have saved your life, and I would still cut it some slack. I'm being serious. No wonder I'm not getting it. Something flashes across Todoroki's face. Izuku falters for just a second, but it's enough for him to slip against the ice on the ground and be hit square in the back, shot out of the ring. He just manages to identify Todoroki's expression as disbelief before he's out. Never mind. I don't like Aspire, and I have reasons not to like Aspire, And there is no way I am thanking him. Shinso holds his hands up. Who said anything about thanking him? Funny. I have no recollection of that. You were going to tell me, Izuku corrects. That's a blatant accusation if I've ever heard one. And I've heard lots of them. There's nothing wrong about a blatant accusation. You were going to tell me to thank him? One of Shinso's eyebrows hike. And what evidence do you have of that? Izuku sits back down and folds one leg over his knee, letting one of his eyebrows hike right back. Because Aspire's been at the door for almost 20 minutes? Aspire doesn't even blink when Shinso lets him in, as if he hadn't just been staring through the little window of the door like some kind of ultra-stalker. I am filing a report, soybean flour, Izuku says by way of greeting. Aspire glances at Shinso. Shinso shrugs and heads towards the door. He's not leaving. Izuku knows that. He'll stand outside until Aspire comes out unscathed. Fat chance of that. Izuku waits until the door clicks closed before letting his eyes slide back to Aspire, still in his hero uniform, minus a button collar. Neither he nor Izuku move. Which is just fine with Izuku, of course, because he was battle-forged in the way of attrition. He wants Aspire to say something. He wants Aspire ask about his stupid report so Izuku can massacre him. But Aspire doesn't say anything. Someone knocks at the door, and Shinso's head pops into view. Midoriya, you kill him, and you're still subject to law, and there are no Yaguritos in prison? Izuku scowls. Aspire doesn't show any sign that he knows he is in immediate danger, but he does prove that he's not a stone statue by saying, I know you. Izuku scoffs. Well, I sure hope so, since you near incinerated me. Near, Aspire says. Like it matters. Izuku leans back on his hands. Technicalities? Technicalities are important, Aspire replies. I have control of my quirk. You were never in any danger. Gee, which one of your PR agents force-fed you that one, huh? I am sorry about your fall, he continues, and Izuku can almost swear he can hear the PR agent in Aspire's ear. I don't care about my fall, Izuku hisses. Let's see how the PR agent deals with this one. Answer, not well. Listen, you apathetic microwave, Izuku snaps. I lost someone very special to me today. Her name was Dora and I loved her very much. Dora, Aspire repeats. His eyes finally break from Izuku's and settle upon the remains of Izuku's love splayed out on the little end table. I'm sorry about your camera, he says in a way that Izuku knows he's not really sorry and rather wondering how many times Izuku ran into doors as a child. You will receive a... I didn't want a new one, half Elsa, Izuku interjects. Dora and I were very happy together, but then you had to wreck it all. I know you, Aspire says for a third time, and whether it is to switch the subject or just because his half-baked brain runs on loop, Izuku doesn't care. Midoriya Izuku, he spits, and then, in a cruel imitation of an interview, adds, Inner City News? Aspire looks him up and down, but doesn't reply. It makes Izuku's blood boil. But your unevenly cooked cerebrum might recognize me as Deku? Aspire still doesn't say anything. Izuku can feel himself bristling. Nothing gets on his nerves like Aspire does. He'd rather be stuck in an elevator with Masuda for an indeterminable amount of time than be subject to Aspire's tangle of emo silence and daddy issues. You are not helping yourself, Izuku says. I'm a journalist. I know how to write. And believe me when I say this report is going to be fun. The Aspire's face changes a little at that. He closes off, expression flattening itself. Izuku pulls out his one last weapon. It makes the report a paperclip. I know how many reports you're away from a license suspension. If Aspire is surprised, he doesn't show it. Izuku stands. He's only about 170 centimeters, 171 on a good day, and Aspire has near 10 above him. It doesn't matter. Force is most effective through smaller points. Izuku's an arrow about to wedge itself between Aspire's ribs. I'll make sure you don't damage the Todoroki name. You can try, you can pull your little quirkless card, but pity can't save you all the time. He lifts his chin, squares his shoulders. Better be careful, Todoroki-kun. You've burnt bridges faster than you can cross them. What do you want? Izuku allows himself the barest of smiles. It might come out more of a baring of teeth. I'll forget about reports and charges if you do me a favor. Not a single muscle in Aspire's face twitches. I won't be blackmailed. This isn't blackmailing. This is doing each other a favor. You do a little something for me, and I'll do a little something to do. Dust off your hands, no harm done. Aspire doesn't say, what? But the room drops a few degrees. Get me in contact with Lemillion. The temperature immediately plummets. Izuku can feel his nose hair freeze. No, Aspire says. It'd be easy. Call him up, set up a meeting. I get my interview, and you get to leave. No. So you would rather have your license suspended? And Aspire doesn't have anything to say to that. Izuku rolls his eyes. I've been trying to get in touch with Lemillion's agency for the past year, and the Kiwi Kit-Katting secretaries blocked me. I started using my coworker's phone, but now that's blocked, too. You're out of options? No. I'm just impatient. I've been trying to write the same story for years. There's something not quite right going on, and it involves Lemillion and All Might. All Might is dead, Aspire says. He died destroying All for One. That's what we were told, Izuku replies. But what's told isn't always what's truth. He sucks the inside of his cheek, and then adds, you of all people should know that. You might look like a complete asshole, and Mount Lady step on me if you're not a half of one, but you're still a good hero. Aspire stares at him like he's just spontaneously done the haka. But you piss me off, Izuku adds. Because you lost to me at the sports festival? White and yellow peach, Todoroki, he spits. No. It's because you're an adult stinking up the room with barely suppressed teenage angst. Pardon me? If you remember the sports festival, then maybe you remember, Izuku rolls his hands. That you told me some stuff. About your family. I'm pissed at you because you just wanted to spite your dad. And I guess my reasons for wanting to win aren't much better, because I wanted to spite everybody, but I wanted to be a hero. He holds his hand out. And so do you. Midoriya, Suzuki says. He spins in his chair and pops some muscat grape gummy in his mouth. Yeah. I very clearly remember giving you the day off. Aha. I told your mother to lock you inside the house. Sounds right. I told the doorman to keep an eye out for you. Thought so. Mr. Ito locked the office doors. Yep. How in the baby pumpkin Kit Kat? Did you get in here? He pauses in his spinning to take a swig of his Calpis soda before lifting the bottle in Suzuki's direction. Now, that would ruin the fun, wouldn't it? Suzuki runs a hand through her hair. It falls perfectly. How hard did you hit your head yesterday? Dunno. I passed out when I fell. How many times have you hit your head? I feel like you're doubting my brain capacity. And rightly so. She reaches over and picks up the top carton of Mountain Dew Cheetos from his stack. You're selfish, Midoriya-kun, not caring about your own well-being but leaving it to everyone else. I used to be everyone else, Izuku replies, taking the Cheetos from her and peeling back the plastic top. But I'll tell you what, it'll piss you off sooner or later, and next thing you know you've made a deal with a devil with mismatched eyes. What? He points a Cheeto at her. Where's Miyazaki? Midoriya, go home. Not until I get my laptop back. And can I borrow a camera? Midoriya, Suzuki repeats, and her voice is edging into the danger zone, which means Izuku needs to scram. Please, he adds hurriedly. Then I'll be out of here. Suzuki stares at him, and then shakes her head. What do you need them for? Work. You're supposed to be taking an off day. He bites the Cheeto he was pointing at her in half. We're journalists. There are no such things as off days. His phone dings. He shoves the rest of the Cheeto in his mouth and jumps up from his chair. Please? What do you need your laptop so bad for? A review on eel soda. You aren't helping your case? Izuku folds his hands and shakes them at her. Come on, Suzuki. I'm begging you. I gotta go, my ride's waiting. I'll call Shinso now and tell him to take you home. She wants Izuku's face to fall. She even smiles a bit in anticipation. Izuku raises an eyebrow. She follows suit. Brings her phone out from her pocket. Don't think I won't? No. I don't doubt you for a second. He shakes the unfinished Cheeto carton and tosses it to her. She catches it. But Shinso's not my ride. Hey. This is my office, Aspire says. You gonna invite me in or not? I said I would call you. I'm not an idiot. Aspire looks him up and down, and then lets his gaze linger on the lanyard around Izuku's neck. He snatches it and flips it to show Izuku, as if he hasn't already seen it. It's an access pass, like the ones the building's janitors would use. Who did you get this from? Relax. He slides past Aspire into his office, taking off his shoes. I didn't steal it off of anybody. Nice place, by the way. Very traditional. Do you take naps on the tatami mats? Get out of my office, Aspire says. Izuku tosses his head back and gives him the wildest, infuriating grin he can possibly manage. Make me. I'm calling security. But are you scared of me? He bats his eyelashes and pats his bag. A little quirkless journalist, just wanting a few minutes of your time for a friendly chat? You can't manipulate me. You're sorely mistaken if you think I'm trying to. They have another stare off. Izuku would have won, had his bangs not been falling into his eyes. He sticks a pen in his hair using the clip on the lid. The hair on his arms prickles the more Aspire stares at him. Where did you get the tag from? I already told you, I didn't steal it. It was a gift from a good friend of mine. Wish-wash, Aspire growls, and Izuku wants to put a reminder in his phone to warn Shinso. I have more connections than just one person, he replies. UA is practically teeming with them. Aspire doesn't even blink at him. Just reaches behind him to press the security intercom button. Izuku crosses his arms and settles his weight on one hip. 3 seconds later, the light dim and then change colors from white to green, and start blinking in time with the guitar riff that pulses through the intercoms. Aspire's mouth does an odd twitching thing. Security. Aspire, comes the resounding cry of Hatsum May Overt's Seven Nation Army. Hi, it's been a while. So he sits on the opposite side of Aspire's floor table and slides out his laptop. Aspire makes a face as he pulls up the Lemillion Agency website. We're not even of the same agency. Sounds like a personal problem, Izuku says, and Aspire doesn't like that, because it's true. Endeavor's agency has been vying for Lemillion ever since he rose to the top. Standing in the street, sandwiched between thousands of other watchers, all raising their fists. Why don't you get, Aspire starts, and then looks around the room as if Hatsum will drop through the ceiling tiles. I'm not hacking into the agency of the #1 hero, he replies. I have boundaries. Plus, if Hatsum was caught, her engineer's license could be suspended, or, worse, she could be fired. And so Izuku never asks anything from her except for rides. And if the rides include access tags, then sometimes they include access tags. Aspire gives him a flat look, which Izuku ignores as he opens up a new document. Tell me what you know about All Might. I can't help you, Aspire says. Can't or won't. Because I have the damage report form as my next tab. At that, Aspire's face twists. He says the word journalist the way Izuku might say Aspire. And isn't that just enlightening? Now, Izuku says, looking over his laptop and leaning forward, give me all you know about All Might. I thought you wanted Lemillion, Aspire says. I do. But the thing about Lemillion is that he starts with All Might. Izuku spins his laptop around and switches to a tab that's been on his screen since the first time he opened his laptop up. It's labeled DGNB. This is code, Aspire says, glancing at the document. Izuku leans further to look over at the screen with him. Oh, just code names. See, Batman disappeared after Final Crisis, Dick Grayson, his first Robin, there's lots of them, you know, he took a break from being Nightwing to uptake the cowl. Aspire's gaze goes unfocused. Never mind, Izuku continues. All Might is Batman. Lemillion is Nightwing. You want me to help you promote a conspiracy? Izuku points a finger at him. Don't disdain it. I didn't dash. I heard you hiding it. I'm a journalist, I can hear truth if it was blown out of a dog whistle. Plus, he adds, my conspiracy blog is doing very well. I'm about to get in touch with MT Lady, if you must know. I didn't want to, Aspire says. And I didn't ask about a blog. It's doing very well, Hatsum says over the intercoms. I like the page dedicated to stuff Monoma says best. But the story about kicking Endeavor in the hacky sack is gold too. Aspire cocks his head and draws his eyebrows. You what? Your father is an asshole with a cape, Izuku mutters. And he has the same fire aesthetic as Fire Lord Ozai at the height of his empire in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Aspire's expression doesn't drop. Do you want to read my blog, Aspire? Aspire doesn't answer that, but he does ask, what makes you think I can get in contact with Lemillion? You're third in the top hero charts, you half-heated toaster strudel. Why wouldn't you be able to contact him? Aspire straightens with a sigh. Heroes don't just have each other's numbers, you know. Well, that's stupid. Go through his insidious secretary, then just, Izuku snaps his hands out. Do it? Aspire stares at him another minute. Izuku kind of wants to know what eye drops he uses, because dang, he must be invulnerable to dry eye, and then pulls his phone out of his pocket, glances at Izuku's computer for the number, and then calls Lemillion's agency. It doesn't even take 30 seconds. Wasn't that hard, was it? Izuku says as Aspire holds his phone to his ear. Aspire gives him a weathering look before the secretary must pick up, because his eyes flit to the side and Izuku swears he can detect a flash of panic in them before he mumbles out, hello? Like the socially inept crappy cup of coffee he is. Izuku is practically laying on his table now. Aspire eyes him and says into the phone, this is Todoroki Shudo, yes. Aspire. His face pinches. No, I don't have the wrong number. He goes silent for a while, enough for the excitement buzzing underneath Izuku's skin to die into nervousness. He taps his fingers on the table until Aspire looks him dead in the eyes and freezes his fingers. Hey, he sputters. Aspire's mouth twitches as he mouths, I'm on the phone. Izuku wants to kill him. But he needs him, and Shinso told him there were no Yaguritos in prison, so he can't kill Aspire. No, the European cheese Kit Kat tells Lemillion's secretary. This is not a prank call. My license number is F55-2019. He nods a while, and then stiffens, like Izuku's just froze him to the table. What? Izuku asks, anticipation fluttering in his chest. Is Lemillion there? Aspire tells the secretary to hold for a moment, and then brings the phone away from his ear. She wants to know why I'm calling. Izuku blinks. Aspire cocks his head as if to say, well? Izuku blinks again, and then cocks his head. Tell her the sky is raining soda. You want a joint interview with Lemillion? Izuku doesn't exactly adds idiot, but Aspire still looks at him like he's thinking about frying him on the spot as he repeats what Izuku said into the phone. Yes, Aspire says. I understand. Izuku thinks he might spontaneously combust even without Aspire's help. Inner City News, Aspire says. Nods a few times. Stares at Izuku like he knows what kind of roiling hell he's thrown him in. Please. Set something up as soon as possible. Tomorrow, Izuku mouths. Tomorrow would be preferable, Aspire grinds out. He doesn't stop staring at Izuku when he nods into the phone. Whatever makes it happen. Izuku wonders if this is what Uravity feels like when she's weightless. Like everything and nothing at the same time. Like he can see the whole world spin out of control. Like he is a god about to throw up his small intestine. Aspire listens from the other side of the phone, and Izuku's lungs go into suffocation mode. Aspire fumbles, and the glare he directs at Izuku is cold enough to make the room drop 30 degrees. Literally. Just a second. He turns the phone away from him and asks, it's an interview about what? Give me the phone, Izuku orders, and Aspire blinks and looks down at Izuku's hands frozen to the table. Unfreeze me, Izuku says, because apparently Aspire's brain is just as overboiled as Izuku's noodles when he tries to cook. Aspire puts his left hand over Izuku's right. His hand is freed after a few moments, and even though Aspire's hand is only warm, he yanks his arm back like he's been burned. Something flickers across Aspire's face. Izuku has been in the business long enough to recognize confusion, fear, and hurt before Aspire goes back to being an apathetic cough drop Kit Kat. Phone, he says instead of dwelling on it. Aspire hands it to him. Hello, he asks. Is Miss Nakamura there? Lemillion's secretary chokes. What are you doing? So she recognizes Izuku's voice. Is it bad that he's proud? Because he's proud. He kicks his feet up on the table, they warm, just on the verge of hot, under Aspire's glare, but Izuku is anything but a quitter. and turns his journalist voice on, laying the pleasantry on thick. I'm here with Aspire, ranked 3rd on the top hero charts. You just talked to him. I'm doing an interview with, do not be sick, Deku. Do not be sick, my dear friend. Aspire cocks his head at him, and Izuku is starting to fear for the rubber soles of his shoes. Todoroki Shudo, we met in high school, did you know that? Midoriya-san, Miss Nakamura says. I have put 3 calls on hold. What do you want? Lemillion, he says with all the authority of a bank robber. Alone. Out of costume, 1 o'clock, at Fresh Picked. Fresh Picked, the secretary scoffs. Forgive me, but are you out of your mind, Midoriya-san? Perfectly inside of it, ma'am, Izuku replies. Who will think to look for Lemillion at a grape juice franchise? What do you need Lemillion for in an interview with Aspire? I'm doing a story on Yui, Izuku says, and Aspire's eyes draw down. Over half of the top 10 heroes are Yui graduates, including the top 3. At one point, Aspire and Lemillion attended Yui at the same time. I just want to get a few notes on their experiences. Miss Nakamura says nothing. Nakamura-san, he prompts, heartbeat picking up. You were close this time, she says finally. I almost put you down in the schedule. But your dear friend Aspire was only a first year when Lemillion was a third. If you're doing a story on high school experiences, why not get the second and third hero together? Izuku squeezes his eyes shut. Because I want all 3. He inhales, counts to 10, and then forces out a feeble, together. Then Ground Zero will be there. Well, is this an interview about the top 3 heroes or not? He hates this. Oh, he hates this so much. He was using his journalist voice. He was being Deku. Ground Zero can't make tomorrow. I'm getting his interview at another time. I have half a mind to call your boss, Midoriya-san. Either this interview is legitimate or not happening at all. Fine, he blurts. Oh fine. Ground Zero will be there. I will call his agency at the end of the day, Nakamura-san warns. If they deny what you've said, I will report you to your superiors. Understood, ma'am. Have a nice day, Midoriya-san. And then the call shuts off. The silence is jarring. Izuku lets his arm drop to his side and stares up at the ceiling. Midoriya, Aspire starts, and Izuku's eyes squeeze tighter. He doesn't like his name in Todoroki Shudo's mouth. He doesn't like how all the syllables fall easily off of Todoroki Shudo's tongue. He doesn't like Todoroki Shudo. Are you all right? Fine, Izuku mumbles. His left hand warms as Aspire melts away the last of the ice, and he wipes it on the front of his jacket. Look, afraid. Afraid? Izuku snaps, and Aspire levels him with another icy glare. Izuku can't help but laugh. Aspire tells him to get the hell out of his office. Izuku complies, pausing and laughing to tell him to be at Fresh Picked by 1, and no later, or so help me you will regret it. You decaf cup of coffee and leaves. He doesn't laugh anymore, but his chest is doing this kind of hitching thing, and his eyes are watering to the point he can't see. And all the while, he can't stop smiling. He smiles like a supernova. He smiles like he's the deadest star to ever dead. Which is probably why Hatsum is squinting at him. Through the driver's window. She doesn't say anything until he comes around the side and gets in the passenger seat. What now? She asks, and for as smart as she is, she wouldn't make a good journalist, asking obvious questions like that. Midoriya-kun, you're not seriously thinking? Drive, Hatsum, he orders. He uses his journalist voice, light. Like a knife just set to a carotid artery. He feels oddly detached, and he decides it is just like Uraraka touched him. Touched him, but then forgot him. The building where Ground Zero's agency is located is gleaming and black. It looms upwards, daring him to enter. Izuku dares it not to let him. He walks inside, he takes the elevator, he steps onto Ground Zero's floor, the top, with the serenity of a storm just before it strikes. There had been interns and PR agents and advertisers and a bunch of other suit monkeys milling about, all talking and trying not to spill their giant thermoses of coffee, but as soon as Izuku stepped out of the elevator, time stopped. Even the receptionist brings the phone away from his ear. There are 2 security agents by the front desk. One of them was drinking coffee. The other one now pats his back as he chokes. Midoriya Izuku is a nobody reporter. He ends his article with his name, but no one remembers it. He is a silent deliverer of information. Deku, on the other hand, is no nobody reporter. Deku doesn't really believe the Americans made it to the moon. He is a conspiracy theorist. He is the Walmart greeter of the end of the world. Deku is no silent deliverer. He takes the pen out from above his ear and clicks it. It resonates like a gun flicked off safety. Where is he? He can't be here, one of the security guards tries. Yet I am, Deku replies. Clipped. As to the point as an arrowhead. Am I waiting in his office or not? Did you? The receptionist stumbles and coughs. Did you have a meeting, sir? Deku rakes his eyes over him. What does your schedule say? The receptionist swallows and shrinks back into his chair. Well, it doesn't say anything about any meetings, sir. No, sir. If you'd like to set an interview up, our policy dictates. Interview. Tomorrow. 1 o'clock. Fresh picked. The receptionist purses his lips and looks from him back to the computer. I'm sorry, Ground Zero isn't available at that time. Yes, he is, Deku says. The receptionist shakes his head. He has a meeting with public relations. Deku walks up to the counter. The receptionist flinches in his chair, eyes wide. His ears are tufted like a deer's, and a spattering of white spots, like pale freckles, cover his nose and cheeks. He has a cup of coffee sitting abandoned next to his keyboard. Do you know who I am? Deku asks. The receptionist shakes his head, nods, shakes his head again. You're the guy from the sports festival, someone mumbles from behind Deku. Wrong, Deku says. That one reporter who near got killed by Stain, another says. Wrong. The receptionist squints at Deku's name tag. Midoriya Izuku? Wrong, Deku says. Midoriya Izuku lost the sports festival and almost got a very painful stomach piercing by Psychopath. He leans in. The receptionist leans back. Deku puts a hand over his face. The receptionist inhales sharply, and with the other reaches with his other hand for the coffee. Ah, he says, letting go of the receptionist and holding up the cup. Both so warm. He sips. The coffee is black, 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 and he imagines dark magic coursing through his body. Is this what having a quirk feels like? And fingerguns the receptionist. You want to stay that way, don't you, Sato? Sato nods furiously. Then Deku-san get an interview with Ground Zero tomorrow. He turns away from the desk and heads back towards the elevator, holding his new coffee over his head. Do you hear that, everybody? He gets an interview tomorrow. He whirls the coffee around like it's a machine gun. Who has a problem with that? They all just stare. Deku snorts and nods, pushing past the confused puddle of PR agents just coming up from the elevator and steps inside. Stay warm, he says cheerily, tipping his coffee towards his mouth as the doors shut in front of him. I love you, Hatsum says. I know. She leans in close, so he can see the crosshairs of her eyes. He has the skin-crawling sense that she's zooming in on him, but on what, he doesn't know. Doesn't want to. I want to know what makes you tick, she says, tapping his forehead. I wish I could take you apart. That's murder, Hatsum. Yeah, she sighs, still wistful. Where do you need to go next? Drop me off at Masho's, Izuku replies. He closes his eyes. I deserve a drink. It's the funniest thing. He opens the door to the bar, and the bell rings like ding ding it's your demon, but Masho hasn't seemed to notice him. The bar is empty, save for a single man with scraggly yellow hair and a skeletal frame. Halicarnassus is curled in his lap, and thin fingers run through her fur. Masho is pouring water into the man's glass, and oh, Nestle above. What is that? Izuku blurts. Masho-san startles. The pitcher of water knocks against the glass. Skelly-san stiffens and blinks at Izuku. Izuku ignores him in favor at squinting at Masho-san, who glares. What's what? Masho-san asks bluntly, the little curl to his lips dropping. That thing. Izuku circles a finger around his mouth. That you did. With your face. There's nothing on my face. It was nothing. You're a gonk doll. Gonk dolls are good luck and you just complimented me. And it was something. The proof is in my broken preconceptions of the laws of reality. Are you talking about smiling? Skelly-san asks. His voice is gravelly and wet, as if he has a cough. Hokkaido roasted corn, that's what that was? Izuku leans back. Masho, if you're being possessed by a sadistic clown ghost, blink 3 times. I don't blink, Masho-san growls, and Izuku sighs with relief. Masho is still his own demon. What do you want, Midoriya? Love and affection, Izuku replies robotically. And a Yigurito in the tallest glass you have? Masho-san snaps the rag at him. Go home. Home is where the heart is. My heart is a Yigurito in the tallest glass you have. Masho-san stares at him. He looks tired, he always looks tired. He manages to look like he wouldn't care if Izuku would be made into a salad and would not hesitate to stab him with a fork. Izuku stares at him back. They are 2 cats in a rivalry, about to come to hissing blows. And Izuku has had too long of a day to lose now. Something large and heavy lands on Izuku's lap, and he startles. Masho-san smirks and turns back to the bar. You hot Japanese chili, Izuku accuses the cat now kneading his thighs. Halicarnassus purrs smugly, tail flicking his nose. He holds back a sneeze. Oh, the stranger at the bar says, hands still poised to pet. She likes you? Likes to mess with me, Izuku replies. He leans in close to the cat. Comfortable, Halicarnassus-san? Going to get your hair all over my pants and make me go to the dry cleaners? Halicarnassus wiggles her butt and boops his nose. Midoriya, please refrain from fighting with my cats during business hours, Masho-san. She started it, Izuku replies, and doesn't break eye contact with Halicarnassus. He is winning this staring contest. He is winning. Halicarnassus bats his face with her paw and lets out a victorious meow before hopping off his lap to stalk the bar. Heathen, Izuku hisses under his breath. Heathen yourself, problem child, Masho sighs, rubbing the cat's neck. What's the occasion, Midoriya? Do you really want an answer? No, but Shinso says I shouldn't talk about my stories so much, Izuku blurts, and slams his hands on the wooden counter. Claws latch into his ankle, and he yelps and near bangs his head trying to see who it is, but all he catches is a glimpse of a waving white tail before Olympia streaks underneath his stool. Rhodes is a little too late, and Izuku grabs her. She wails, twisting in his arms. But without me, you'd be incredibly bored. But with my sanity, Masho mutters. Do you want to hear about my latest story or not? Masho stares at him again. It's not a challenge. There is enough blankness in his eyes for Izuku to identify it as stare number 1507, adequately confused. You're giving me an actual choice in this? Rhodes' claws are digging into Izuku's skin, but he holds her tighter. She yowls near his ear. It's been a couple of days, Masho-san, he replies, and Masho-san holds his gaze for a moment longer before fetching a tall glass down from the wall. Are you a writer? The stranger at the bar asks, breaking the sudden silence. Where Masho-san looks tired, Skeleton-san sounds tired, as if the syllables drag in his throat. He is looking at Izuku expectantly. Journalist, Izuku replies, and reaches over Rhodes to hold out his hand. Midoriya Izuku, Inner City News. The man takes his hand. It's dry and warm and calluses scrape Izuku's palm. Yagi Tashinori. A pleasure. A pleasure, Izuku repeats, and turns to Masho-san. Did you hear that? He says I'm a pleasure. He said meeting you was a pleasure, Masho says, and passes him a Yigurito in what Izuku knows is only his second tallest glass, but Izuku is good enough not to complain. What's your story, Midoriya? There's 2 of them. He sips at his glass, near shudders at the bittersweetness that settles warmly in his stomach. The one I'm writing and the one happening to me while I'm writing. He leans forward. Rhodes meows irritably and squirms out of his arms into the safety of Masho's. Hatsum and I went on a little ride today. Paid a visit to Aspire. Or, he has to drink again in order to spit out the name. My dear former classmate Todoroki Shoto. Your former classmate? You went to Yui? Yagi-san asks. He squints and claps his hands. I know you. Everybody does, eventually, Midoriya grumbles. Pardon? Yep. Midoriya Izuku. Hero Class 1A for a month, then he clicks his tongue and throws a thumb over his shoulder. Couldn't keep up. Switched into General. Yagi-san's bushy eyebrows draw low. But you put on quite a performance at the festival. That ended with getting the apple vinegar Kit Kat beat out of me. Izuku sighs and rocks his chin into his hand. Halicarnassus takes a cautious step towards before rubbing up against his shoulder. You put up a fight, Yagi-san remarks. I was thrown in a pit of lions. Like back in the ye old Roman times. A cat sits on Izuku's feet, her tail brushing against his ankles. He doesn't have to look to know it's Olympia. You weren't defenseless, though. Izuku smiles ruefully. You don't win a war by defense. He shakes his head. I am quirkless. Yagi-san blinks at him. It's not the slow, your stupid blink that Masho-san and the cats give him. Well, Izuku can't put his finger on it. Yagi-san smiles at him, too. And so, I believe we're the gladiators. Of the ye old Roman times. Izuku doesn't respond to that. He can't remember the last time someone smiled at him so openly. It's not a smirk or a sneer or one of Suzuki's perfect flashes of perfect teeth. It's a smile, and it's warmer than the Yigurito inside him. Rhodes hops out of Masho's arms and back into Izuku's lap, purring. You broke him, Masho says reverently. Oh dear. Yagi-san frowns and crosses to the stool right beside Izuku. All right, my boy? Izuku nods, feeling strangely detached. You reminded me of being in the hero course. He shoves a hand through his hair. Artemis sails from one of the bar shelves to land on the counter. She sniffs Izuku's hair and licks his fingers. Nestle herself, it was such a long time ago. I'm sorry, Yagi-san says. I didn't mean to bring up something painful. No. He sits up straight. I was there. In the hero class. With today's top heroes. He sags and exhales. Sometimes the past just feels like a fever dream. Like it was too good but too terrible, all at the same time. He spins his glass before looking up. I know, Yagi-san replies. Softly, with enough wistfulness that Izuku thinks that maybe, just maybe, he actually does. But All Might told me himself. You can't be quirkless and a hero. I just wasn't a very good listener at the time. He downs the bottom of his glass and laughs to himself. I'm getting sentimental. Masho-san's allergic to feelings. Is he? Yagi-san asks, gaze sweeping over to the bar owner. I am never serving you two again, Masho-san deadpans. But I want another Yigurito, Izuku whines, splaying himself over the counter. Rhodes bats at his head, and Babylon appears from the other side of the counter. He only catches her splotched fur for a second before she pads onto his back. What's the story you're not supposed to tell me? Masho asks. My story? Oh yeah. I met with Aspire. I'm getting an interview with him and Ground Zero. And, hopefully, Lemillion. The top 3 heroes, Yagi-san says appreciatively. Your top 3 enemies, Masho-san says appreciatively. Izuku nods, twirling a finger in the air. I had to walk in both Aspire and Ground Zero's offices today. It's a miracle my brain hasn't spontaneously combusted. The bar is smooth and cool under his cheek. Masho-san never leaves it sticky. And if everything's gone well, the way it's supposed to, then my sweet-talking Lemillion secretary will have finally paid off. You must be a famous reporter, Yagi-san says. I thought Lemillion is infamously difficult to interview. What are you doing this for? My actual story. The one I'm writing. I told the secretary it was about Yui. Izuku lifts his head and cups a hand over one side of his mouth. But really, I just needed Aspire and Ground Zero in order to get to Lemillion. And I'm not talking to him about high school. I'm talking to him about All Might. The skeletal man stiffens. All Might is dead, Masho-san says. He disappeared ages ago. Izuku scowls. Disappeared is different than dead. What do you, Kai-sen starts, and stops and coughs into a handkerchief before clearing his throat. What do you want to know about All Might? A new tail brushes Izuku's legs. Olympia hisses, but Alexandria continues to circle, occasionally rubbing the side of her face against Izuku's calves. He reaches down to flick her ears, but Nier gets his fingers clawed off instead. Masho-san shoots the man a sharp look. Don't encourage him. No. Please encourage me. I am dying for someone to encourage me. Izuku near tilts off his stool. The truth is out there, Yagi-san, and I'm going to find it. What is there's no truth to find? The man asks quietly, like he's afraid Izuku will leap for his throat. There's always something to find. But not always something you should, Yagi-san replies. All might is a sore subject in this day and age. You hit your opponent where it hurts. That's how you win. He flashes a grin. Even if you're quirkless? The man scoots his water glass forward and back. A pale blur jumps over his elbow and races past Halicarnassus to almost knock over Izuku's glass. He steadies it before it can fall. You're skeptical? Giza meows for attention, stretching her head up to bop Izuku's nose. He swats at her, but she leaps onto Izuku's shoulders, causing him to hunch. He hears Babylon mew near his ear. It's okay to be skeptical. That's what the best journalists are, skeptics. We'll dig when everyone's said there's no digging, and sometimes all we get for it is dirt. But other times, if we dig deep enough and get our hands dirty, we uncover a dinosaur. You can ignore him, Toshinori, Masho says. If we ignore him, maybe he'll go away. The media tells us what to believe, Izuku tells Yagi-san, duly ignoring Masho. But there are missing pieces people are so willing to forget. But not me. He uses the low, dangerous tone his mother uses when she's caught him rummaging through the fridge at 3 a.m. I'll remember. The man shifts and coughs again into his handkerchief. Could I buy you another drink? No, Toshinori, Masho warns. I would love a drink, Izuku replies and shakes his glass. I am particularly fond of Yaguritos. I hate heroes, Izuku complains. I used to hate them so much I had the League of Villains on speed dial. Yagi-san asks. He turns to Masho for confirmation, but Masho is focused on pouring himself a glass of wine. Halicarnassus waves her tail in front of Izuku's face. He withholds a sneeze and pushes her out of the way. She lets out an offended meow and wriggles herself back into Izuku's lap, paying no attention to Giza. Izuku tries to raise his head, but Babylon rumbles contentedly between his shoulder blades and Rhodes, now at his shoulder, pats the back of his neck with a paw. I tried to save Bakugo Katsuki, Ground Zero, from a villain back in middle school. Granted, it was my fault the villain got away from All Might, but he waves a hand. Artemis tries to bite his fingers off. But still, I tried to save him when no one else would. Smirks. Not even the heroes. I know, Yagi-san replies. He clears his throat. I happened to be there, that day. You were a brave young man. No, I was foolish, Izuku snarls. The cat's ears flatten in agreement. What was a quirkless kid like me running into danger for? I had better things to do. Like throwing myself out the window. My God, Yagi-san breathes. Being quirkless is like being a mule, Izuku moans. I should just keep my stupid pinky toe to myself and die already. He grabs his Yagurito but fumbles to drink it with all of Masho's cats pressing against him. They look like smudges through the glass. Make way for the future. But do you know what the future holds, Yagi-san? No, the man says warily. What? I don't know. Izuku giggles. That's why I was asking you. Masho-san sighs from above him. I'll call your mother. No. Don't call her. She'll make me come home and drink water and... His face scrunches up. Nutritious food. Which reminds me. He pats his jacket pockets and, feeling for his prize, produces a lone corn puff. I thought I remembered. And Halicarnassus? Halicarnassus sniffs the puff curiously and peers up at him. Fine, Izuku sighs, snapping it in half and offering it to her. We can share. Don't feed my cats, Masho orders. He has his phone to his ear and points a commanding finger at Yagi-san. Toshinori, don't let him feed my cats. But she'll be mad at me if I don't share, Izuku says. He puts his half, the bigger one, because like Suzuki says, he is oh so selfish, and hums happily. Halicarnassus stretches up to lick the last half, but Yagi-san leans forward and stops Izuku's hand. He's smiling that weird smile again, the one like sunshine that makes Izuku want to shrivel up like one of the raisins in the Marusei butter sandwich he eats with his coffee every morning. No wonder the cats like you, Yagi-san says. When you carry cat treats in your pocket, there's no contest. This isn't a cat treat, Izuku says. It's a spicy chicken Cheeto. He lifts it above Halicarnassus' head and holds it out to the blonde skeleton. He needs some nutrition. Halicarnassus is fat enough. Here, you can have it? Yagi-san lets loose a sound like laughter behind clenched teeth. Quite all right, my boy. I'm on a special diet. Suit yourself. Izuku wrinkles his nose and crunches it. You know, Yagi-san, he muses, swallowing. You seem kind of familiar. Oh, Yagi-san exclaims, rubbing the back of his head. I do? Suppose I just have one of those faces, you know? No one has a face like Yagi-san. Yagi-san is a skeleton, with shadowed eyes and hollow cheeks, the bones jutting out of his face at such sharp angles Izuku wonders if he cuts the razor when he shaves. The Deku inside Izuku stirs. He devours lies, chews them like a cow with cud, and he doesn't stop until there's nothing left but the seed of truth. His eyes narrow. Toshinori comes by sometimes, Masho-san says. Don't interrogate him, problem child. But Izuku does not know how much of Masho he can trust. Masho was doing that thing when he first entered the bar, that smile that made Izuku feel like he walked off the edge of a cliff and plunged into the twilight zone. Izuku does not trust a smiling Masho, even when he no longer smiles. Deku is coming to life, embers taking to a fire. Even slightly drunk, Izuku knows when he's on the cusp of something. He strokes Rhode's brown fur. She rumbles under his touch, a second vibration of truth. Are you two old friends? Yes, Yagi-san answers fast. Old friends. Just catching up. He rises, laying a few bills on the counter that Masho shoves back at him. But I really should be going now. It really was a pleasure meeting you, Midoriya-kun. And Deku is so caught up in analyzing him that he doesn't even notice he said pleasure until he walks out the door. The bell gives its sorry little ding, and Rhodes twists her head around and sinks her teeth into Izuku's wrist. He yells, which makes Babylon dig her claws into his shoulders, and Alexandria and Olympia attack his feet. Giza yowls. Artemis streaks across the counter. Halicarnassus promptly knocks over his Yigurito glass. It rolls over the side of the counter and falls the floor, shattering at Izuku's feet. I can't believe you, his mother sighs. They're in a cab, sitting as far away from each other as they can. Midoriya Inko clutches her purse close to her chest. Izuku can feel her eyes on the back of his neck. He sits with his head against the window, watching the city blur by. He already has a tendency to get carsick, and the drinks he had at Masho's are hot in his stomach. His mouth tastes sour. It's been a pretty terrible day. You broke one of Masho-san's glasses, his mother continues. You're lucky he doesn't kick you out. Her fingers curl tighter around the handle of her purse. I'm so tired of picking you up, Izuku. I don't want any more calls about how you're. He tilts his head to look at her. Her face is flushed and blotchy, and her eyes are squeezed shut, mouth pressed in a hard red line. Back when Izuku first started unraveling, she used to take him in her arms and rock, like he was only a little kid. She'd hug him so hard it'd hurt, and she'd sob into his shoulder, trembling, always so sorry. I'm so sorry, Izuku. He hates it when she cries. It's an ugly hate, one that burns Izuku on the inside, because she always finds something to cry about, and that something is usually him. Heroes don't make people cry. And in another life, Midoriya Izuku still wants to be a hero. He bought her the lipstick because he'd seen an Iwabumi ad for it. Its original name is probably something tacky, seductive scarlet or the like. He doesn't remember. He'd sharpened blood of my enemies when he was 15 and booted out of UA's hero course, and Inko cried like she was being torn apart. A few weeks into Gen Ed, Izuku'd passed two girls talking in the hallway at school. One was fanning the other's face, telling her not to cry off all her makeup. He bought his mother some, but she still cries. Even now, he can see the start of her mascara smudging under her eyes like Masho's dark circles. They make her look drawn and tired. She bites her lip, and red streaks mark her teeth like blood. I had a pretty good day, Mom, he mumbles, looking away. Midoriya Inko sucks in a breath. but Izuku offers her nothing else. When they get to their apartment, he goes straight to his room and shuts the door. His mother calls after him. She's opened his blinds, and the late evening sun casts all of his yellow All Might memorabilia in gold. He sets his bag down on his bed and pulls out his laptop, sitting down at his desk. An All Might bobblehead nods at him. His smile, though painted, is achingly familiar. The morning comes in all of its wakeful glory. That is, Izuku comes to with the birds shrieking bloody murder. Shut up, birds. He stretches, back creaking. He grimaces as his elbow pops, and he taps Precious' keyboard a few times before she stutters to life, barely brighter than the cold blue light of the morning outside. Izuku squints at the time. 5 o'clock stares back at him. He glances at his battery. It's an angry red. He gets up from his chair, and his knees crack with every stiff step as he slides the charger from his bag. Crouching on the floor to plug Precious in hurts more than it should, and when he rises, black spots flicker in his vision. The room tilts. His mouth is pasty. He thinks about getting a drink, but collapses back in front of his desk with a sigh, watching his cursor flicker on his open draft. All Might is no lost hero. He has left a mark that goes beyond the statues and the documentaries. Lemillion's rise to fame is no accident. The connection between them. And then he must have fallen asleep thinking about what comes next. Normally, the blinking cursor taunts Izuku. But now he smiles at it because today, he will satisfy it. He stands in front of his mirror and buttons his blue dress shirt, hand brushing the puckered scar that slices across his abdomen. His first gift from the hero killer stain. He smirks at himself in the mirror and buttons his shirt closed, shrugging on his best jacket. It's mustard brown, which is probably why it was on clearance. He spends an hour attempting to tie his lucky tie, the only one he owns that isn't a clip-on and somehow cost more than his whole ensemble. It's a navy-checked grid, with little Batman-style bats at the intersections. What are you doing? Fearns. His mother stands at the door to the bathroom. She's paused mid-eye rub, and drops her hand to take him in. Can I use your hairspray? He asks. The nice one that smells like mangoes? She points to the cabinet. He takes the canister down and sprays until he coughs. That's enough, Midoriya Inko says, waving a hand in front of her face. Izuku bends down and ruffles the back of his hair and looks in the mirror. His hair looks the way it always does. He picks back up the hairspray bottle. I think you have enough volume, Izuku, his mother chides, reaching over and putting the canister back on its shelf. Izuku frowns at his reflection in the mirror, pulling at a curl. I thought it would make me look good. You do look good, his mother promises, and brushes some of his wild hair back, producing pins from the pocket of her robe and pinning his bangs in place. She looks into the mirror. Better? Better, he agrees and kisses her on the cheek. He checks in at the office. You're on time, Miyazaki says, tail flicking curiously behind him. Izuku moves past him. I'm always on time. Where's Suzuki? In her office. I meant that you weren't asleep here last night? And hey, what are you so dressed up for? But Izuku doesn't answer. He passes the kitchen, and Masuda pokes his head out. Midoriya, he cries happily. You're just in time. I just brewed some coffee. Izuku waves him away. What? Midoriya. Oh, you look sharp. Where are you going? Do you want a partner? I'd be glad to be your partner. Let me get. Begone, peasant, Izuku replies, and marches on, right up to the glass walls that surround Suzuki's office. She's leaning towards her desktop, perfect eyebrows pinched, but when Izuku knocks on the glass her head shoots up. Come in, she says, but Izuku is already letting himself through the door. I have an interview today, he announces, stopping just before her desk. With who? She asks. With Lemillion. She sighs, returning to her computer. His secretary called me. She says she's going to put us on her no-call list. Midoriya-kun, your determination is admirable. But you can't just make up interviews on the spot. This isn't made up, he interrupts. Her rose-pink eyes search him for lies that aren't there, and he adds, this is happening. I have Aspire and Ground Zero coming too. Fresh picked at noon. He hasn't managed to feel anything all day, except for an ethereal sense of detachment. Is this what enlightenment feels like? Because if so, It's so very lonely, but a grin crawls naturally over his face. You're interviewing the top 3 heroes, Suzuki enunciates slowly. She wheels away from her computer and puts her hands on her desk, fingertips pressed into an A. Her nails are glossy and French-tipped. I'm interviewing the top 3 heroes, Izuku repeats back at her. Silence reigns between them. How? Suzuki gapes finally. Her hands come apart, fingers extended toward him. Midoriya, we're a small-time news agency. How on this green earth did you manage to, the top 3 heroes? I'm finishing my All Might piece today, he says. The words fall out of his mouth, and Suzuki's office is so quiet he half expects them to clink onto the floor. But All Might is gone, Suzuki says finally. Legends never die, he scoffs. All Might least of all. He shoves his hands in his pockets, fingers fiddling with the pens he's lined them with. He has another 12-pack, Pilot Blue G7S, fine but not too fine, bold but not too bold, that he ordered especially for this day. A red, blue, and black one line his breast pocket like frontline soldiers. Are you ready to edit my masterpiece? Suzuki nods, pale eyes wide. Her purple lipsticked lips are parted, but the words lie forgotten in her mouth. He turns for her door. Midoriya, she manages when his hand lays on the handle. He looks over his shoulder. Her lips purse before she says, "Don't go too deep." He smiles at her again, because Deku makes no promises. Fresh Picked is one of those restaurants in which Izuku doesn't look out of place in his dress clothes, but the stumbling father who enters before him is tangled by 3 running children on leashes. It's the kind of place where reality seems tilted towards oblivion, and everyone notices but no one says anything because they somehow have pretty good sukiyaki, and the inevitable swirling drain of time is not going to ruin that. Izuku grimaces up at the cartoon Mineta Minoru adorning the sign. Grape Juice is a celebrity hero, but only because he's sketchy. His franchises all have as from the health department though, so good for him, Izuku guesses. He gets a table outside. One of the staff comes by for his order, and he gets 1 black coffee and 3 waters, because he's not sure what heroes drink. He decides that the sketchiest thing about Fresh Picked is that the outside is actually pretty, a paved patio enclosed by a garden. The low fence is half hidden with curling vines that Izuku figures are logically grapevines, but he doesn't know enough about plants to know for sure. The waiter comes back with the coffee. He tastes it warily, but it doesn't taste like spilled oil on the side of the expressway. It's fruity in fact. Berry notes with a hint of fruit parfait Kit Kat. Is that strawberry? He didn't even think his taste buds worked anymore. He scoots his mug to the side and sets his bag on the table and peers at its contents fondly. Precious lies cushioned by 13 notebooks, all hero analyses, all on All Might and Lemillion, and all on what it takes to be the #1 hero. Journalist, someone says from above him. He shimmies. Precious from his bag carefully and looks up at Aspire, who looks so irritable in his civvies Izuku can't help but laugh. It's the spark of something real. Existence begins bleed with color again, starting with the stretched scar across the left side of Todoroki Shudo's face. How nice of you to join me, Izuku replies back, and gestures to his adjacent seat. Todoroki sits down like a soldier, back straight, eyes staring straight ahead. I thought I'd have to have Hatsum come and get you, Izuku remarks conversationally, sipping his coffee and scrolling through his DGNB document. I'm glad you made it, Katy Perry. Why do you call me that? The Spirax. He looks up. Call you what? The hero's eyes shift to him. Names that aren't my name. Because they describe you, he replies. He's never much thought about it before. You know, you're hot and you're cold. He snaps his fingers, singing to himself, but when Aspire squints at him stops. You know? Katy Perry? Aspire looks at him blankly. Izuku sighs. They sit in silence for a while, watching a bird swoop down low and perch on the fence, before Aspire says, if you won't call me Aspire, you could just call me Shoto. Izuku looks over at him. Aspire doesn't look back. You want me to use your given name? What are we, childhood friends? He laughs, but it falls flat. Just yesterday you threatened to call security on me. Aspire's eyes flit to the sky as the bird takes off the fence spire. You told me I was a good hero, he says carefully, like he's afraid his tongue will trip. Shoto was supposed to be the name of a hero. Not a very good hero name, Izuku remarks. Aspire's eyes are still downturned and he adds, but mine wasn't much better. When I was planning to be a hero, my name was going to be Deku? Shoto finally turns to him. It was a childhood nickname, Izuku explains. You'll see. And, he tries to hide himself behind his coffee. Just so you know, I won't be reporting you to any office. He rummages around his laptop bag and produces his printed forms, extending them to Shoto. When he doesn't take them, Izuku lays them in front of him. Go on. Shoto's eyebrows pinch. Go on. Burn them. You know. He snaps his fingers. Some flame action? Shoto puts a hand over the papers. Izuku gives him an encouraging smile, but Shoto only passes the pages back to him and says, you keep them. What? If you don't want to burn them, just throw them away. Or does the great number 3 hero not have a garbage can? Because I can say with journalistic confidence that your father is a flaming trash heap. Keep them, Shoto interrupts. And remind me to be a good hero. Izuku's face twists for a second before he lets out a whistle, leaning back and setting down his coffee to cross his arms. Which PR agent fed you that one? Shoto frowns. None. My comm is off. Your comm is off. Izuku exclaims, splaying his hands flat on the table and near toppling it with his weight. What's your comm off for? What if there's an emergency, you cantaloupe? I'll turn it back on. I just wanted to ask you something. Izuku snorts. This isn't how an interview works. Your first blog post, Shoto starts. About the sports festival and my father. Was that? It's all true, he finishes for him, and his grin breaks wider. You found my blog? Shoto blushes. Like a real, actual reddening, so that his whole face is near the same shade as his scar. Izuku opens his mouth to laugh, but over Shoto's shoulder he spots his second interviewee. His fingers curl tight around his mug. What the hell? Bakugo Katsuki asks, stiffening. Deku? He can feel Shoto looking at him. His grin morphs into something sharper, the baring of teeth he learned from Masho's cats. His journalist smile. Take a seat, Kaken. Bakugo's face reddens. His hands clench and unclench, and Izuku can smell the acrid scent of burning sugar in the air. A sweetness in the smoke. Kaken has changed little since high school. Izuku has seen him on screen, of course, but he tends to avoid seeing him in person. He lets his coworkers do the press conferences. Izuku does the hunting. Deku makes the kill. I'm leaving, Kaken declares, and turns his heel. He doesn't make it a step away before Izuku hums. Oh, I don't think so, Ground Zero. Kaken glares over his shoulder, red eyes burning. You see, Izuku continues, cradling his cup in his lap. We are childhood friends. Shoto's eyebrows furrow. You are just a reporter, Kaken snarls. I am a journalist, Izuku agrees, nodding. I am the truth's heir. I will not tell a lie. He sets his coffee aside and makes a show of running his fingers over his laptop keys. And dear Kaken, what lies I won't tell about you. I'm firing my secretary, Kaken hisses. I'm making that deer into Venison Hill. Izuku cuts him off. Won't your fans love to know what you were like as a child? He shakes his head. I'll write the story myself. Kaken's fists tighten. The sleeves of his white dress shirt strain against his arms. For a moment, Izuku is back in middle school, when fear was his only friend, the only one he could rely on. Kaken has made him afraid so many times. It's only fair Izuku gets his turn. He keeps his journalist smile plastered on his face as Kaken marches in the seat farthest from Izuku. He glances at Shoto next to him and mutters a curse under his breath, turning his head away from the both of them. Good. Izuku claps his hands together. Now we're only waiting for one more. And they wait. The waiter comes back and refills Izuku's mug. Shoto orders green tea. Kaken won't even look the waiter in the eye. And they wait. Izuku rescans his DGNB document. Miyazaki rattles off about 20 texts, but Izuku ignores him and texts Shinso instead. And they wait. Izuku checks his laptop. Kaken has been tapping his nails against the iron table for the past half hour, his other hand supports his chin. I thought this was an interview, he growls. It is, Izuku says brightly. Just not with you. Kaken snarls. What the H? Hojicha Kit Kat, Deku? I needed you to get to Lemillion, that's all. He taps his chin and shrugs. You're my stepping stool of sorts? Kaken's hands spark against the table. Izuku does not flinch. You son of a banana. You're a quirkless no. Kaken cuts himself off with a yelp. His hands are solidly frozen against the table, ice creeping up around his wrists. He whips his head at Shoto, veins in his jaw bulging. Kukido cacao. Izuku steals a glance at Shoto. Shoto doesn't meet his eyes, just concentrates on the grapevines while he drinks his tea. And, Izuku admits, freezing hands to the table is kind of funny, but only when it's not happening to him. Kaken is swearing up such a storm that Izuku doesn't even notice the current #1 hero until Togata Mirio himself clears his throat. Well, Lemillion does. He's in costume, cape and all, but Izuku guesses he can't be too picky. Lemillion is here after all. Midoriya-san? The #1 asks. Lemillion, Izuku replies, standing. Please, have a seat. But Lemillion doesn't move. He has a hand on the back of the neck. You're Midoriya Izuku? Yes, that's me, Izuku says breathlessly. The reporter? Yes. He lifts his badge, and when Lemillion still hasn't made to move, unclips it from his front pocket and extends it. Do you need to see this? Should I call my editor? Anything to make you comfortable, sir. You just can't imagine how long. I've waited for this. Lemillion looks him up and down. Izuku feels like his skin is about to peel back and his skeleton disintegrate, his soul about to be swept free. Lemillion is not the shining hero on TV. Even in costume, he looks wonderfully human, if only a little larger than life. His hair sticks up in what Izuku wants to say is heroism itself, though logic tells him it's just copious amounts of gel. It makes his hair gleam with sunshine. And when he smiles, really smiles, it's just like All Might's, as wide and inviting as open arms. I always appreciate a fan. Lemillion finally exclaims brightly. And I heard you've been badgering Nakamura-san for ages. Izuku laughs a little too loud, ruffling his hair until his fingers catch on his mother's pins. Just tell her I'm so sorry. I needed an interview with you. You see, he scrabbles for his laptop, quickly clicking out of his notes. I'm writing a story. And I'm honored to have the #2 and 3 heroes, he gestures wildly at Kaken and Shoto, with me. We were just talking about your experiences at Ewing. No, we weren't, Kaken spits, and Izuku shoots him a face-splitting journalistic smile so plastic sea turtles are choking across the entire passion fruit and G Pacific. When All Might served as an instructor, Izuku finishes, swinging his head back around. He slides out his little notebook and his pen. Won't you sit down? I'll be as quick as I can. I know you, Lemillion says. Excitement lights up like electric inside Izuku. You do? I was only in the hero course for a couple of months, and then I switched into Gen Ed, but I've been following your rise to fame since the beginning. He pats the open space at the table, gesturing for Lemillion to sit again. He glances down at his notebook, even though he's been awake many the night dreaming of asking these questions. I was wondering, do you mind talking to me about it? He is so close. The truth is a shining beacon, and Izuku is so close he can touch it. I became the #1 hero because I had great instructors who pushed for improvement, Lemillion answers. Izuku begins to write furiously, but his hand is shaking so badly and his writing is so terrible he abandons it and scrambles for Precious. Like All Might, he suggests lightly, tapping the keys so hard he's basically hitting them. All Might did support me, Lemillion continues. I was as devastated by his disappearance as you probably were, as anyone else. Izuku nods absently. He gets to disappearance and his fingers come to a sudden halt. The cursor blinks questioningly, and he lifts his eyes to Lemillion's. That's all I can give you, Lemillion says. His smile is back to blank and polite. Don't contact me anymore. Yes, All Might supported me. Yes, I do think it helped in mine rise to fame. But there is no other connection. Izuku can only stare. Precious dims and then darkens. I've been following you since the beginning too, Lemillion remarks. You're a conspiracy theorist, Midoriya-san, and I'm afraid that you've been writing fake news for years. It hits Izuku like a slap to the face. He's winded, half expecting the ground to slip underneath him and get caught in a tsunami. Good luck with the rest of your interview, Lemillion says, and turns his back and walks away. It shakes Izuku from his stupor. He slams his palms down flat on the table, causing his cooling coffee to jump over the sides of his cup. Shoto jerks away. Hey! Izuku shouts. Get back here. He points at Lemillion's back at the symbolic flowing cape. But Lemillion makes no sign that he's heard him. He's ignoring Izuku. He's turned his back. Izuku is trembling. His breath comes in harsh gasps, trapped in the sudden tightness of his throat. Izuku tears his gaze away from Lemillion, going from Shoto's alarm to Kaken's fury and finally down at the sleeping Precious. The pen he's tossed has rolled to rest against her side. He snatches it, clicking it like a gun off safety. Izuku has been dancing around heroes since high school. He has always been in the arena. Quirkless, the doctor declared. Forfeit. Quirkless. Kaken's fists pop. Forfeit. Quirkless. Endeavor looms over him. Aspire's fire sears his eyes. Forfeit. Quirkless. And All Might is walking away, and Izuku still has so many questions. Forfeit, forfeit, forfeit. Make me. When All Might turned his back on him, Deku grabbed on. His chair falls to the concrete with a clatter, and a war cry thunders from his throat. Lemillion's head whips at the sound, but Deku is already upon him, pen gripped in his hands like a weapon. You can't hide the truth from me. Ice shards hurtle through the air, tinkling to the ground like diamond razor blades. One whizzes past and cuts Deku's cheek. But the pain is nothing. Deku is so close to the story of a lifetime, and he will get the story, no matter the cost. Ground Zero's grenades go off. They blast Deku and Lemillion over the grapevine gate, but Lemillion passes through the ground harmlessly. Deku, on the other hand, hits the dirt. It knocks the air from his body, and his skin burns with past remembrances of explosions bursting from Kaken's palms, as Izuku pleads for him not to hurt him. Kaken, you're so mean. He lifts his hand. It is mottled with burns. Ground Zero looks down at him with disgust. Midoriya. Deku turns his head. Shinso is approaching in his indigo wish-wash uniform, looking furious. Deku didn't even know he was in town, but, good. He must have seen Izuku's texts and come to be back up. Shinso. His vision instantly flips from color to monochrome as Shinso's quirk locks around him, so tight Deku can barely swallow. Shinso, he manages to repeat. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Lemillion reappear from the ground. Midoriya, Shinso replies, glaring. His voice is a tunnel, the only tunnel Izuku can go down. Only he sees no light, only the slime that threatened to choke him, and no All Might is here to save him. Stand down. He is Midoriya Izuku, Deku, useless and to be forgotten. But he has fought so hard. He can't fall now. He can't. Doesn't anybody understand? If it takes a war to find the truth, then so help him, he will not go in peace. But his legs crumple beneath him, and he falls to his hands and knees. His burned hand sears with pain, so badly he fears the skin is about split from his finger bones right then and there. He is so close. He squeezes his eyes shut against the pain. Don't go too deep, Suzuki ordered. And Deku is back in the sports festival, digging in a minefield, only the mines aren't just flashy bursts of acrid gunpowder. This is a real minefield. And if there were dinosaur bones to be uncovered, he has blown them all to bits. A healer came and healed his hand, but it is still pink and blotchy, all the way down to his wrist. When Izuku clenches his fist, the skin pulls too tight, as if it suddenly won't fit him anymore. This morning he thought he could have flown. Now, sitting across from Detective Tsukachi, Izuku is heavier than All Might's lost pillar. Time weighs on him. The seconds drag, the minutes moan. You assaulted a hero in costume, the detective is telling him. Izuku hears him, but he doesn't listen because there is nothing to listen to. The truth is the truth. Shouldn't this detective know? He has a truth quirk, doesn't he? Izuku knows him. He's gotten statements from Tsukachi before. When a villain pops up, Tsukachi is normally there, waiting for him with coffee in hand. Tsukachi's forehead creases. How did it happen? Izuku remembers grabbing hold of Lemillion in a vain attempt to get him to stay. And then Kaken, Ground Zero, blasted him away. Shinso used his quirk on him. He told Izuku to stand down. The police came. They cuffed Izuku. And now he's here, being questioned by Detective Tsukachi, which Izuku finds cruelly ironic considering asking questions should be the journalist's job. But he supposes a journalist and a detective aren't so different. They're after the same thing after all. Tsukachi's eyes are boring into him. They search Izuku for something. Everybody seems to be searching Izuku for something. Don't they know there are better things to be searching for? All Might is out there. He's alive. And the evidence is everywhere. If only Lemillion had stayed. If only he wouldn't have smiled at Izuku and walked away. The truth, Izuku thinks with a grimace, is a whole lot of if-onlys. Assaulting a hero in costume is a serious offense, Tsukachi reminds him. But Ground Zero used to assault him all the time. No one called that a serious offense because Ground Zero was just Kaken back then and they were just kids. Who cares if a hero is in costume? A hero is a hero. It doesn't matter if they're in a dress shirt or a cape or a 10-year-old sweatshirt. Heroes are the truth. Lemillion would not give him the truth. Maybe Lemillion is not a real hero. Midoriya-san, the detective presses. Tell me what happened. All Might disappeared after Kamino Ward, Izuku whispers. In a puff of smoke, he flexes his fingers in the cuffs keeping him against the table. Poof! There goes the pillar. He laughs softly to himself. Everybody thinks All for One took him out. But I know better. All Might wouldn't have died. All Might was the #1 hero. And now that's Lemillion. Lemillion is invincible. But nothing is invincible. Civilized, Rome fell to the barbarian invaders. Possibly the greatest empire in the history of the world, poof. Also up in smoke. They put him in a containment cell, as if he is quirked and dangerous. Izuku is only one of these things. But it doesn't matter. They think he's crazy. Tsukachi has been trying to get to him for hours, but Izuku doesn't know what to give him. He tried to stab Lemillion with a pen. Aspire and Ground Zero pass by him, flanked by 2 police officers. Ground Zero doesn't spare Izuku a glance. Aspire turns his head. He stares at Izuku like he is an enigma, which is wrong, because Izuku is not hard to figure out. He has simple wants, he has simple needs. Aspire looks away. Izuku keeps his eyes trained on his back until he passes out of view and is gone. I can't help you, Shinso says. His eyes are closed, the cowl of his costume pulled down around his neck. Izuku scratches his nail against the glass. It doesn't leave a mark. He tries harder. I don't want help. It's not about what you want, his best friend snaps. Screw your head on straight. Don't you understand? You went too far. No, Izuku replies, raising his eyes. There's no such thing. I'm a journalist. You're crazy, Midoriya. Shinso exclaims. You tried to attack an invincible hero. He wouldn't give me answers. Shinso, he walked away. Just like All Might. You can't tell me there's not something strange going on. There's nothing going on, Shinso hisses. It's all just you. You are just trying. He stops himself. Izuku watches his mouth purse in a hard line, his eyes flit to the side. Trying to do what? He ventures, voice dropping. Shinso meets his eyes. Trying to make yourself a hero. His eyes itch, and before he knows it he's crying, shoving the heels of his hands in a futile attempt to stem the flow. He starts to tear his notebook, but the inside cover stares at him. You don't have to have a hero license to make a difference. Face it, Shinso continues, soft and then sharp. You've been bitter your entire life. I have never been bitter towards you, Izuku says lowly. Shinso laughs. The sound hurtles through the glass of Izuku's cell, replacing the air so that all Izuku can breathe is Shinso's anger. It makes his chest tight. He splays a hand against the glass to steady himself. You're bitter at the whole world, Midoriya, Shinso says finally. He holds out his hands. I didn't ask for this quirk, and neither did anybody else for theirs. It just happened. You have to accept it and move on. You want me to act like nothing's wrong? Izuku spits. There's so many bad things happening in this world, and it's my job to wade through it while heroes like you run around and act like everything is good and fine and perfect. But it's not. It's his turn to laugh. It clatters against the walls of his cell. You try to box in everything that's wrong. But you can't just banish bad things, Shinso. They don't go away. You have to understand why problems happen before you even start to think about how to fix them. He shakes his head, the ghost of a grin forming on his face. Heroes today are nothing but a sham. Silence falls upon them. Shinso is the first to break it, his voice cutting and ragged. Is that what you think? Izuku scoffs. That's what I know. Shinso nods and steps away from the glass. You're unstable, Suzuki says. Izuku has nothing to say to this, because it's the truth. The truth is not always solid ground. Sometimes it's slippery. Izuku is sliding. I told you not to go too deep. She sighs, a little puff of air. I don't know what to do, Midoriya. Her eyes squeeze shut. Her perfect eyeliner curves like bird wings. You've already made the news. Izuku hasn't spoken to her yet. He has been breathing onto the glass and drawing All Might's signature smile. It has lots of teeth. Who's writing about me? He asks, dragging a clear line with his pinky through his patch of breath. Midoriya-san, she says. You're firing me, aren't you? He steps back and admires his work. You were a journalist, Suzuki says by way of answer. You were just supposed to get an interview? Exactly. But I didn't get one. And that's not fair. I've worked so hard, only to get kicked to the curb. He cocks his head. Or, I suppose, blasted over a garden fence? You've lost it, his editor whispers. Izuku laughs so hard his eyes are streaming. Suzuki leaves while he stoops and holds his stomach, fighting for air. Lost it, he cackles. He presses himself against the glass, though Suzuki has started running out the door. I was born a nobody. I've never had anything to lose. Lemillion does not press charges, and Izuku is released the next day after promising community service and therapy. He slides the word from his tongue to his teeth and smiles. His mother walks beside him. Her face is set when they walk out the doors and into a chaos of cameras and microphones and yelling reporters who used to be him. He starts to wave at them, grinning, but his mother forces his hand down and keeps it in an iron grip. An officer escorts them to her car, shooing the reporters off. Izuku tries to bow, but his mother forces him into the back seat and slams them both inside. She does not cry. She makes it the whole car ride home stony and silent. They get out of the car, they march up the stairs to the apartment. Her mouth is wobbling when she unlocks the door, but her jaw is clenched. They come through the door and she sits down on the sofa, face in her hands. Oh, Izuku, she says, and she lets go with ugly, messy sobs. Only this time she does not hold Izuku, and she does not tell him she is sorry. He waits for his mother to move her tears into her own room before he ventures from his. A cold dish of rice rests on the table, and Izuku picks it up and stabs the neighboring pair of chopsticks into the top before standing over the stove. He lays his fingers on the gas knob. It clicks curiously before a blue flower unfurls in the dark. He nibbles at a bite of rice, and sets the bowl down beside him so he can reach inside his chest pocket and light his media badge on fire. The plastic curls and browns. He holds it his too tight fist until the heat bites his fingertips and he lets go with a hiss, tossing it in the kitchen sink and to run his hand under cold water. His tag floats on top of a dirty bowl among small bloated grains of rice. Izuku turns off the tap and shakes out his hand before retrieving the deformed card. A smiling Midoriya Izuku, Inner City News, stares back at him. The real Midoriya Izuku sets it on the edge of the sink and reaches back inside his pocket, fingers running over a soft edge before sliding the object out. The notebook All Might gave him is ripped, the spine creased and ready to fall apart. He had it in his pocket the day he took the hero exam, and he had it in his pocket today. It was supposed to remind him that someone out there believed. You don't have to have a hero license to make a difference. Izuku presses his hand to his side where his scar stretches beneath his shirt. He also had the notebook in his pocket the night Ida Tenya died. Izuku should have been at home, filling out his Gen Ed forms, And not in that Hosu alley. But he was friends with Ida. They sat together at lunch. And Izuku, he's so good at sensing the bad things. So when Ida took his internship at the same city where his older brother was just attacked, Izuku took the train and followed him. No one else seemed to notice something was going on. Or they were all just content to ignore it. Nothing bad can happen if nothing bad exists. Izuku, though he did not plan to be at the time, was a journalist. And journalists should never disregard a hunch. Hunches must be hunted until they lead to the warm flesh of fact or the cold trail of nothing. Hosu, he remembers, was very warm. Hot breath, hot blood. Cold body. Izuku takes his hand away from his side. He lowers his notebook to the stove and watches a little leap of fire latch onto the paper and crawl over All Might's handwriting. The smoke trails around his head. No, Izuku supposes. He feels that manic giggle bubbling up inside him again as the flame eats through All Might's signature. You don't need to be a hero to make a difference. He's out the window and onto the fire escape when the smoke alarm begins to blare. We're closed, the bartender says. His voice is distorted, as if coming from a long way off. Two patrons are at the counter. The first has turned towards him, a predatory grin stretched across her face. She's in a schoolgirl outfit but spins a beer with her hand. The second remains leaned over the counter, shoulders hunched and drinking sorrow. Izuku knows the feeling. He slides onto the bar stool between them. Doesn't look closed to me. Hey, the girl says. Her voice is high and grates on his ears. She cocks her head at him, finger tapping against the side of her face. You look familiar. He crosses his arms on the counter. Years of spilt alcohol stick to his skin. Shisunai, in 23. Midoriya Izuku, the bartender supplies. Inner city news. Izuku laughs. Not anymore. The bartender hums and passes him a glass. Beer. Why are you here, reporter? Can I have you? The girl giggles. She touches his hair and asks. I'm in need of some work, Izuku says. He doesn't like beer, but he takes the glass anyway. The beer is warm. When he drinks it, it's flat and too sweet, not like the yogurito and pineapple juice he would have at Masho's, but the sickly sweet like the inside of one's mouth when they've been asleep too long. Do we look like a charity? The man to the right says, speaking for the first time. He croaks, like his throat is unused to words. He turns a tired eye on Izuku, peering out from a shriveled, detached hand. I'm not here for charity, Deku replies, and flips between his fingers his burned ID tag for Shigaraki Tamura. See, I'm a journalist. I'm writing a story, and I need a little help finishing it. I'm sorry, he mumbles, over and over through his split lip. His eye is swelling shut. Pain radiates from his jaw. I'm sorry. Time is alcohol, sloshing in an hourglass, racing burning down his throat. He was supposed to be a hero. But instead of doing building checks he's studying history, scrolling through so many old news sites about the dawn of quirks that the reports all scramble together, the words stretch and become alive, beasts ready to swallow him whole. As time went on, quirks became less stupendous and more nothing as they were normalized. And Izuku, being quirkless, is therefore less than nothing. He is the written letter of the digital age. Creased paper and spilled ink. Unspoken words bleeding for everyone to see. He hurts. Sharply, and in every muscle fiber. Deku runs shaking fingers over his dry lips, the crusted blood in the ridge under his nose, the swollen lump above his right eye. Blood pounds behind his forehead. Ida Tenya is going to die. This is a truth, set inside Izuku like a broken bone. He stares down the darkness of the alleyway. Dark blood trickles from Ida's face as Stain the hero killer clutches his chin. Just like when Bakugo was choking on the sludge villain, Izuku's survival instinct says sayonara. Izuku does not believe in fate. Fate is for the ignorant. Truth tangles him up and trips him, but Izuku is not ignorant. Everything happens for a reason. Truth is his god and his physics. He will not let Ida Tenya die. He will not let Ida Tenya die. He will not. Go silently. He fills out his Gen Ed transfer forms in his hospital bed, his laptop settled on his lap so that every key he presses just a little too hard sends shooting pain through his abdomen. But he writes anyway because if he is going down, Then by the Muscat of Alexandria he will tell his own story. Quirkless student switches to Gen Ed at UA. Deku is not a hero. He has kicked a number 2 hero in the dangly lockbox, but he will never be as strong as a quirked. This isn't fate. This is just another truth. It had long ago crawled inside of him. It fed itself on every failure and bred with every beating. The night Ida Tenya bled out at his extra-boned feet while Stain made him watch was the night the weakness was cut out of him. Deku can't pass through walls or blow things up with his fists or send shockwave cities over. But there is a different kind of power in simply knowing. Smile. Toga Himiko crows, teeth widening, while she points a camera at him. Deku spits out a bloody tooth. He sits in the darkness. The darkness looked like it used to be an old back room, at least from Deku's one glance out of his swelling eye before Toga had slammed the door shut on him, giggling. He feels rotting hardwood beneath him, and in trying to find a corner to curl up in his back bumped up against the table. As he crouches beneath it, trying valiantly not to sneeze, he is reminded of his mother. Hiding in different places of the house, waiting for her 4-year-old hero. What did she think in the space it took him to find her? Did she ever hope he'd give up and they could both move on from the game? Now that he is the one hiding, is his mother looking for him now? He thinks of the last time he saw her, the soft crayon eyeliner. The eyebrows plucked neat. The lashes brushed in straight black rows. The red on her teeth from biting her lip. His chest constricts. He sneezes, but the pressure doesn't leave. And that's how Shinso finds him, sniffling under a table and whimpering for his mother. It is not, to say the least, Deku's proudest moment. He hears the squeal of the door on its hinges first, and makes himself as small as possible. Noise barrels in from the slit in the doorway, crashes, curses, cackles, and a dark figure slips inside. I found him, Shinso whispers into his comm, and holds out his hands to Deku. Midoriya? Hey, it's me. It's Shinso. No names in the field, Deku mumbles. Heroes always seem to be making mistakes. He has notebooks dedicated to them. Right? Shinso says. Are you okay? Can you get up? He approaches the table slowly, as if calming a stray dog. Where are you hurt, Midoriya? So now you're helping me, Deku whispers. Shinso sighs, crouching in front of him. We can talk later. Come on, let's get you out of here. Aspire's holding them off, and I have to go help him. Makes me want to throw up in my mouth a little bit. He lets out a soft huff of laughter, but Deku doesn't laugh with him. I have to get you to Uravity, and you'll be safe, all right? He takes Deku's shoulders. When I saw that video posted to your blog, he shakes his head and starts again. It's going to be okay, Midoriya. We'll work this out. He tries to smile, which Deku knows doesn't come naturally to him. It looks like a grimace. We've got you. Deku smiles back. It's lopsided with his puffy lip, and therefore not much better than Shinso's. Are you sure? The door opens before Shinso can answer. He whips his head from Deku, tension lining the hard outline of his body, before his shoulders slouch with relief. Uravity, you scared me. Why aren't you at the rendezvous? Uravity lingers in the doorway. In the dimness, her helmet looks headless, as if she is some 5-foot empty pink suit of armor. Uravity? Shinso repeats, beginning to rise. Uravity laughs, and it's not the light, airy one of Deku's memories but something completely else. Oops. Toga cries gleefully, clubbing Shinso over the head with an empty beer bottle before he can straighten fully. It doesn't break but bounces off his skull. The thud is enormous. Almost as sickening as the sound of Shinso's body crumpling to the floor. Well, what do you know? Toga exclaims, halfway through letting Uravity's skin melt away. Her smile is the first thing to return, a feral baring of teeth. You do have good ideas, Dekun. His whole body is vibrating. He has made amends with the pain. It pulses in time with his heartbeat, and he hums and taps his fingers to the beat. His jaw still feels tight, but the rest of him is loose, floating, free. He thinks of Uraraka, of the way her bobbed hair used to flounce whenever they passed in the hallways. He always stopped for her, but she never turned her head. She didn't recognize him before. Will she recognize him now? He missed her. He still misses her. What are you smiling about? Kurogiri asks. Deku rolls his head towards him. He hadn't noticed, but his mouth has pulled at both corners, so his lip has split again and a dribble of blood runs down his chin. Can't he just like smiling? Toga hums. She's leaning on the counter to one side of him, fingers brushing his elbow. Smiling is easy. The lips pull back over the teeth like a knife pulled from its sheath. All Might always smiles. There are lots of studies of All Might's quirk and how it helped him become the greatest hero, but Deku has a hypothesis of his own, a hypothesis that doesn't require a quirk. Deku goes where the quirked cannot, will not, and he will. How did he find us? Shigaraki asks, leaning into Deku's field of view. His breath smells rank. Not like dead people or anything. Like he has halitosis or doesn't brush his teeth. Do villains brush their teeth? It'd be a pretty villainous thing to do. One way to rebel against society. Deku wants to brush his teeth. His mouth tastes like iron, and the back of his throat burns with the bitter taste of bile. I gave him a business card, Toga says. You gave him a what? A business card, Toga repeats. Why? How else are we going to get our name out there? It's not like you've done anything helpful. Shigaraki holds up a pair of shaking hands, like he can't wait to grab Toga by the face. Deku, between them, slumps forward on the bar counter. Who else have you been giving business cards to? Kurogiri sighs to Toga. Cute people I see on the street. She sighs herself. But they never exchange anything back. I don't even think they look at mine. She slaps a stack on the counter by Deku's nose. They are hand-cut, with sloped and uneven edges and curly schoolgirl writing. In business, you have to advertise, she says. Silly Kurogiri. She's right, Deku says. That's why you all suck. There are so many better villains out there. Better? Shigaraki hisses. Stain, for example, Deku continues. And the Yakuza. You're just... He twirls his finger in the air and hums. Overshadowed. He nods to himself, affirming it. I've made more news than you, and I'm only a quirkless journalist. Maybe we should narrow the competition then, Shigaraki snarls. Deku nods enthusiastically. Exactly, handyman. He laughs hysterically. Get it? Handyman? 'Cause you're so... He gestures at Shigaraki up and down, handy? Toga shrieks with laughter. Shigaraki lunges for Deku, who topples off his stool still laughing. He curls up on the floor holding his stomach. He has a point, Kurogiri says plainly. Deku watches Shigaraki shoot him a withering look. The bartender shrugs, adding, natural selection. Capitalism. University applications. We live within a system of survival of the fittest. Did you know the human race is getting progressively more attractive? Deku blurts. Shigaraki doesn't spare him a glance, but Toga kicks her feet out gleefully, sock toes jabbing into Deku's ribs several times. According to the theory of evolution, nature is a free market, Kurogiri finishes. There's no reason quirks don't operate the same way. Stealing from a gas station is hardly worth talking about. Stealing from a gas station and then setting it on fire, that's something else completely. That's something people notice. You want to burn down a gas station? Shigaraki asks incredulously. Kurogiri lets out a long-suffering sigh. I'm saying that people will only notice what's newsworthy. Camera. Lights. Action. Toga exclaims. People notice us, Shigaraki protests. They fear us. People don't fear you. Deku wipes the blood from his mouth and pulls his legs in to sit cross-legged on the floor. They fear the media. What would anyone know about you, had a journalist not reported it? People don't believe in what they see. They believe in what they read. What they hear. People trust the news, even if one reporter said something completely different from the next. Why hunt for information when we're constantly being fed it? The news today is a McDonald's chicken nugget. Everybody is fattened by it, but nobody knows how much of it is real. I know this. He taps the side of his head before glancing about the room, and, cupping a hand over his mouth, whispering conspiratorially, I'm a reporter. So you've said, Shigaraki mutters. I'm your key to success, Deku promises. Look, you threatened to kill me, a poor deranged journalist, on video. And the heroes believed it. I really did threaten to kill you, Shigaraki argues, leaning down. He peels the glove from his hand and reaches out. Do you want me to prove it? Deku appreciates the gesture. It's not often someone dares to prove something, much less to him. He pats Shigaraki's knee with a grin before getting to his feet and taking Toga's hands. She laughs as he drags her off her stool and he spins them in circles. The devil dances like a drunk dog, he sings. The devil dances like a drunk dog. The devil dances like a drunk dog. Toga chimes, jumping up and down. Shigaraki snarls. He whips his head to Kurogyri and slaps the bar counter. Make them shut up. Kurogyri leans over the bar counter. I didn't realize I was leader now. Shigaraki throws an empty beer bottle at him. It passes through his shadowy form to shatter against the wall. As your newly instated leader, my first order of business is making you clean that up, Kurogyri remarks, and Shigaraki curses, twisting around at Deku and Toga to yell over their cult-worthy screeches, you two dance like drunk dogs. Which would be an accurate statement, had Shigaraki waited until he had gathered all the facts. Neither Deku nor Toga had been drunk on anything but victory. Adding alcohol to the mix, well, Deku doesn't dance like a drunk dog. He and Toga are currently wriggling on the floor like twin doped-up worms. They're still better than Shigaraki. Shigaraki dances like a fainting goat at a firework party. Kurogyri is trying to read some book about economics and the effectiveness of the free market blah 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 while simultaneously making sure no one strips a broken stool for weapons. The stool had had an unfortunate accident that involved a challenge to duel. Its 3 legs had been pulled apart, one of them a suspicious pile of ash and decay on the floor and the other 2 splintered. Toga has managed to salvage an end of one of the splintered legs, and with the sharp end she mimes stabbing Deku in the chest over and over while making gushing noises the same way Deku's mother used to airplane him vegetables. It's been a yogurt's sake of a day. This morning he was a hapless reporter destined for oblivion. Now all of Japan is on its way to knowing his name. There are 3 heroes tied up in the back room, shining idols of society pushed from their rotting pedestals. He rolls forward, Toga's makeshift spear pricking his chest. Ah, Toga whines. Where are you going, Deku-kun? We were in the middle of playing murder. Did you want to switch? She extends the broken stool leg to him, and he shakes his head, getting to his feet unsteadily. I had another idea, he says. But you're drunk, Shigaraki says confusedly, slowing his dying octopus excuse for a dance. Deku uses the bar counter to fully pull himself up, the beginnings of a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. So, right drunk, edit sober. He totters across the bar to the back room, unlocking it with one of his mother's pins and slipping inside. Aspire, Uravity, and Wish Wash are tied to chairs pushed around the table Deku had been hiding under hours earlier. The room smells oily from the kerosene Toga poured over the chairs and Aspire's hands. If the hero wants to burn his way out, he'll have to settle for taking his comrades with him. All 3 heroes look up at him with varying expressions when he closes the door behind him. Aspire glaring, Wish Wash stone-faced, and Uravity stricken. Came to see how the game was going, Deku says, nodding towards the pack of cards that lies at the edge of the kerosene spill on the table. He'd slid it towards their bound hands so they'd have some entertainment. His heart is shriveled, not gone, but it lays untouched near Wish Wash's hand. Come on, it's not that hard to play cards with your hands tied. Do you want me to deal? It doesn't have to be Egyptian Rat's Crew or Slapjack. We could play Go Fish. Surely you can play Go Fish? While he deals the cards, the heroes are silent. When he puts the stock cards back in the center of the table and scrutinizes his own cards, only Wish Wash speaks up. It doesn't have to be this way, he says. Deku doesn't look up from his cards. 2 fours, an ace of spades, a jack of hearts. What way do you suggest? Turning myself in and going back to the life of an upstanding citizen? He snorts. Some things just don't turn out the way we want them to. We can keep hammering a bent nail or we can move on to building something else. He sets his cards face down on the table and meets Wish Wash's eyes. Got a scarf, Shinso? Wish Wash's eyebrows draw down. He glances down at his cards, as if they're actually playing Go Fish, and back at Deku. Deku levels his gaze to his neck, and Wish Wash rears back. No, he says. Oh yes, Deku says, walking around to the back of him. He can hear Shinso seething as he unwraps the capture weapon from around his neck. And since that was a catch, it's my turn again. Got artificial vocal cords? Go fish, Wish-Wash snarls, but it falls flat as his voice changes from metallic to normal. Deku adjusts the mask on his own face and drapes the capture weapon over his neck. Are you insane? Shinso asks when Deku makes us to leave, and Izuku laughs, flicking the end of the capture weapon over his shoulder. He knows better this time than to answer. When he locks the door again and faces the bar again, Shigaraki is asleep over the counter and Toga is happily stabbing at the hardwood floor. Kurogyari looks up from his book with narrowed yellow eyes. You're going out, he remarks. He doesn't sound resigned so much as bored. People know who you are, Deku. That's not a smart idea. That's how I know it'll work, Deku replies. I thought we were waiting for the ransom money. What, are we going to keep capturing heroes until All Might raises from the dead? Shigaraki rouses enough to huff out a laugh. Deku laughs, too, just enough that he can feel the hollowness in his chest. Won't be long, he promises. There's one more thing I have to do, then my masterpiece is near complete. He smiles behind Wish-Wash's mask. And will be front page in no time. The night is cool. The world around him calm and unchanging. An indigo sky, white streetlights leaving cyan halos on the street. Deku skips under them, singing an old theme from a Batman series of whose episodes he's watched so many times he thinks he can recite them from heart. He's tried, before, but had to stop before he scared himself. The streets aren't empty. Though the night has aged, people are darting in and out of convenience stores. A high schooler even drops one of his 7 bags of chips in front of him, and when Deku hands it back the teen only mumbles a hasty thank you before dashing across the street. What a wonderful thing, to live in a quirked world. A man in a mask with an obvious swelling eye, and no one thinks to care. What did Chip Boy think of him? Has he brushed Deku, in Wish-Wash's mask and scarf, off as a casual vigilante? A chilly germaphobe? What is Chip Boy doing with 7 bags of chips? Are they all for himself? Will he be up until the sunrise playing video games with a group of friends? Is he headed towards a party? Does he have a premonition quirk, and has sensed an impending zombie apocalypse? How long can a human survive on 7 bags of potato chips? The sodium itself presents a problem of dehydration, and everyone knows you die of thirst before hunger. Deku jumps from the street to the sidewalk. His fingers curl around the handle of the convenience store's door, and when he pulls, it gives. Interesting. He was expecting it to stop him. But the bell rings a merry little greeting, and the cashier straightens as he steps into the bright fluorescent lights. She relaxes as his eyes rove over the heated counter, the glass shimmering with the steam of $2 yakitori sticks, before his feet take him down the aisles of years and years of dinners he ate alone in the inner city news office. Grilled corn, pork sandwiches, countless bentos. He smiles at the rainbow aisle of instant noodles. His fingers latch on to random items that catch his eye. A Calpis water under his arm. Mayonnaise-flavored squid rice crackers in his left hand. A crinkly package of miniature chocolate cakes in his right. He walks up to the counter with them all and announces to the cashier, "I'm stealing this." The cashier, with long spotted ears standing erect out of her black hair, regards him warily. She takes in his bruised face and swollen lip, and finishes by twitching her nose like a bunny's. "Are you going to take me hostage now?" "No." "Take the cash register?" "No." "Break the glass?" "Of course not." "Oh good," she sighs. "We just got that fixed, and it was such a pain to clean up." Is that all?" "That's all," Deku confirms. "I appreciate it. Would you like the other half of these chocolate cakes?" Inner City News gleams sorrowfully in the darkness. Deku doesn't even wave at it when it passes. He hopes the mice in his desk lead long, happy mice lives. He's pretty sure he left a red bean paste pancake in one of his desk drawers. Hopefully the mice eat it before Miyazaki investigates and sticks his nose into the bottomless pit Izuku has been digging since he first threw open the door to that office hopped up on 6 cans of coffee. The first time he saw Suzuki, he thought he was seeing some shining divine being. His fingers pounded the keys of his laptop that day the way blood pounds in one's ears. Revelation, the sound of his thumbs slamming his space bar. Mayonnaise isn't dairy and that makes me angry and confused. All Might's body wasn't found. Are ducks called ducks because they duck? Or is ducking because of ducks? All Might isn't dead. His mother says she couldn't wait to see what he did when he grew up. She used to say it fondly. She still says it fondly, but the last time he'd heard it was the Coca-Cola incident and she'd sighed when she said it. She'd said it too, the day he went for the UA entrance exam. He remembers mentally apologizing to her when he first faced one of those robots, and the entire quirkless thing had fallen on him like the world's worst weighted blanket. And when he'd switched from the hero course to Gen Ed. She'd been happy then, but still cried. His mother is a crier. Izuki used to be a crier too, but then he became Deku and Deku couldn't afford to keep crying because tears make pen bleed and notebook pages are very thin. On the side of a building, news stories flash with blue light efficiency. Deku recognizes his face, but the only thing he catches of his description is the word deranged. He's offended by that. Deranged implies that he's not of sound mind. Deku makes perfectly logical decisions, the problem is no one else does. He finds the place he's looking for by not looking for it at all. In fact, once he's turned a corner he closes his eyes and hums the Zelda theme to himself and lets his feet take him where they will. Artists like to say people have a deep connection with the world, and that people will go where they are supposed to. Deku knows that deep connection is actually just muscle memory, and apparently even with the extra brains that must be stored in his useless pinky toe, his muscle memory is less than stellar. He gets intimate with 2 street lamps and apologizes to a parking meter. It's after he trips on chipped concrete when he stops and opens his eyes. He's only a few footsteps from Masho's. Through the cold white glare of the street lamps, he can make out the warm wood bar through the window. From this angle he can't see anybody inside, not even any of the cats. Deku rubs his chest where it impacted the parking meter and goes inside. The bell dings over top his head. It's not as merry as the convenience stores but sounds rather reluctant, if bells can sound reluctant. From unknown places, Artemis and Olympia immediately streak near his feet while Alexandria slides out from under a chair and nips him. Babylon and Rhodes are hunched on the counter, ears flat. Giza hisses at him before leaping onto one of the bar shelves. Halicarnassus sits on Deku's stool, tail swaying behind her, like she was waiting for him. She probably was. Would cats survive the zombie apocalypse? This is a question that has not been properly explored in zombie media. Would the cat population multiply without human intervention? Would a zombie consider a cat friend or food? If a cat was zombified, would it crave human or cat brain? Deku doesn't think it'd care so long as it was being served and being served on time. Problem child, Masho-san greets, staring at him, like he was waiting for Deku too. He was. Deku knows he was the same way Masho-san knew he was coming. They are 2 of the same kind, outcast stars destined for collision. Thrown from the heavens to become less than dust. Forgotten and trodden like rocks, but the thing about rocks is that they break and become something else. Spewed by volcanoes or tossed by rivers or pressed miles beneath the earth to become something hard and glinting. There is really something quite poetic about rocks. I suppose you're angry at me too, Deku replies, 30 seconds late. He pushes a memory of a geology project in the 3rd grade and replaces it with the one of his blue light face, deranged. I'm not angry at you, Masho says. He leans forward on the counter and sets his head in his hands, hair draping over his shoulders. I'm upset, he says into his elbows. He finishes it with a laugh, a kind of small, flat one Deku recognizes from the one constantly rattling in his own chest. There's a system out there that failed you and you're attempting to fix it. How can I be angry at you for that? He lifts his head and Deku wonders exactly what he sees through his bloodshot eyes. Heroes are tyrants, Masho continues. They reinforce the idea that there are winners and losers. That everything is a game to be played with only a certain number of outcomes. But there's not. Deku nods. The first day I met you, I knew you were going to change the system. Leave destiny to Sir Night-Eye, Deku cuts in. I suppose that realization was from a meeting with Nizu rather than any of your brilliant insight. Change the system, Midoriya, Masho says. I won't stop you. I'll help you in any way I can. So long as you remember you were my student. Not for long, Deku replies. And a white chocolate Kit Kat teacher you were. You never refuted that there's more to being a hero than saving distressed damsels. You never told me or anyone else what heroes needed to do without their masks. Heroes should notice bad things. They should stop them. He studies the puckered skin under Masho's right eye. But you didn't stop Ida Tenya? Masho closes his eyes. You let him go to Hosu, Deku presses. You let him die. And it is a mistake I'm still paying for, Masho hisses. Babylon yowls and leaps onto the counter, back arched and quivering. By resigning as a teacher? Owning a bar? That's hardly paying for the death of a fledgling hero. That's hiding from what you really are. Deku, you're a hero killer, just like Stain. Oh. He hunches and slaps his knee, eyes streaming. It's a stain on your reputation. I should have changed the system, Masho admits, opening his eyes, but Deku straightens and holds up a hand. You keep saying that. The system. It's not some nebulous thing. No divine being put it there, and it's not just the byproduct of civilization. You're right about the idea of winning and losing. But it didn't just start with quirks. Humans love a fight. We love to remind ourselves that we're on top. Out of all the animals, with night vision and camouflage and sharp teeth and claws, it's the hairless Homo sapiens that took over Earth. But there is no one else to show our superiority to except ourselves. We could kill each other all we want, but it'd be too fast and not enough. So we have morals to keep us in line, and we dance to different tunes. Our thoughts are weapons, Aizawa-sensei. Masho-san does not flinch. Misdirection. Disinformation. Whatever you want to call it, the deliberate corruption of what was and what is to form a new what will be. It's an adrenaline rush, knowing the odds are against you. We crave it. My opinion will be different than your opinion, and I can't allow that because I want to be the winner. I'll have to figure out how to paste my perceptions over reality. Deku laughs harder. So people lie? Not all the time, Masho promises. You're too distrustful. Good, Deku replies. How's that proverb go? If you believe everything you read, better not read. What are you planning, Midoriya? Masho asks. Exactly what you said. I'm going to change the system. Deku goes to his stool and strokes the top of Halicarnassus' head. She stretches under his hand, purring, before sinking her teeth into his thumb. People have become so complacent to nonsense that they've forgotten they can call it that. But I haven't. He fishes in his pocket for a rice cracker, and Halicarnassus reluctantly releases him to sniff it. He takes the chance to gather her in his arms, and she hisses in betrayal, claws digging what must be bloody trenches into his skin, but he doesn't let go. There's a glorious story out there, Deku says. And if I hold on long enough, it will fall right into my hands. Aizawa-sensei, torn to pieces by the press and swallowed whole by all who listen to them, doesn't stop Deku when he takes Halicarnassus with him out the door. The wind blows and her fur bristles. One paw thoroughly latches itself into Shinso's scarf. This is what you get for so many years tormenting me, Deku informs her. Halicarnassus bats the voice modifier with low growl, her claws tinny against the metal. Deku puffs air at her. Did you think I wouldn't ever get you back? Kitty, Toga exclaims reverently, buns loose and flopping on the top of her head. She squishes her face against Halicarnassus and gets a clawed nose for the effort. You went out, risking being spotted, followed, or worse, to steal a cat, Kurogiri says, though he doesn't sound as angry as he does tired. He's shredding his book, but has moved from bar to ratty couch. Shigaraki sits next to him, violently crocheting. She's an important asset, Deku assures him. I am going to use her to terrorize the prisoners. Kurogiri nods. Is that so? Oh, let's name her, Toga says, rubbing her scratched nose. Ganondorf, Shigaraki suggests, a little too eagerly, and then holds up his work. Deku thinks it began as a scarf or dishcloth, but now is shaped like a rounded trapezoid. Shigaraki decays it with a snarl, throwing the remains aside and subsequently in Kurogiri's lap. You see? Kurogiri says tonelessly. This is why I give you the plastic needles. The plastic needles are ass as in I'll stick them up. Deku moves towards the door that now has a captive's sign complete with smiley faces and rainbows. You ruin these couch cushions and we'll see who's more villainous, Kurogiri is saying when Deku shuts the door. The hero's in the same position, no attempted rope untying, and the cards are untouched. The lights are off but someone's put a lava lamp in the middle of the table. It casts the heroes' faces in purple light and gelatinous shadow. It makes Shinso's eyes black. "Hi," Deku says. He drops Halicarnassus in the middle of the table, where she lets out an offended yowl and leaps into the nearest hero's arms. Uraraka catches her with a soft oof. "I want to talk to you," Shinso says. "We've been talking," Deku replies. "You never seem happy about it. But if you've changed your mind, I'd love your thoughts on the zombie apocalypse. Do you think humans can survive off processed cheese? I've eaten enough processed foods for my body to remain intact for the next 100 million years, so I think the key to immortality is obviously in those little shrimp puffs." "I'm the reason you're angry," Shinso says. Deku leans his elbow on the table and bops his nose. "Don't flatter yourself being the only one. You at least waited until now to wrong me. Aspire here," he reaches across the table to pat the hero's hand, but Aspire yanks it out of reach, "Pushed me out of the arena. But at least the both of you remembered me. Uraraka and I used to be friends. Then I switched to general, and heroes don't sully themselves by hanging around the commoners." He looks to Uravity for confirmation. She keeps her face tilted towards Halicarnassus, the light of the lava lamp throwing a halo around her helmet, and doesn't look at him. "She never did she?" "It's my fault," Shinso says, drawing his attention away. "I told her to forget." There's a terrible stillness in the silence. Uravity continues to stroke Halicarnassus, who arches her back under her glove and purrs peaceably. Izuku barks and shakes his head. "You wouldn't have done that, Shinso. You can't. Your quirk only allows you." "There's nothing more simple than the art of forgetting," Shinso says. "Especially when you're willing." Deku's fingers curl into fists on the table. Shinso doesn't add anything else, just holds eye contact so that Izuku wants to rip those purple now black eyes out and let them roll across the floor in a rainbow of colors. "You brainwashed her," he reels instead. "Of me?" Shinso sighs. "Ida Tenya died the same night you lived? And that was wrong, was it?" Izuku presses a hand to his eyes, teeth bared. "I wasn't in Hosu for nothing. I tried to save him, which is more than anyone else did. But the promising hero dies and the quirkless kid lives. What a waste, right? Midoriya, that wasn't." Deku grabs him by the chin, thumb digging into the soft spot under Shinso's jaw. He can feel the wild pulse under Shinso's skin. "Would you do it again?" he asks. Shinso swallows. Deku has been so-called friends with Shinso since they were both 14, and Deku's never realized how easy it'd be to kill him until now. Shinso doesn't have an offensive quirk, or a defensive one to shield himself with. His throat is just as vulnerable as Deku's. Dek'll rip out Shinso's vocal cords? Yes, he'll rip them out and Shinso will never be able to hurt him again. His mouth wobbles in grin-whale grin. "He did it because I asked him to," Uraraka says. She's always had such a lovely voice, soft but in charge, the voice of a rescue hero, but now it shakes in small jagged pieces. She releases Halicarnassus, who finds refuge in Aspire's arms. "Every time I saw you, I kept expecting Ida. I used to have nightmares about Hosu, and I wasn't even there." She shakes her head. The lava lamp makes her face a plane of soft light and shifting shadows. People can say grief is about letting go all they want, but there is no letting go when the death of a friend haunts you. And I thought that to get rid of, she closes her eyes, replaying some bloody imitation of memory, Ida's death was to forget him altogether. And that meant forgetting you. She says it accusingly, as if Deku has always been the villain. She opens her eyes. She says the next words like she should be smiling, but she's not. "I was at peace for years, until you dropped out of the sky." Deku's heartbeat is surprisingly steady. A constant Thursday thump he can feel through his whole body, the truth echoing in his ears and in his chest. And for a single moment, in the dim stillness, he's never wanted more for the truth to be a lie. "I swear you looked familiar," she said, after she'd saved him. But Midoriya Izuku hadn't just slipped her mind. He'd been wiped from it, like old eel sauce from a plate. Deku lets go of Shinso. But I remember you now, Uraraka continues, staring him down. What happened to Deku being the name of a hero? Being left behind by Kaken. Having a stupid extra joint in his pinky toe. Crying in front of an All Might video while his mother held him. Nearly being suffocated by a slime monster, and then being berated for trying to stop someone else from being suffocated by said slime monster. All Might telling Deku he can't be a hero. Pulling Uraraka from the rubble in the UA entrance exam. Uraraka sharing her points with him. Joining the hero course. The number 2 hero daring him to pull his little corkless card. Strawberry Milk Angie Todoroki knocking him from the arena. Ida Tenya dying the dark. Giving up on the hero course. Watching his former comrades rise up in the world while Deku can only watch and record. He has written so many of other people's stories. It is his time to be in one. Someone once told me you don't have to have a hero license to make a difference, he scoffs after a minute's silence. And besides, heroes are so mainstream. I became a journalist. And you can't be a journalist without being a hipster, it's part of the job requirements. He reaches for Uraraka, she flinches, Shinso jerks, Halicarnassus snarls and Todoroki makes a noise like cheap coffee maker at the crack of the butt-licking dawn, but Deku just pats her on the helmet before throwing Shinso's scarf back over his mouth. He pulls a struggling Halicarnassus out of Todoroki's arms. Good talk, he says, and allows himself a moment to smile into the cat's fur. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to catch a quick nap. I think we'll have more visitors, soon, and I want to give them my best. Explain it to me like I'm 6, Toshinori says. There's a headache building behind his eyes and he tries to massage the tension away. You bugged the cat? Aizawa also has his hand to his face, his fingers dragging the skin of his eyelids down. I bugged the cat? I don't understand. How'd you know he'd steal it? Is this important right now? I'm just trying to get all the information. That's something he'd say. Aizawa sighs and shakes his head. Midoriya hates that cat. He hates that cat with the passion of 1,000 burning suns, and if he lost all sense of morality the first thing he'd do is throw a pen at Lemillion and the second would be to come for the cat. You bugged the cat, Toshinori repeats, reverently. It won't matter that I bugged her when you won't shut up, Aizawa hisses. They sit at one of the bar tables, heads craned over the little black communicator between them. They hear a gasped kitty, and then the telltale hiss from Halicarnassus before she attacks. For 2 whole minutes they listen to the faint voices of the League of Villains, but if they say anything useful it's lost to Toshinori, though Aizawa looks like he's eaten a peeled lemon crusted with sea salt. There is a soft thud, a yowl from Halicarnassus, and a sharp exhale of breath. I want to talk to you, someone says, and even before Aizawa mumbles wish-wash, Toshinori remembers Shinso Hitoshi as he was years ago, a Gen Ed student against one certain quirkless hero student. He swallows and finds his throat dry. Aizawa manages to keep a straight face through Shinso's confession, even when the comm screeches and Toshinori can't help but flinch. Uraraka, who volunteers teaching self-defense in her off time, speaks so softly they don't pick up more than a few whispers. There's a long stretch of silence after a while, one that lasts so long that Toshinori has to step away from the table to cough in the corner. When he comes back, all he hears is young Midoriya's laugh and then a memory that Yagi Toshinori didn't know haunted him until now. You don't need a hero license to be a hero. He crumples his handkerchief in his fist. His mouth tastes a sickly metallic, though if he coughs now he thinks he'll hack up not only his heart but his whole cardiovascular system. A tangle of veins and capillaries and 2 squishy lump things all in a swampy mass on the floor. Toshinori takes 1 step towards the door, then 2, before one of Aizawa's cats betray him and threads itself between his legs, meowing curiously. Toshinori Yagi. Where in the name of Tartarus do you think you're going? Aizawa hisses. Toshinori glances out to the street. A withered old man stares back at him through the reflection of the window. I think, he says to it, this is all my fault. I think, Aizawa replies, you're pathetic. No, you don't understand. Toshinori shakes his head. I told him, he interviewed me a long time ago and now, he's a journalist, I started this. He turns from the window to face Aizawa's stony face. I told him that he couldn't be a hero, that he didn't have to have a hero license to make a difference, and now he's turned into that. He gestures to the comm onto the table. Aizawa glances at it before rolling his eyes. No, you just can't see the whole picture with that giant hero complex in the way. I need to fix this, Toshinori declares, and Aizawa finally shows some expression in the form of a disbelieving snort. What do you think you'll do? Fight the whole league of villains? You can't fetch a gallon of milk without losing half a lung. He nods to the handkerchief in Toshinori's fist. We're retired, Toshinori. Our time is past. Growing older does not make laying back excusable, Toshinori replies sharply. We are not laying back, Aizawa spits. In case you have forgotten in your apparent senility, you no longer have a quirk. And he never had one in the first place. The loss of one for all is still an open wound, one Toshinori has tried so hard to stitch closed. But it remains gaping and open, and Toshinori continues to bleed. I could have made him a hero, Shota, but I didn't, and now we're both quirkless. But he's certainly proved himself useful, and so will I. He extricates himself from the cat and turns, opening the door. The night air greets him. Supports his leaving. Go play savior, then, Aizawa calls after him. See how far you get? It's not just the cats who are microchipped. Toshinori turns at that. What? What? Aizawa repeats, but rises to his feet. I didn't mean you were useless, Toshinori. I meant you can't just smash your way to solutions anymore. You're going to have to do things differently. Be miserable in a bar? Toshinori replies before he stops himself. Your way. But if Aizawa's offended, he doesn't show it. He grins the kind of grin that sends devils running. No, he says, tilting his head towards the calm and Midoriya's voice. We do it his. Here's what I'm thinking, Deku starts, sitting on the remains of the couch. It's mostly frame now, the cushions mysteriously absent but the musty smell of decay still floating in the air. He strokes Halicarnass's back the way he's seen villains do on TV, only Halicarnassus doesn't purr as he basks in his own clever wickedness. She keeps trying to escape his arms and bites him every time he refuses to let her go. We kill somebody, Toga says, head jerking up to meet his eyes. She's sitting on the floor painting his toenails a garish shade of glittery gold that, upon inspection of the bottle, is actually called holographic taco. No, Deku replies. We kill their reputations, and honestly, isn't that more satisfying? Not as bloody, she mumbles, and a glob of nail polish drops from the brush and lands on the knuckle of Deku's big toe. Toga uses it to paint a sad face. What are we keeping heroes for if we're not gonna kill them? Seriously maiming them and making sure they never go back to their previous lives, Shigaraki suggests, and though Kurojairi sighs heavily enough to rattle his metal chest plate DSKS and points at Shigaraki. Close. We've already made them weak in the eyes of the public. That's not a wound that will scar easily. The people will start to distrust them. But if we're going to destroy heroics, I mean utterly crush them, until they're the rotting dust of Phobos on Mars and the remains of their polyester costumes are microplastics sinking with zooplankton poo, here he pounds the flat of his left hand with his right fist. We need the public to not just distrust 3 heroes, but all of them. He pops his hands open, eyes wide as if watching invisible confetti. Toga catches one and stares at her hand, transfixed. We need to get the public to disbelieve. Shinso had given him the idea. Brothers support other bros' questionable careers. Even when brothers aren't brothers anymore, and Deku isn't really looking to villainy as a career because it has 0 health benefits, not even dental care judging by Shigaraki's teeth. Heroism was built on lies. Freedom. Safety. Everyone lives in harmony, blah blah blah. Nature's never been about harmony. Nature is about grinding you bit by bit until the only thing that can take you out is a Kobe pudding asteroid. But people actually buy the white chocolate Kit Kat stuff about harmony on the horizon because there's always someone bringing the next era of peace. When All Might disappeared, the quirked world was in chaos. It could have been easy pickings for you. But it wasn't, and it's not just because Shigaraki dresses like a 13-year-old whose religion is extreme black eyeliner and My Chemical Romance. Shigaraki lunges over the other end of the couch. Kurojairi holds him back boredly. It's because someone new took up the mantle. Lemillion. The hero whose promise is in his name. Deku snorts, then laughs. Lemillion is invincible, Kurogyri says. And he loses his pants, Toga adds. He could be walking through our floors right now. We don't need to catch him, Deku explains. There are more ways to bring a person to their knees than just cutting their Achilles. He thinks of Aizawa-sensei and the dark circles under his eyes. We turn the public against him, and it won't matter how many people he wants to save. Not if the people would rather not be saved at all. And how do you turn the public against the number one hero? Shigaraki goads. The shining new symbol of peace? By making them believe Lemillion killed the first one. Silence. Deku gives Halicarnassus one long stroke. Her spine arches to meet his hand and he feels the perfect villain. Halicarnassus deliberately steps on his family jewels and leaps onto Kurogyri's lap. It's impossible, Kurogyri says. You can't make Lemillion out to be a murderer. The media is perhaps the greatest power of them all, Deku replies. And it's not even a quirk. You can start a war with a 17 magazine. We have the facts, don't we? All Might disappeared around the same time Lemillion reappeared. That doesn't mean Lemillion murdered him, Kurogyri says. The fool could have choked on icing, Shigaraki interrupts. He didn't choke on icing, he died fighting All for One, Kurogyri corrects. It's televised. There's recorded proof. You think people care about proof? Deku asks, voice rising. He jabs a finger pointedly into his thigh. I've watched that Kamino Ward video more than my government spies watched me, and do you know what I see? Collusion. Like lysine producers in the 1990s. Lemillion was in league with All for One, he could be All for One. Does no one else think it's strange that a hero who until high school could only phase through walls, not punch through them? All for One could steal quirks, right? Who's to say Lemillion didn't steal All Might's? Lemillion, Shigaraki says darkly, is not All for One. All for One was my master. But no one needs to know that, do they? Deku replies prettily. For all the people know, Lemillion could be a time-traveling warthog. Why a warthog? Toga asks. Why not a naked mole rat? Or a bilby? Lemillion can be anything we want, Deku affirms. Including one of us. All we need is one seed of doubt, and he's ours. He leans back against the sofa. We just need someone who has access to every media outlet in Japan. A hacker. I can hack, Shigaraki says. We don't need a throw an ender pearl, phase through the wall kind of hacker, Deku says. We need the greatest technical mind of this era. We need Hatsume. Hatsume has no idea who Midoriya Izuku has become. Hatsume barely knows what day it is. The capacitance of a 2-output serial terminal emulator was below the required safety regulations, so she soldered on more capacitors according to readings from the oscilloscope. She's been commissioned for force field gauntlets and shocked herself twice. Time is the fourth dimension and 4 is an unlucky number, so she doesn't believe in it. The many-worlds theory of quantum mechanics states that every time she makes a decision she makes a new universe, and this is one of them where time doesn't exist. She's already died in most of the others, she took the online test, but the May in Universe 420 has figured out wormholes and is steadily waging interdimensional war. Soon she'll reach this universe, and May 1.2 billion and 7 will be ready. It's why she keeps a taser. It's useful for other things, too, like when the window opens behind her and a stranger drops in. She puts down the gauntlet with a frown. Might want to cover your ears, she warns without turning. The alarm's about to go off. She barely finishes her sentence before her workshop erupts in tens of ear-splitting alarms, from high-pitched squalling to the eerie chant of "Surrender, you are surrounded," in 20 different languages. One of the alarms is the low, urgent drum of the Jaws theme. From the ceiling a disco ball drops and the silver panels slide to reveal hundreds of tranquilizer needles, gleaming menacingly in the moonlight. She turns to face the intruder, who has frozen on the floor mid-crouch. At the window is a second stranger, balancing precariously in the sill. "Turn it off," the first man says, voice low enough to carry over the alarms. A voice used to commands. Interesting. May zooms in on his face before pressing the remote in her pocket. The alarms shut off mid-screech. "Hi, Masho-san. Aizawa-sensei. Erase her head. Whoever you are these days. Am I going to get stabbed? The stranger in the window asks, eyeing the tranquilizer disco ball warily. Not so long as you don't move, Mei replies cheerily. He's a friend, Aizawa-sensei says. We're on a job. Mei hums. I thought you didn't do jobs anymore. Did the Hero Commission call you? No, you used the window. Only vigilantes use the window. For some reason they think the law is going to get them if they walk through the door. But I've never seen an undercover door. Do you think it'd have a badge? Would very one be called Officer Door, or do you think they'd be referred to by the kind of door? Like Officer Pocket Door or Sergeant Storm Door or Captain Garage Fire? Mei, Aizawa-san says without answering, we're here about Midoriya? What about him? She asks, returning to her gauntlet. If she can just get the electromagnetic field to repel strongly enough. He's deranged, Aizawa-sensei remarks flatly. He prefers the term chaotically creative. Deranged has such a negative connotation, you know? Handsome, Aizawa-sensei says. When was the last time you've seen the news? I don't read the news. Reality in this universe isn't bound to last much longer. She scrunches her nose and flicks a wire between her fingers. Messy timeline, tyrannical doppelgangers, domesticated space worms. You know the deal. Midoriya Izuku attacked the hero Lemillion with a pen, Aizawa-san's partner Windowman says. What kind of pen? Ballpoint? Felt tip? Fountain? Had to be fountain. Felt tips are hardly weaponizable. Ballpoints don't have enough of a point, though I suppose if Midoriya aimed for the eye. It was a ballpoint, Aizawa-san interrupts, and adds, Midoriya attacked a hero, faked being captured by the League of Villains, and currently has a Spire, Uravity, and Wish-Wash held hostage. Mei puts down her gauntlet and turns back to him. He's planning to libel Lemillion, Windowman finishes. By convincing the public he usurped all might. Mei zooms in on their faces, searching for the signs of a lie. A twitch of the eyebrow, a jump in the jaw, a half-second pull of the mouth. But Aizawa-sensei's and Windowman's expressions remain impassive. Well, Aizawa-sensei's does. Windowman still looks concerned about the Disco of Doom. I see now, Mei says, breaking into a grin. You're just figments of my imagination. This is all a hallucination. This isn't a hallucination, Hatsum, Aizawa-sensei says, which is suspiciously exactly what a hallucination would say. And the League of Villains is coming for you. No, they aren't. They don't have an appointment. Hatsum. This is serious. I am being serious. Someone you know has become a villain whose sole goal is to crush the #1 hero, and you don't feel threatened, Windowman remarks. At all. My Center for Danger Identification and Self-Preservation has been permanently turned off, Hatsum explains cheerily, and shrugs. I stuck a fork in a toaster when I was 5. But let's pretend I am somehow, she makes air quotes, threatened. I'll call in a pro. Red Riot's nice. He'll probably bring me pizza. I've already dropped a tip to someone, Aizawa-sensei says. He's our best chance to getting at Midoriya. We've got a plan, but I need to know whether or not you'll get involved. In taking out Midoriya? She flaps the unfinished gauntlet at Aizawa-sensei. He's one of my best friends. If he's got a plan, believe me, yours won't work. Midoriya is the physical embodiment of Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. No ifs or buts about it. He's become a villain, Windowman says. His voice is rough, as if the words hurt to say. He's going to commit a crime to the public? There's no law against lying to the public. The public loves it. They hear about Lemillion and they'll go wild. It'll be a bonanza. You don't care, Aizawa-sensei says accusingly. Mei sets the gauntlet back down with a laugh. Like I said, reality in this universe isn't bound to last much longer. My doppelganger is about to discover this universe, and she'll find Midoriya. It'll cause a hole in the fabric of time, and the resulting war will destroy over 7,056 dimension clusters. And do you know what? She flashes a grin. Midoriya will win. Aizawa-sensei looks at her as if she's majorly disappointed him. Windowman looks less terrified of the weaponized disco ball and more terrified of her. If you won't help us, you're going to have to call a hero to take you someplace safe, Aizawa-sensei says. But I hope you'll reason with us, and I hope you can reason with him. I am reasoning with you, Mei replies, irritation flickering in her chest. You're the one not reasoning with me. Whatever you have planned, it's not going to work. Midoriya's going to win. He always does. In every timeline, in every universe. He's his own dimension, destined to tear the multiverse apart. Did you know that he lies? Aizawa-sensei and Window Man say nothing. Well, he does sometimes. He talks about truth this and truth that and blah blah boring stuff, but he's no angel either. He lies about all sorts of things, like whether or not he likes his food at a restaurant or if his mother gave him permission to be out or if he's happy or if he's angry. He's about that one a lot. Even to himself. The thing is, he only lies when there's a reason to. If the truth will hurt someone, or if someone won't believe the truth. You know him well, Window Man says softly. I understand how difficult this must be for you. But Eraserhead and we only want to help him. He's a danger to himself and others. He's coming after you, to take you to the League of Villains. Cool, Mei says, and at Aizawa-san's pinched expression adds, we best let him. Else, she whistles. Well, there's another theory that when you die in one universe, your consciousness continues in another. And dead or alive, Midoriya will follow us in any universe. Halicarnassus rides Deku's shoulders. She's positioned herself against the back of Deku's neck, like a warm furry collar. Only Halicarnassus isn't cute. Her claws are digging into his shoulders. Beauty is pain, villainy must be no different. At least Halicarnassus is only a cat. He can't imagine being one of those villains with the birds. What, did they get trained in falconry or something? Why isn't that every time a hawk lands on their shoulders, its talons don't, gauge the flesh from their bones? Halicarnassus is doing her best, but her claws are too small and only manage to sink deeper into Deku's shoulder as she bristles. Her teeth bear a little too close to his neck for comfort. Her tail lashes near his spine. I know, Deku says, reaching behind him to run a finger down her spine. She hisses but can't bite him without losing her balance. He could smell Hatsume's apartment as soon as he got off the elevator. He must look suspicious, wrapped in Shinso's scarf, but Halicarnassus has the uncanny ability to earn people's trust. She rolled off Deku's shoulders and practically forced the doorman to catch her. The air smells like oil and sweat and burning things, like Hatsume, but also something else. There's a touch of sweetness in the air, like burnt sugar, a childhood made bittersweet. Deku doesn't have to go much farther before he can hear muffled voices, urgent and angry and quick. Suspicion lurks in the back of his head, but he takes comfort in the fact that Kurogyari is near, waiting the agreed-on 5 minutes before he warps Deku and Hatsume both back to base, whether Deku has convinced Hatsume to join their side or not. Deku doesn't think he'll have to force Hatsume. Hatsume cares about hero-villain politics about as much as she cares about living a normal, socially acceptable life, which is not a sour squeezy lemon drop. If it's a chance to show off her work, she'll take it. He goes to knock on her door, but stops himself. Something crashes on the other side of the wood. The muffled urgent voices turn into muffled angry yelling. Deku thinks he can maybe hear the Jaws theme, but whenever he gets within a 50-foot radius of Hatsume, his heart staccatos. This time, his heartbeat presses like bile in the back of his throat. Shinso had a choice between him and a hero. It's obvious now what Deku should have expected. But Deku knows better. So even if Hatsume won't support him, even if she won't go willingly, he's prepared to lose her. Jedi have no attachments. Reporters have no bias. He knocks on the door, the special knock, WSP in Morse code, Hatsume came up with years ago in case a doppelganger from another universe tried to pose as him. The apartment goes eerily quiet. Deku's breath starts to catch, but underneath his hand he can feel the reverberations in the door. Sigar Hatsume answers, and Deku doesn't even have the time to take a full breath before she throws the door open. One side of her hair rises higher than the other, her goggles are crooked and one lens is black with soot. The important is that she's smiling. Midoriya, she cries, yanking him inside. They said you were coming. I'm glad you used the door. Aizawa-sensei and Big Bird did not and disco-ed pretty hard. But at least they didn't break my window. Boom Chicken did. Hatsume's apartment, personal workshop, is a mess. It looks like something exploded, which normally it has, but even more now. Like an explosion had explosion twins. The walls have fresh scorches, and Hatsum stamps out a smoking corner of her rug, frowning down at the black marks on the wood floor. Her tools are scattered on the ground, her work table shoved near sideways. Hatsum herself has a half-finished gauntlet on her left hand, her fingertips exposed like a 12-year-old emo's first knitting project. What looks like a disco ball has fallen through the ceiling, cracked through the middle. The window is indeed broken, glass pieces glittering even from the doorway as Deku steps inside, Heartbeat Jaw's theme staccato rising up inside him like that wave when he was 8 and tried to boogie board and threw he was gonna drown in 3 feet of ocean. Because slumped on the floor, with needles sticking out their arms, is Aizawa-sensei and someone else. A stranger who's not really a stranger, a skeleton whose bones are yet to be uncovered, a smile that's more than just sympathy. Yagi-san. Aizawa-sensei's old friend from the bar. If we were gonna have a get-together at my apartment, the least you all could have done was tell me, Hatsum complains, moving to her mini-fridge and taking out 2 cans, as if completely unaware of the disastrous state of her apartment. Want a drink? Deku doesn't answer. His world has shrunk, and Hatsum's voice is far off. He barely registers Halicarnassus biting his ear. What? Hatsum says, suddenly close as she hands him a pancake drink. Oh? Bakugo's not gonna do anything. He's in a force field, see? She waggles the half-finished gauntlet and knocks her can against the shimmering field surrounding Ground Zero, snarling inside. They came here for me, Deku says. Hatsum snaps off the top of her can with her gauntlet hand and takes a sip before answering. Well, no. They came here for me because of you. Something about the League of Villains? She moves her can in a dismissive circle, but her eyes dart to Deku's meaningfully. I have their business card. If I wanted to get in contact with them, I would have. I'm sorry, Deku says and means it. It's an emergency. Hatsum sniffs. I should think so. We're going to change the world? Deku tries. A world that's not going to last the next epoch? You're helping me with my masterpiece, Deku adds. I'm almost finished. And by the end of it, no one will be able to look away from the truth. Hatsum doesn't answer. She takes another sip of cold pancake batter, only she's not so good at drinking out of cans and a little dribbles out the corner of her mouth. She grumbles and wipes it away with her hand, leaving a pale streak through the soot on her face. And the truth is, you're one of the most powerful people in Japan, Deku finishes. I need to get information out to the public. You're smart, Hatsum. You know how to do it? What are friends for, except for causing massive political and social upheaval? Hatsum remarks boredly, finishing her drink and throwing the can at Ground Zero's force field. It clinks and rolls to the floor. This better be hot Japanese chili. Of a story, it will be, Deku promises, fast. It will tear the quirked world apart. I will take out the brick that collapses the building. Yeah, whatever. Will it be better than the Endeavor hacky sack story? We'll be kicking every hero in the hacky sack tonight, Deku tells her. Every single one. I know you're awake, Aizawa, Toshinori hisses. Do you still think this was a good plan? Aizawa is currently doing his best impression of a corpse, a very happy corpse, with his head lolling back against the chair like someone has cut his strings loose. Toshinori can feel his smile. Toshinori's head aches. His mouth tastes simultaneously of metal and glue, and in his chest is a tightness he always has upon waking, except this time it's worse because he's been tranquilized. He doesn't think he's ever been tranquilized before. It hurts. Bruises have formed where the needles stuck into his skin, and there were lots of needles. He feels like an irritated and slightly drowsy pincushion. Aizawa, on the other hand, looks like he's suntanning in Mexico. All that's missing is a strawberry daiquiri. Toshinori wants to kick over his chair. But his hands are bound behind his back, and his ankles are bound to a table leg. He said not to wake him until 6, Aspire says awkwardly from across the table. Toshinori himself just emerged from the tranquilizer fog approximately 10 minutes ago, to the concerned stares of 3 hero hostages. None of them seem hurt either, though Wish-Wash stares sightlessly off into space, and Uravity has barely looked up from the wood of the table. Aspire stares at Toshinori like he's a particularly fascinating species of mushroom. Ground Zero is nowhere to be seen. The last thing Toshinori remembers is the pink-haired engineer zapping the hero with some sort of ray. And then Midoriya must have undoubtedly arrived. The implications are concerning. Toshinori, to say the least, does not like being here. He reminds himself that he looks nothing like his muscled form, nothing like All Might. But he really doesn't like Aspire studying him. And he really didn't like being tranquilized by a terrifying disco ball. And he really doesn't like being here, who knows how close to the league, and doing nothing. Midoriya has Hatsum Mei. Hatsum Mei went willingly with Midoriya. And Toshinori doesn't know what comes next. He's not much of a planner. Even when he was younger, even before he passed on One for All, he always left the planning to someone else. Night Eye told him it was time to pass on One for All, and he did. Night Eye told him to disappear, and he did. Mirai knew the future. Why shouldn't Toshinori have trusted him? Because Toshinori wouldn't have been shot by a disco ball, for starters. Aizawa, he hisses again, and scoots so forcefully in his chair that he drags the table a few centimeters with him. It scrapes loudly on the rotting floor. Wish-Wash jerks at the sudden movement, eyes flashing to Aizawa and Toshinori, before settling his gaze back on whatever has captured his attention on the wall. Shoyuda, Toshinori says finally. Would you quit smirking? Aizawa opens one eye. I am not smirking. I am just closing my eyes. Even Hisashi knows what don't wake me up until 6 means, Toshinori, but I guess that's asking too much from you. You don't even know what time it is, Toshinori sputters. 3:27 and 3 seconds, Aizawa answers, closing his eye. Going by your watch, at least. But I doubt you go about your daily life with the correct time around your wrist. Don't you dare go asleep again, Toshinori threatens. This was your idea, and you're getting us out of this? Let's use our magic words, Toshinori, Aizawa sighs. He sits straight in his chair and yawns, stretching his arms above his head, and leans over the table. They left playing cards? They don't look touched. Doesn't anyone know any good card games? Magic tricks? Cardistry? He opens the box with his thumb and dumps the pack in his hand, and immediately starts an intricate butterfly cut, fingers deftly cutting the cards into sheafs and flipping them over. According to Hisashi, I am fiend at euchre. We can't play euchre, Toshinori spits. To be honest, I didn't think you knew how to play, Aizawa replies. Never imagined it'd be your scene. Kind of a back alley kind of game. I was going to recruit Wish-Wash to my team. He starts dealing clockwise. Something dings in the back of Toshinori's head, especially when Aizawa's hands draw the attention of all 3 other heroes at the table. Your hands, Toshinori muses aloud. Aizawa kicks his feet up on the table. His mouth is hidden by his scarf, which means he's definitely smirking. You escaped? Toshinori sputters. While I was napping, Aizawa replies, and pulls an object from his pocket. It dangles from his fingers, a glass face aslant of blue. I also stole your watch. Which is fake, by the way, if the color and engraving wasn't obvious evidence. The bezel should be coated with platinum dust. Did you really not even check for platinum dust? Maybe you are a euchre player. Is now the time, Toshinori asks without really asking. What else would now be? Aizawa replies, and flicks his cards between his fingers. I honestly can't believe they left cards here. They left us 1 lockpick and 51 throwing knives, and wouldn't you know it? I've got a good hand. Oi, Starkist, don't you think you're getting a little, close? Hatsum grumbles. She sits on the broken couch, her thick rugged laptop looking 10 seconds away from having an aneurysm. She's swiping through screens at the same speed of a bored university student on Tinder. The league has pressed around her, Kurogyari at her left and Deku at her right, Toga flopped over the back of the couch and Shigaraki hovering almost directly over Hatsum's shoulder. Halicarnassus has disappeared. She was in Deku's lap, until she bit him in the hand and made her brilliant escape. Starkist? Shigaraki gapes. 'Cause your breath smells like tuna fish, Toga explains cheerily, flipping over on her stomach. You smell like tuna fish? Shigaraki exclaims, Attention momentarily torn away from Hatsume's laptop when he shoves Toga. Toga latches onto his wrist and they roll onto the floor, Shigaraki's hands held away from Toga's face by only her own body strength. "Fight over there," Kurogyari orders blandly, gesturing to the rug, and Shigaraki shrieks when Toga picks him up and slams him onto the already taped coffee table, effectively breaking it in 3 pieces. If Hatsume is bothered by the league at all, she doesn't show it. "I just sent the Endeavor hacky sack story to every member of the Hero Commission," she announces. "That wasn't what you were supposed to share?" Kurogyari says doubtfully. "I already posted Eraserhead's ransom to Craigslist." Kurogyari's glowy face makes a glowy scowl. It looks remarkably like a jack-o'-lanterns. He leans forward as if he's about to say something to Hatsume, but then shakes his head and leans instead toward Deku. "Is she really as powerful as you say?" "The most powerful person in Japan," Deku affirms. He remembers telling Aspire in his office that hacking was beyond his boundaries. If Hatsume has boundaries, they're expanding faster than the Big Bang. "More powerful than you, Shigaraki me. If she wanted to take all of us down right now, she could. She's incredibly dangerous." Kurogyari glances warily at Hatsume's computer. She's playing a game that involves a dinosaur jumping over a cactus? She knows what she's doing, Deku promises, but shifts closer to Hatsume, just in case. "Why'd you disconnect from the internet?" "I didn't," Hatsume says. "I shut down the internet. My laptop is now Japan's sole Wi-Fi hotspot." "Hatsume. Brilliant, brilliant." "Hatsume." Journalist Midoriya Izuku trusts her with his life. The villain Deku has never doubted her for a moment. He wipes his eyes quickly when the engineer looks up at him, her eyes zeroing on his like she's lining up a shot. "You rock my world," Deku says truthfully. "I'm about to rock a lot of people's worlds," Hatsume replies curtly. And then something goes whizzing by Deku's ear. He clamps a hand to the side of his head and starts to stand, glaring. "Hey, no knives." But Toga and Shigaraki have stopped wrestling on the moldy carpet, both of Toga's hands firmly pinning Shigaraki's wrists to the floor. In the wall behind them is not a knife, but something brilliantly white. Deku realizes what it is, but can't figure out how it got there. A playing card. It still quivers faintly with impact. A chill does not creep up the back of Deku's neck. Anger, of being caught off guard, of being this close, of almost having his left ear shaved off by a chestnut ace of spades, of those cute paper flower bags that are always glued shut and always rip straight down the middle, spilling flour everywhere, and his mother always looks at him like she can't believe he hasn't choked on a chicken nugget yet, rises like acid in Deku's stomach, burning the back of his throat. "Midoriya, don't get so close," Hatsume whines, attention still on the dinosaur cactus game. She jabs the space bar fanatically. "Can't you see I'm on my way to a high score?" "Hatsume," Deku says lowly. "Whatever happens, you need to post my DGNB document to my blog. It's saved as a draft. All you need to do is publish it. I've gathered enough evidence for the public to figure out the relationship between their dearest #1 hero and the late symbol of peace." "Aha," Hatsume says dismissively. "Access blog. Post conspiracy. Watch world burn. But I'm gonna change the font. You can't say Lemillion murdered All Might in Comic Sans. You've got to use at least Garamond. Or Courier." Deku wants to tell her how much he loves her. How much he owes her. He's never asked for favors before, and the one he asks now he will never be able to repay. "Thank you," he says, and Hatsume risks a glance at him, light glancing off the front of her goggles as she nods imperceptibly. She keeps jabbing the space bar with one hand, but brushes over Deku's open palm with the other. It's her gauntlet hand, and something small and smooth slips from her exposed fingers. When she draws back, a little metal pellet lies in the curve of Deku's hand. And whatever else Deku has to say to her never gets said, because 3 more playing cards slice through the air and thunk into the wall. Deku slides the pellet quickly into the breast pocket of his shirt. Toga and Shigaraki have separated, a swathed little ash blonde hair from one of Toga's buns drifting slowly to the floor. Shigaraki trembles with barely contained rage. "What?" he starts, seething in the matcha tiramisu. "Is going on?" "Go fish." A voice a lot like Aizawa says, only it's slightly off, a notch too low, laced with the poison of flying dinosaurs soaring bones into an ash sky of instantaneous destruction. I beg your pardon? Kurogiri hisses before Deku can stop him, and time does a thing where it stops and cocks its head and watches. The seconds chafe against one another. Get up, Wish-Wash orders, and Kurogiri moves away from the couch. The backroom door is wide open. Wish-Wash stands shoulder to shoulder with Eraserhead, who is playing cards fanned in his hand like that one knife chick in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Aspire and Uravity are behind them, the former's fire spreading from fist to forearm. Uravity looks exactly like a volunteer kid's self-defense teacher, which means she's looking at Deku and the League of Villains with a blank expression but narrowed eyes, calculating creative and torturous ways to pop Deku's elbow into the nearest wall in 8 different angles. Deku rises with Kurogiri. He stares at Wish-Wash, Shinso, but says nothing. There's nothing more either of them have to say. Brothers support their brothers' questionable careers, until the one bro brainwashes someone you thought was your friend but in reality would do anything to forget you. Then you're not brothers anymore. Then Deku doesn't know what they are. They're strangers, 2 underachievers sizing each other up on the concrete, ye old gladiators ready to kill just to see who they'll get to face the next day. Deku takes a shaky breath. It's as if he has Aspire's quirk, hot and cold at the same time, a prophetic half-thawed taquito. Stand in the corner, Wish-Wash says, and Kurogiri moves stiffly to the nearest cobwebbed corner, his theoretical nose to the wall like he's a troublesome 3-year-old. It's only when Wish-Wash starts to move towards him that Shigaraki shrieks, "Who gave you admin privileges?" "Whoever invented my mechanical heart," Wish-Wash deadpants, and ducks when a steak knife goes sailing by his head. Toga claps, jumping up and down, 2 more knives ready in her hand. "Villains versus heroes?" she cries. "We haven't played this game in ages." She twists her head at Deku. "Did you organize this, Deku-kun? Is it my birthday?" The playing cards were a surprise, Deku says truthfully. He steps carefully out around the couch, eyes flitting between Aizawa-sensei and Wish-Wash before bouncing from Uravity and Aspire, the former's shoulders hiking with the tightening of her fists, and the latter standing almost comically upright, like the first time he and Deku ever fought. 4 villains against 4 heroes. Except Kurogiri has been taken out of the equation, and there's one hero factor missing. They're tight odds. Deku had expected Aizawa-sensei's escape, but he really hadn't thought anything about the playing cards. He's both irritated and fascinated at the same time. The heroes have put a fray in his plan, and made it as unnecessarily complicated as a 9-year-old's friendship bracelet. Neither Toga or Shigaraki are trained fighters. It's their use of weapon or quirk that makes them formidable, but talents can only go so far against skill. Aspire, Wish-Wash, and Uravity are all pros, and while Aizawa-sensei has been out of the hero game for years, that doesn't mean he's completely forgotten how to play. The League's best option would be retrieving Kurogiri and having him warp them somewhere safe. At the very least, Deku needs to buy Hat some time to access his blog. Deku knows how to buy time. How to reach a word count. A journalist states the obvious. He rehashes the situation, in short sentences and long paragraphs, so that by the end the reader needs to rethink what he or she already knows. He whistles sharply, putting his hands in his trouser pockets. So this is how it's gonna be, huh? Everyone teams up on Deku. Not exactly a groundbreaking achievement. I've been slighted. He puts emphasis on the last word, lets the lightote slide out like the pin of a grenade, by every one of you in some way or another. I guess you're all tired of putting up with me now. Even the quirkless, nobody card expires. He nods to Kurogiri and begins walking towards the heroes, the only sound the wood easing beneath his shoes. Good job, Wish-Wash, on taking out our getaway. And I can't help but notice how Aizawa-sensei is positioned beside you. That way, if your control is suddenly released, Aizawa-sensei can use erasure and Kurogiri remains incapacitated. But that's a lot of focus to share between the 2 of you, in my opinion. What happens if the League and I rush you both? Neither of you have combative quirks, and your attention is split between yourself, each other, and Kurogiri. Not exactly a smart way to fight. Don't tell me you've forgotten me, Uravity says, light as air that whooshes out of lungs upon some deadly impact. Forget you, Uravity? Deku shakes his head, clicking his tongue. Oh. I never forget my friends. His muscles tense, the world flattening to white noise around him, thousands upon thousands of imaginary ghosts of the first-year sports festival shouting in his ears, never cheering for him, never crowing for any kind of victory, just raging for a fight. And this time I'll certainly make sure you won't forget about me. And he strikes. Uravity is ready for him, of course, fingers already curling around his shoulder for a throw, but Halicarnassus and Aizawa-sensei's other 6 wonders of the world have taught Deku a thing or two about great escapes. He goes dead weight under her hand and rolls, grabbing onto Aspire's left wrist. Izuku never touched a hot stove as a child. His mother always shooed him away as soon as he got within 5 feet of it, even if the stove was off. When he was younger, he grew up with an irrational fear that the stove was alive and waiting for him to get too close and burn everything Izuku ever knew to the ground. But stoves aren't usually alive, and Deku's ended up burning himself more times handling hot bowls from the microwave. He normally lets go of the bowl immediately, no matter where he's at, and it results in a multitude of shattered bowls. His mother made him a mosaic out of the shards last year for his birthday. Grabbing onto Aspire's left side is, in short, not the least painful thing Deku could have done. His instincts are screaming what an idiot he is, the muscles in his arms jerking, begging to pull away. The heat glows alongside the right side of his face, and he wonders dimly if he's about to sear his eyebrows off as he forces Aspire's balance from the ball of his foot to his heel. Aspire stumbles, and Deku finishes the takedown with a kick to the back of Aspire's legs, wrenching his weight downwards. Aspire falls back, and Deku lets go of his wrist to grabs the front of his uniform. First rule of fire safety, he yells way too close to Aspire's ear. Stop, drop and roll. He turns Aspire over with a ragged cry, the flames of the hero's left side flaring with surprise before being snuffed out between Deku's body and the floor. Aspire struggles to gain the offensive, but Deku has a firm hold, both arms around Aspire's neck and his legs locked above his hips. When Aspire rolls, Deku goes with him, flames blinking in and out of Deku's periphery as he and Aspire mutually try to crush each other. They leave scorch marks on the floor. Deku's shirt singes, little burns searing into his skin like constellations. It's only when his elbow jars against the wood of the bar that he lets go, allowing Aspire to wrest himself away and to his feet, heaving. I never thought I'd get my rematch with you, Deku says, his voice pressed and thick with mucus and effort. He coughs, dragging himself up on one knee, and then the other, a dozen new bruises pulsing to life on his body. His lip must have split over again, because when he wipes the sweat off his face his hand comes away red. I still see potential in you, Aspire. You might be using ice and fire, but you still haven't escaped your father. You're still just the same as when I first fought you. His teeth flash. There's so much more you can do, and you know it. He offers the hero a hand. Join me, and together we can make the Italian flag. Aspire reaches out with his right. Deku feels the cold, first, a wall that blasts him back against the bar counter, overturning dirty glasses and shattering them in 100 jagged pieces. The ice is not even a heartbeat later, one large craggy spear that misses him by millimeters, its sharp point hurtling over Deku's shoulder to slam into the wall behind him, splintering the shelves of Kurogiri's liquor. The alcohol bursts from the broken bottles, showering Deku in glitter and gold. He yells and drops to his heels, his hands protecting the back of his head. Something wet trails behind his ear and trickles down the side of his neck. Is your reason to win any better? Aspire says too tonelessly to be a question. His eyes glower down at him, one blue, one brown. Deku twists a finger in his ear and, not finding anything lodged in it, cocks his head with a shrug. I'm sorry, is this a new conversation? At the sports festival, Aspire says. Your reason for wanting to win. You said you wanted to spite everybody. Are you any different now? Because if neither of us has really changed, he holds open his left hand, and flames lick over his fingertips, then we both know how this is going to end. Ah, Deku says, concedingly, and then scoldingly, wagging his finger at Aspire's open flame. Don't you remember why we reunited? You're close to getting your license suspended. So go ahead. Use your flames. He sweeps his arm to the spilled alcohol around him, never tearing his gaze away from Aspire's. And hope everyone. He nods meaningfully to Uravity, blocking an incoming attack from Shigaraki with the blade of her forearm. Aizawa, valiantly dodging Toga's knives while keeping one eye on Kurogyri, and Wishwash, slowly approaching a tight-lipped Hatsum who backs up against the far wall with her gauntlet hand out, her laptop held under one arm and clutched to her chest, gets out safely. But putting your friends in danger and hoping for the best isn't a good hero thing to do, Shoto. Aspire's fire goes out. His eyes, gold in the reflection of the flames moments before, both turn a smoky black. Even now, Deku says, straightening, you're so angry you limit yourself. We're back in the arena, Todoroki-kun. Nothing really is much different, is it? You've rendered one half of you just as useless as me. Aspire's face hardens. This time, I won't let you run. And the last thing Deku sees is a horrible blankness in Todoroki Shoto's face before Deku is completely encased in ice. It's like being slammed shut in a freezer. One heartbeat and there is noise and light, the next, the still heavy thump-thump-thump of Deku's heartbeat in his ears. The darkness is complete, the ceiling narrowing at a point so low above his head. Deku is stuck in a hellish state of half-squat, his backside uncomfortably cool. When he breathes in, his lungs don't want to take in the cold air, and it travels down his throat like an arrow that lodges itself in his chest. There's hardly enough room to wiggle. He has to squeeze his shoulders together and slide his right arm up over his stomach like some sort of humanoid diva snake to reach the breast pocket of his shirt. Even then, the pellet has settled to the very bottom of his pocket, and Deku has to roll it upwards with his middle finger. Twice it slips from his grasp and he ends up scrabbling at himself before he manages to catch the pellet in the crook of his index finger. It's hollow and hard. Hatsum's gauntlet isn't finished. Deku can only hope wildly that this part will work. He rolls the pellet between his forefinger and thumb, and flicks it as hard as he can near his feet. Which isn't very hard, since now he's got his arms stuck against his chest like a mortified Tyrannosaurus Rex. The pellet clinks against the thin sheet of ice on the floor. It's a small sound, barely audible. It rings in an eternity of silence. Not the end. Pleads with himself, squeezing his eyes shut. There's still more. There's still more. And then, in the darkness of his closed eyes, the piercing hum of a fiddle, sharp-edged as a sword, before the skipping thunder of a drum beat finds its footing and, "Come on Eileen," blasts beneath his feet in a shower of light, dagger-pointed ice shards, and a bass guitar accompaniment. Deku covers his head out of instinct, even as the debris echoes strangely over top of him as it ricochets off Hatsum's portable force field. This one has come from the stunted pinky joint of her gauntlet, and gives him a few seconds' bliss to sit back, catch his breath, and enjoy the view of Aspire's face. Hatsum screams like she's an alto in the Devil's Choir or a hysterical tween at a boy band concert, the glass of her goggles twin burning suns. "It worked," she cries, her gauntlet hand coming off her chest to point at Deku. Wish-Wash glances over his shoulder, his next step faltering. His mistake. Hatsum flattens her gauntlet hand, palm up, and blasts him full in the face. The air shivers between them. Wish-Wash drops to the ground just in time for the field to hit him and send him careening into a breakneck series of somersaults. The field around him bounces off the wall, and even through its haze Wish-Wash's face is an impressive shade of green. Hatsum waggles her first finger and the metal joint beneath her knuckle rockets off from the rest of the gauntlet, hitting Shigaraki in the back of the head. "Hey," he snaps, mid-trying to decay Uravity's face off. "What do you think?" But that's all he gets out before the force field envelopes him. One moment, he's making grabby hands for Uravity's neck. The next, and he's pounding uselessly against the force field, face twisted in an expression of unparalleled anger. "Oops," Hatsum replies, not sounding regretful at all. "I'm a girl. I didn't grow up aiming my pee into a bowl, so I'm not as proficient at hand-eye coordination. Let me try again." She flicks her middle finger towards Aizawa, but it hits Toga in the throwing arm. Toga's knife bounces off the inside of the force field and falls at Toga's feet, where she looks at it with the same befuddlement as a dog who's destroyed his favorite toy and doesn't understand why it doesn't squeak anymore. "Last try," Hatsum promises, and waggles her third finger. Deku watches the last finger joint blur through the air and clink, with a tinny kind of finality, against Kurogiri's chest plate. The last force field swallows him, protecting him from the heroes, and blocking the League from jolting him out of Wish-Wash's control. Ah, shucks, Hatsum grumbles, swinging her arm and snapping her fingers. And that's all the power I can sustain. Oh no, she closes her eyes and slaps her gauntlet flat against her forehead. Yet another unforeseen circumstance. Hatsum? Deku calls questioningly. His voice is funny within the force field. Strangled and misshapen, like he's trying to talk underwater. Hatsum doesn't acknowledge him. She opens one eye and glares meaningfully at Uravity, frozen in fighting stance. I said, what another unforeseen circumstance? Uravity doesn't move. An unforeseen, Aizawa-sensei, why isn't she doing anything? Don't you teach your students improv at all? Before Aizawa-sensei can answer, Hatsum waves the blade of her hand at Uravity. Chop chop, Gravity Girl. Let's roll on out of here. I've got to finish this gauntlet order by Tuesday, and I've got curry leftovers in my fridge. That's blood, sweat, and tears, chickens. I almost cut off my left little finger, 'cause I thought it was a carrot. She strides over to Deku, her eyes carefully off to the side, away from his own, and slaps the force field surrounding him. Ripples of static shudder around him and make the hair on his arms stand up. One self-wrapped package of the infamous Midoriya Izuku, Hatsum says. Ready to be rolled out and contained. Sorry, I couldn't manage the bow. No, Deku yells, and pounds his fists against the field. It doesn't let go of him the way he thought it would. Anger, white-hot, bursts open inside him like a solar flare. Hatsum. Hatsum. I can't maintain many fields for very long, Hatsum says, ignoring him. We're in a time frame tighter than your costume. But, Wish-Wash? Uravity says, looking at her fellow hero in confusion. Wish-Wash, standing now, knocks once against the force field before shrugging and crossing his arms, his scowl weirdly apparent without his scarf to hide it. He was coming after Rene, Hatsum says defensively, sliding her other hand around her laptop. Now are we going to roll out of here or what? Hatsum is on our side, Uraraka, Aizawa-sensei explains. A friend of mine and I asked for her help. She was only playing a part. I wasn't playing anything, Hatsum sniffs, then cocks her head. Hey, where's your friend? The one that looks like a McDonald's French fry. I sent him somewhere safe, Aizawa-sensei says. With any luck, the police will... His voice melts into white noise, washing over Deku like an ocean tide. Nothing. Hatsum betrayed him. Aizawa-sensei stopped believing in him. Shinso, Uraraka, Todoroki, did he ever really have any allies at all? Not all men are created equal. Some have opportunity. Some more than others. Some nothing at all. Opportunity is not something given. Opportunity is a slippery thing, a ghost between grasps, a catcall that comes only of its own accord. Deku is forgotten. A story without end. A dead-end lead. Even the most aloof of cats will come, eventually. If you're patient. If you call them right. He slides his hand into his pocket, around something sharp and thin he stole from Hatsum's apartment while she called Red Riot to pick up Ground Zero, who was still seething in the giant force field taking up the majority of Hatsum's living room. Her work table was a smorgasbord of hazardous equipment and even more hazardous snacks, and Deku had swiped something small enough to fit within his fist, which he now holds triumphantly in the air. I've got a bomb. Well then, Hatsum says, without inflection. That is wildly unfortunate. If you don't let me go, I'll set it off, Deku promises. It'll raise this whole place to the ground. It'll just be the League and Wish-Wash that survives. And how's that going to look, huh, Shinso? They can't hear him that well, but his point must still get across, because Wish-Wash's face is pallid. A muscle jumps in his jaw. Doesn't matter what the truth is. What matters is how the evidence looks. Decaliers. Shinso and the League of Villains, sitting in a tree, wow, that's a lot of syllables, K. Or, Hatsum says, reading his lips. I can just... She snaps her fingers, and the shimmering field around Wish-Wash melts away, leaving an especially static-haired Shinso behind. Let him go. Right? Deku says. Of course. Well, still, I'll raise this place to the ground, and it'll look bad for all of you. More than just your reputations will be unrecognizable. Hatsum, Aizawa-sensei says carefully, his voice precarious. Cliff drop, mic drop, bomb drop boom. What does he have? It could be nothing, Hatsum says, self-preservation instincts still short-circuited by that one incident with the toaster. Her hand slides to her chin. Just a bluff. But, also, it could be a smoke bomb, chemical bomb, glitter bomb. Oh. Her index finger wags excitedly. A little tiny atomic bomb that you can fit onto an ant and use to blow up a city. Block, my ant farm, you will be forever missed, Antonio. You'll never know until I show you my hand, Deku sings, cutting her off. Isn't it frustrating, Aizawa-sensei? When you think you know the truth, but no one will tell you for sure. Thousands of possibilities, shuffling, mixing, there's always one puzzle piece dropped, the whole picture except for one small jagged hole that ruins it, and you try to look at the big picture but your eyes are trained on the one spot you don't know. He devolves into a laugh, eyes streaming. Hatsum hums. Her index finger returns to her chin. I've already met my explosion quota for this week. He's crazy, Uravity says, though in the too light kind of voice people have when they're trying to convince themselves of something. She looks to Aizawa-sensei for support. It's just a bluff. Right? It doesn't matter, Aspire says. He takes a step back from Deku, ice and glass crunching under his boots. His right side of his face is perfectly blank. The left is permanently squinting, scowling, his single blue eye a sliver of judgment. It doesn't matter, Aizawa-sensei affirms, clipped. You're better than that, Uraraka. Uraraka flinches like he's shouted. Either Aizawa-sensei doesn't notice or he doesn't care, because he stares straight at Deku, a smear of shadow in Deku's eyes, and adds, there is no such thing as big or little threats. You treat them all the same. Like heck, Wish-Wash snaps. We can't be seriously thinking of. My arm is getting tired, Deku moans. It'd be a shame if I dropped it. He lifts his little finger experimentally, and Aizawa-sensei starts like a robot that has suddenly remembered its purpose. He whips his head to Hatsum and orders, let him go. Sensei, Uravity protests. Don't, please, we don't know what he'll do. He's only a quirkless reporter, Aizawa-sensei grinds out. There's only so much he can do. It should hurt. Izuku might have crawled inside himself and never come out. Or spent the next 3 days in a sweet Yigurito haze. Played Minecraft factions and get himself banned 3 times before he tried to hack the server and broke it completely. Or cut his bangs. Whatever people feel like they have to do when they decide nothing else matters, when they need a vicious, vacuous victory. But a hot feeling grows in Deku's stomach. Not anger, but something light and bubbling, like champagne about to rocket from the bottle. I'll give you to the count of 10, he says. 1, 1.5, 3, 7. Let him go, Hatsum, Aizawa-sensei repeats in his teacher voice. Now, Hatsum snaps her fingers in Deku's direction, the metal of her gauntlet making a funny singing sound. The hair on Deku's arms stand up and prickle, 1,000 static shocks tickling up his spine to the back of his neck, before the force field fizzles around him. He can still feel the static, clinging to him like a second skin. Even his eyelids spark. Good, he says. Very good. It's nice to know that people can still get together and make a decision. Doesn't happen much anymore. But we can change things, huh? Here's what's going to happen. Let go of the bomb, Aizawa-sensei orders. Okay, Deku replies, and starts to open his hand. In the split second he does, Aizawa-sensei stiffens, realizing his mistake. Uravity throws her arms up over her face. Wish-Wash drops stomach to the floor. Aspire just turns his face. I was just kidding, Deku says, tightening his fist. The jumpy. You all need to get out of here and, get a drink. He snorts, then snorks, then honks. He sobers when nobody laughs with him. I'm serious. Get out of here. No, Uravity sputters. Absolutely not. She breaks off when Aizawa-sensei puts a hand on her shoulder. Her face pinches, but she doesn't protest. Okay, Aizawa-sensei says. His voice has changed. The softest Deku has ever heard, except once in his life when he had a fresh scar across his stomach and he'd published an article about himself and Aizawa-sensei sat at the edge of his bed and said, "Whatever you want. Whatever you need. You will not use that sweet bean jelly tone with me," Deku hisses. "I know what I'm doing." His gaze sweeps across the rest of the heroes. Aspire's right hand twitches, fingertips white with frost. "Do it and I take this whole place down," Deku warns. "I mean it. You think I'm bluffing? I'm a journalist. I can bluff better than this, red peppering, believe me." "Stand down, Aspire," Aizawa-sensei orders, and Aspire's hand curls into a fist, snowflakes drifting from his knuckles, before releasing his hand limp at his side. "You don't have to look so dejected," Deku argues. The story goes on. "Isn't that the best? When you think it's all over, but, CK, it's really not? We'll compromise." He nods in the direction of Shigaraki, glowering and trapped. "You can take the whole league with you." Deku's never seen someone go apoplectic, but he has now. Shigaraki's Venus bulged dangerously to breaking through his skin, his normally deathly pale complexion. Is there even a foundation that pale? Maybe line? Taking on a concerning eggplant hue. Eggplants are squishy. Shigaraki looks as if he's about to become very spontaneously squishy. Toga, on the other hand, deflates like a 7-year-old's day-old birthday balloon, and if Deku's not mistaken, he's pretty sure she mouths "E2, Brutus." But maybe, oh yeah, no, that's definitely more than 3 Latin words. Japan doesn't make enough Kit Kat flavors for what she actually says, though. "Go on," Deku urges. "Take them. My treat. Now the last of all for one's reach is in your hands. What dearly departed All Might hasn't finished has now been finished." No, Wishwash protests. "I came here for you. And you think I'm just going to leave?" Wishwash is, essentially, a reporter, if a poor one. He asks questions, just only the ones people want to answer. Unfortunately, Deku is actually a good reporter. Even if one forgets the pattern difference between a coral and a milk snake, he learns quite fast which one is the poisonous one based on its bite. "I don't care if you really are just some quirkless reporter," Wishwash continues. "There's no way we can just go back to the bar and have a laugh. You're threatening pro-heroes, Midoriya. People you used to interview. People like me. We were friends, weren't we?" His face slackens a little, the hardness leaching from his eyes like Deku has kicked him, but Deku is standing nearest to Aspire and Wishwash's hacky sack needs to wait its turn. "And think about your mother. What does she think? Would you really?" But whatever else Wishwash is going to say, he doesn't. His face closes up again, mouth clacking shut with an audible click of his teeth. His hand reaches up to his throat. "Wishwash," Aizawa-sensei says, "quirk activated. Let him go. Better we come out with the league than with nothing at all. Aspire, Uravity, your help, please." A tremor passes through Wishwash, like he's struggling under his own control, when Aspire blasts through the side of the bar with a thick ice spike and Uravity gently touches Shigaraki's force field prison. "We were," Wishwash says stiffly. "Friends, I mean, what happened?" But it's a milk snake, not poisonous at all, and Deku doesn't answer and Wishwash doesn't give him the time, just turns his shoulder and begins to walk towards Kurogiri still blank-faced in the corner, and gives the force field a starting kick. Morning is coming. The sky is teal with promise. "Bye, Midoriya," Hatsum says cheerily, waving as she steps over broken wood boards and onto the street. "See you next interdimensional war." "This isn't over, Rapini head," Aizawa-sensei tells Deku, in a way that's almost sad, almost affectionate, probably neither. He rolls Toga's field forward and gives Deku one begrudging nod before starting to follow after Hatsum. "No, it's not," someone says darkly, "that isn't Deku or Aizawa. And I don't know what Rapini is." Aizawa-sensei doesn't turn around, but his steps come to a sudden halt. Deku twists to look over his shoulder. A man raises himself from behind the bar. Blood is dribbling lazily over one eye from where glass must have nicked his eyebrow. He walks around the counter, his gaze firmly embedded in Deku. "Well then," Deku greets him casually. "I was wondering where you went." "Yagi Tashinori," Aizawa-sensei says, rotating on his heel. You are finally dead to me. You were supposed to. Tsukachi is on his way, Yagi-san replies curtly. Now you have your objective, and I have mine. Aizawa-sensei takes a step towards him. Go, Yagi-san orders, in a voice that pierces straight through the hard squash rind. You ever cut a squash? I mean, apricot seed Kit Kat man. I do my best to stab it and then shove the whole thing in the oven and hope it doesn't explode. Of Deku and into the soft eggplant innards of Midoriya Izuku. Even Aizawa seems to hesitate. Go, Yagi repeats. I can do this. A backflip? Can you do a backflip? Deku asks. Because if you can, you're not special. Aizawa's eyes linger between Yagi-san and Deku. You can't save everybody, he says finally. But I can give you until the police arrive. And then it's just Yagi-san and Deku, in the dawn dimness, a memory pushing like sludge at the sides of Deku's brain. Midoriya, Yagi-san starts. Once Aizawa's back has disappeared, what are you doing? Deku DSKS. You can ask all the questions you want, but I'm not going to answer any of them. Oh. How the cookie crumbles, he adds, shaking his head. You'll have to take them from me. He shifts his feet in what he's pretty sure is decent fighting stance and rolls his neck in a way that probably looks intimidating but really just hurts. Yagi hesitates a half second, confusion flashing across his narrow face as if he doesn't know if Deku's kidding or not. Good for him, considering multiple possibilities, a quality of a true journalist, and when Deku doesn't relax his stance, Yagi-san drops into his own. I don't want to fight you, he says gently. Why? Deku asks. Because you look like the world's tallest talking wheat stalk? He hops back and forth on his feet, miming a few short jabs. You have no idea the kind of power I have currently in my hands. That must be the right thing to say, because Yagi-san attacks, a quick cross and uppercut that Deku admittedly doesn't see coming. He slips the cross, but when he slips he actually slips, his balance tipping too far forward and the uppercut greeting his jawbone in a perfect brutal hello. It blows Deku back, the world flowering in black and white and yellow, but he manages to stay on his feet. All right, he manages, working his jaw. He unhinges his right index finger and shakes it at Yagi-san. You got your one hit in. But I warn you, I won't go down easy. Deku does, in fact, go down screaming. Something large and heavy, no way it's Yagi-san, flies through the air and hits him in the side of the head. Claws catch into his hair and suddenly Deku is on the ground, writhing, a white and ginger cat hissing millimeters from his face. Halicarnassus always strikes when he's not looking. 100 candy curses fill Deku's mouth, ready to be spat right back, but before he can Yagi-san drops his knee into Deku's stomach and pins both his wrists to the floor. Halicarnassus' body is bunched, her whiskers stiff, but when Yagi-san lands behind her she lets out another ear-splitting yowl and bats Deku hard across the nose with one paw, unsheathed claws dragging across his cheek. He yells, bucking, but Yagi-san doesn't let him up and Halicarnassus streaks away, her back claws ripping into the fabric of his shirt and the thin skin of his collarbones. She settles herself beside his hand, the one still closed in a fist, her little mouth parting to reveal her thin pointed teeth. And now Yagi-san is the one looking down at him, his expression pained as if he's the one suffering with a knee in the stomach. Young Midoriya, he says. Nothing else, and doesn't that unlodge something in Deku? Or maybe that's just his spleen. I'm not so young anymore, Deku replies. I'm not that same kid dying in an alley. And you, he scoffs. You're not that same hero who saved him. Yagi-san doesn't close his eyes, even though he lets out a shuddery sigh like he really wants to. His eyes remain open and hooded and blue, like the screens across the city warning the public about one crazy, quirkless, rogue reporter. And they aren't wrong, are they? Deku is crazy. One extra-boned freak with a side of bitter retribution. I didn't have a story, then, he seethes now. Halicarnassus's paw darts out, batting his fist, and his voice tightens when she draws blood. I didn't even know there was a story. All I had were questions. He grins, a wild, sharp thing, and twisting the edge of his voice. Remember what I asked you? My boy. Do you remember? Yagi-san opens his mouth, closes it, moves his head away. I asked if a quirkless kid like me could be a hero, Deku answers for him, and you told me no. I was wrong, Yagi-san bites out. Young Midoriya. You weren't wrong, Deku interrupts. Even if I'd made it through the hero course, who would have taken me as a sidekick? And if I struck out on my own, who would ever take me seriously? A villain with, like, a marshmallow quirk would blast me in the face and I'd probably choke on gelatin and die. He shakes his head against the floor. No, if you had told me what I wanted to hear, what I needed to hear, you would have been a liar. That would be a mistake. But this All Might? He doesn't have the arms to gesture, but grins wider so that his busted lip splits further and the blood races down his chin and seeps into his teeth, so that he and All Might match. This has been preordained. There is a story here. There has always been a story here, as faint but steadfast as the blue lines of notebook paper. All Might is different now, a sallow-cheeked skeleton, but one who got Aizawa to smile and said Deku was a pleasure and maybe even meant it. I said you didn't have to have a license, Yagi-san explains, but it sounds more like he's pleading. I believed in you, Midoriya, and I still do. But look at what you're doing. You've joined villains, and for what? An article? Whatever Lemillion has to do with me has nothing to do with you. This is wrong, and you have to know it deep down. What makes me wrong? Deku asks. Yagi-san turns his eyes back onto his. You're hurting people. I'm fighting back, Deku snarls. Halicarnassus growls, and the words spill out of him when she sinks her teeth into his knuckles. And I wouldn't have to if you just tell the Mother Nestle truth. You've led the public to believe you're dead for years. But I don't believe you're a coward. I don't believe you just got tired of the public eye. I've investigated your story since the day we met. I've been studying heroes, studying you before I was even 4 years old. And All Might taught at you was there. I was there. With Aspire and Ground Zero and Lemillion, maybe I didn't have a hero name, but I was there. With you. But you never checked back with me. You knew from the start that I couldn't be a hero, that I was just kidding myself, so why would you think about me? He laughs, then spits blood at All Might's face. All Might flinches, but doesn't let go of Deku to wipe off the pink spittle that's landed near his eyebrow. You didn't want to know. Now you do, All Might. Now you know exactly what kind of potential I have. Is that what you're bitter about? All Might asks, but he's actually sounding like All Might now, his voice angry but determined and his eyes alight. That I didn't pay enough attention to you? Is that what this entire thing is about? You can't spout things like I believe in you and not expect me to question them. Deku spits back. If anything you've said is really true, then tell me. Why would you leave? Because my time was over. Deku stiffens. His heartbeat echoes in his chest. My quirk is called One for All, All Might says, because he is All Might, not dead, not dead, not dead. It's a stockpiling quirk, passed down to me from my teacher, and held by 6 others before that. Here's your inside scoop, young Midoriya. I was quirkless too. And once I defeated All for One, that was it. Lemillion has One for All now, and he'll pass it down to his student, and his student will pass it down to theirs, and so on, for generations of peace. And it was better to disappear altogether than to explain how I'm now quirkless. A little breath, shaky and weak, breaks free from Deku's lips. Thank you, he says. His chest caves. It's not a laugh. It's not a sob. Don't thank me, All Might says. Even if you write 100 articles about me, no one will believe you. And I won't lie if anyone asks, either. But you've ruined yourself. Deku hums non-committally. Halicarnassus paws at his fist, yowling, biting, scratching. What? All Might asks. What do you have? Whatever you're about to do, don't do it. Deku smiles and opens up his left palm. All Might has only seconds glimpse of the object inside before Halicarnassus laps it with her dainty pink tongue and swallows it. Mayonnaise Pringle, Deku explains at All Might's horrified expression. Deku shrugs. Halicarnassus hates me. But she won't leave me alone if she knows I have food. Halicarnassus sniffs Deku's empty hand and licks the ghost of Pringle crumbs from his palm before turning her attention to All Might and meowing questioningly. I know Aizawa-sensei bugged her, Deku remarks matter-of-factly. I didn't steal a bomb at Hatsum's, but I did steal a camera. So I hope you don't mind that I bugged the cat back. He shrugs. Right now you're being broadcast by every network in Japan. All Might rears back, like he's been struck. Deku winks. Say hello to the public. No, Toshinori says, shaking his head. Oh. No, Midoriya laughs beneath him, the vibrations from his ribs reverberating into Toshinori's own bones. Toshinori jerks away. Aizawa's cat meows, and Toshinori notices the little black camera on her collar. The tiny blinking red light fills his vision. Finally, the reporter babbles. Finally. Are you listening, Mom? Are you proud of me? He hiccups, his green eyes gleams of white. What about you, All Might? How are you feeling? He twists his wrist out from under Toshinori's limp grip and holds out an invisible microphone. Go on, symbol of peace. I'm sure the public's salivating for your opinion. No, Toshinori repeats, shaking himself again, and slams Midoriya's hand back to the floor. This is, you just... Something rises in his throat. It's metallic, like blood. It's bitter, like stomach acid. But it lodges, firm and still, like his heart. The cat sits back on her haunches and licks lazily at her paw, completely unaware of having Toshinori's whole life, career, legacy, his predecessor's legacy, laid bare. All Might went down as the greatest hero that ever lived. Now he'll be the worst failure that's still living. Is young Togata watching? Is he hidden? Is he safe? Is he angry? Will he still be the new number one? Will he look for a successor? Will he be able to, or will the press descend upon him like vultures? No, he repeats, letting go of Midoriya's arms to lunge at the cat. His fingers just brush the side of her bright pink collar before she flattens herself low to the ground and scrambles away with a hiss, escaping under his arm. No, he repeats, again and again and again, because this isn't happening, it can't be. Come here, kitty. Come. He dives off Midoriya and makes a mad swipe for her. The cat races out of reach and darts through the smashed-in wall, Toshinori grasping fruitlessly where her tail had been. There are 3 major ways to kill an enemy, Midoriya says, picking himself off the floor. He clucks his tongue, a flat, hollow sound. Blade, bullet, or beating. But there are countless ways to make an ally. That's the real reason to know your enemy. Toshinori turns to him. His breath rasps in his chest. I came here to save you, he says, throat thick. Midoriya barks out a laugh. You shouldn't have gone out of your way, All Might. You should have learned from the first time. I'm more trouble than I'm worth. Maybe you aren't a hero, Toshinori admits. He's fumbling now. Words of comfort, of placation, used to always come easy. Now he's not sure he can even convince himself anymore. Maybe you should have been. Maybe that's even my fault. But I still don't understand why you'd go so far. You've shredded your life to ribbons. You've thrown away your reputation, your career, your happiness, and for what? To prove yourself right? To prove everyone else wrong, Midoriya answers darkly. He shrugs, palms out. I get it. Funny, quirkless reporter who has a nasty habit of causing spectacles. But every day I wrote other people's stories. Every day I carved out a piece of history. A good person is supposed to be selfless. A hero is a hero, so long as he is unfailing in his goal. His careless expression flicks off, his mouth wobbling down, like he can't quite force himself to smile. He turns one of his hands onto himself and stabs a finger violently into his own chest. But I hate that. I hate not going anywhere. I wouldn't mind being forgotten. Oblivion is not something I am afraid of. But I hate that I've ended up exactly where everybody thought I'd be, and that's why they've all forgot me. Unless Shinso does it for them. He bares his teeth a little at that, not angry, but still something profoundly frightening. And I've decided, All Might. I'm allowed to deserve something. Deku will not go down as the greatest hero who ever lived. But he will go down remembered, whether anyone wants to or not. I thought about giving my quirk to you, Toshinori almost lets slip. He clenches his teeth before it can escape. There's no worth in it. He could apologize instead, but that, he feels, might be worse. He's angry and disappointed and confused, but Toshinori is not sorry. There is no room in heroism for sorry. Words have failed him. He cannot smile past them. All that is left is Midoriya's bitter truth. I wish I could say I was proud to save you, Toshinori admits. Midoriya stares blankly at him for a second, green eyes widening, before he turns his head just slightly away. Brandy and orange, All Might. And then there really are no more words left. That's the thing about the truth, Toshinori thinks. You can make up just about anything when you don't have proof. But once the truth is there, it's gone. And there's nothing else to say. When Toshinori inhales next, the heavy scent of burnt sugar coats the back of his throat. Deku! Ground Zero exclaims, and Midoriya's head jerks up, eyes flashing with alarm. Or maybe they're just shiny. The rest of his body becomes darkness as the rest of the wall behind him blasts away in a shower of broken wood and light. Toshinori's arms fly in front of his face, knees locking to brace for the blow in a reaction from years of holding one for all. Whether Midoriya means to tackle him, or the reporter is just blasted into him, is unclear. But the force of Midoriya's body crashes into his, Midoriya's elbow slicing backwards across his temple so that for a moment the world is just a squinting white pain. They tumble backwards, one All Might instinct finally proving useful as Toshinori lands, hard, on his left shoulder before allowing his momentum to carry him into an awkward somersault. Midoriya goes with him, only when Toshinori's shoulder hits the floor he launched upwards, and Toshinori's feet shove themselves against Midoriya's ribs and carry him up and over his head. Midoriya lands with a thump on broken boards. When he scrambles back to his feet, blood drips from a nasty gash across his forearm and weeps from a nick in his cheek. What in the name of Nestle do you think you're doing, Ground Zero? He snaps, voice thick with incredulity. He points to the mess around him, and Toshinori realizes that it's not just blood trickling from his elbow, but something gold. There's spilled. But Ground Zero doesn't let him finish. He barrels forward with a savage cry, face contorted into an expression worthy of a devil, explosions already cracking like cannonade from his hands. Wait, Toshinori tries, starting to pick himself off from the floor. His voice is small compared to the ringing in his ears and he feels far, far away. He tries again, louder. Ground Zero, wait. But before he can put himself between Ground Zero and Midoriya, a hand latches around his ankle and pulls him down. His breath whooshes from him before he can stop it, the floor suddenly like liquid beneath him. Wait, Toshinori pleads, voiceless, as the darkness swallows him up. Another explosion goes off with concussive brilliance. And the last glimpse Toshinori gets of Midoriya Izuku is the reporter being blown back into the remains of the bar as the alcohol on the floor ignites. Champagne rocketing, Yigurito spilling glass in 1,000 different directions, all shining, all glittering, the click 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 of the stove, the gleam of his media pass blackening the red seams of his mother's eyes, matching the cream of her lips, blue glass sky crystallized, the looming tower of UA, the swinging door of Principal Ned's office, the flash of phones in the arena cameras, the harsh fluorescent light of the locker room. Don't play the quirkless card. Ida's blood silver in the streetlights, silver like Izuku's own blood spilling, silver like Stain's blades, and the memories spin like stars. Falling stars aren't really falling or stars at all, they're flaming rock hurtling through the universe, a blink far away, but the end up close, a meteor of metaphors blasting the dinosaurs to smithereens. Ground Zero grabs him roughly by the collar. You little apricot seed, Midoriya croaks, cutting him off. There's a pressure in his head, building on all sides. He still manages the perfect villainous laugh before he's forced to close his eyes. Toshinori is pulled from the ground and out onto the asphalt fighting. It's me, Lemillion cries, hands firm on his shoulders. It's me, it's me, it's me. Are you okay? You're bleeding. I'm fine, Toshinori gasps, pushing his hands away. The streets are awash in flashing lights, the echo of Ground Zero's explosions replaced by the scream of sirens. Dawn is here, a sickly green light above them. The League of Villains bar is its own brilliant orange, the heat of a fire pressing against Toshinori's spine. First responders are diving in. People yell. Someone with a water quirk is yelling at Lemillion to get out of the way. Toshinori recognizes a familiar silhouette. Yagi-san. Lemillion hisses, but Toshinori rips out of his grip and stumbles into Detective Tsukachi, latching onto his arm. Tsukachi, he pleads. Is it true? Did he do it? Detective Tsukachi mid-radio call, looks at him like he's lost his mind. The radio crackles and he mutters, "Hold on, Iwata," before he returns the radio to his belt and turns fully to Tashinori, eyebrows furrowing down. Did who do what? Midoriya Izuku, Tashinori gasps. Did he? His grip tightens on Tsukauchi's arm, throat closing. Tsukachi tilts his head in confusion. Blow up the base of the League of Villains? He tries, and then gestures to the dust-caking Tashinori's clothes. I think this is something you can figure out yourself. In a lower voice he adds, "What are you doing here, Tashinori?" The broadcast, Tashinori babbles, ignoring him. Did it catch everything? Did anyone stop it? How much did I? He stops, because the detective is looking at him like he's a three-legged puppy in the middle of the street. Are you okay? The detective asks, and then wags a finger at his chest. If you lie to me, I'll know. The broadcast, Tashinori repeats, this time more hesitantly. He releases Tsukachi's arm slowly. Midoriya, a mayo chip, the cat recorded me. Okay, buddy, Tsukachi says, pitying expression deepening to dog slipping on the hardwood. He reaches his arm gently behind Tashinori and starts to steer him in the direction of the ambulances. Let's get you checked out, huh? I'm not concussed, Tashinori promises. It's the truth. Aizawa bugged the cat first, and then he got us captured, but we didn't know Midoriya bugged the cat too, and he fed it a Pringle so it would listen to me. Stop looking at me like that. It's the truth and you can feel it. Tsukachi bursts out laughing. Red and blue lights flicker in a circle around them, the still-burning remains of the League base only a few feet away, but the detective laughs so hard his knees give out and he has to crouch, hand over the lower half of his face and his eyes squeezed shut. A few officers look over in concern. Sorry, Tsukachi manages finally, though he doesn't sound sorry at all, breath still stuttering. He wipes under his eye with the heel of his hand. You're right. Not a lie. I don't even think you could make that up. He straightens and throws his head back to the sky, edge of his mouth starting to twitch with a helpless smile. But it is pretty funny. It's not funny, Tashinori protests, near hysterical now. I gave away one of the most important secrets of hero society to a cat. You what? Lemillion asks, caught up and incredulous. He takes the back of Tashinori's elbow, but Tashinori whirls on him. I gave away the secret of One for All, he says, breathless. Midoriya tricked me. He told me he broadcasted it. He brushes Lemillion's hands away again. Don't look at me like that. This is dangerous for all of us. You shouldn't even be here. Eraserhead called me, Lemillion says. He shakes his head slowly. But, All Might, I don't know what broadcast you're talking about. Hasn't the internet? Didn't Hatsum May shut down Japan's? Tashinori trails off. Night Eye trained Lemillion to be more impassive emotionally than he is physically, but the concern on young Togata's face can't be hidden now. I think he's in shock, he says over Tashinori, as if Tashinori's not right there. Detective Tsukachi, would you? I've got him, the detective says, and then, when Lemillion hesitates to go, adds, he'll be all right, Lemillion. Lemillion nods, face hardening, and runs towards the flames eating up the bar, flinging his cape to the ground before he gets too close. I'm not in shock, Tashinori hisses as he leaves. I told you the truth, Tsukachi, would everyone stop touching me? Tsukachi stops reaching for him, but doesn't let his hands fall to his sides. His hand straightens into a point. You need to relax, Tashinori, he says lowly, eyes searching. You can't yell about dashed. He pauses, a laugh working its way up his throat. He doesn't release it, though, which is good. Tashinori doesn't know what he'd do if the detective laughed again. Katsudon, people don't know who you are. They're going to think you're crazy. I'm not crazy, Tashinori protests over again, but it's too quiet and falls flat. You can tell. And Aizawa can vouch for me and… My quirk is a lie detector, Tsukachi interrupts. But there's really not much difference between truth and a lie. Only a spectrum of believability. Even if you are telling the truth, and I know you are, that doesn't automatically mean everyone's just going to believe you. The detective raises his hand and sets it on Tashinori's shoulder. Technically, all you are right now is some random citizen caught up in the blast. I don't care if you were with Eraserhead, Eraserhead is retired, like All Might, and neither of you have a valid license. You don't want to be charged with vigilantism, believe me. You will be watched the rest of your entire life. Take a page out of an underground hero's book and scram. Do you understand? Toshinori can't move. Ground Zero is appearing out of the wreckage of the bar. He's carrying something limp and dusty over his shoulder, and it's not until he sees the mop of green hair that he registers it's Midoriya. The detective's grip tightens on his shoulder. Leave, Toshinori. There was no broadcast. Everything's fine. If it was fine, Toshinori should feel relief. Everyone is safe. The villains have been apprehended. The fight is over. But that feeling of release, the same as letting go of his all-might form in the privacy of the back of a convenience store, doesn't come. The wrong feeling is still there, pushing Toshinori's shoes to scrape the asphalt as he half turns to Tsukachi. Where will he go? Tsukachi nudges him forward. I don't know. I'll update you later, okay? Toshinori doesn't remember nodding, but he must because Tsukachi nods back. The detective unclips his radio and starts towards Ground Zero with Midoriya. And Toshinori walks away. His whole body is supercharged but tired. Dried blood itches on his cheek, but he waves away a paramedic that spots him and keeps on walking. He can taste metal and ash in the back of his throat. He's almost to the edge of the scene, only a few steps from the caution tape, when he sees her. Hatsum Mei sits cross-legged on top of a police cruiser, laptop balanced over her knees and something square in her hands. At first Toshinori thinks it's some kind of remote, but then she brings the antenna to her lips and he realizes it's a juice box. If the police care that Hatsum Mei is sitting on a police cruiser drinking a juice box, none of them show it. She waves cheerily when she notices Toshinori's approach and releases a satisfied gasp when she releases the juice box straw. Hi, Toshinori says dumbly. You are not a villain. Nope, she replies. But when did Aizawa? He didn't, Hatsum says. I don't do plans, sir. I do experiments. And Aizawa made an educated guess. So, but, Toshinori shakes his head, then sits heavily onto the ground, hands clutching the front of his hair. I don't understand. I think the difference between heroes and villains is the same as flowers and weeds, Hatsum says. Like, obviously there's a difference, but not much of one. A flower can just as easily be a weed if left uncared for, and a weed can become a flower, if only it's cultivated right. Do you get what I'm saying? You look upset, All Might? Toshinori jerks his head up at her, alarmed. What? What? Hatsum asks back, her eyes as wide and yellow as an owl's. She brings the juice box to her mouth and sucks loudly through the straw. I didn't want to be a villain. Villains don't have insurance. I blow up things far too often to not have insurance. Aizawa-sensei knew it. I got the high score in the dinosaur game. Bar exploded. The feds got Midoriya. I still have insurance. End story. Toshinori just stares at her. Hatsum crushes the juice box in her gauntlet hand, frowning slightly as one of the joints creak reluctantly. You know, Midoriya was obsessed with All Might's death. He never believed All Might really died that night in Kamino. He always said no body, no proof. Toshinori feels his body grow cold as he is caught in the crosshairs of her eyes. That's all he really wanted. Proof. Her gaze lifts to the smoking bar beyond. And someone who believed him. I believed in him, Toshinori murmurs, watching the asphalt swim in his vision. Well, and that's how he accidentally formed a cult, Hatsum says, and throws her crumpled juice box at Toshinori's head. Have you ever read Midoriya's blog? He's got some strange followers, I'll tell you that. There's this one fan, SwordGuyWin777, who's super creepy and wants to know where Midoriya is like all the time. Stalker, right? He's even left death threats before on Midoriya's desk at Inner City News, but since this whole, she waves dismissively at the disaster around them, fiasco went down, he's evolved to sending crying cat memes. Hey, speaking of cats, you better find Aizawa-sensei's. I didn't broadcast your conversation with Midoriya all over Japan, but I did see Midoriya steal a little camera from my apartment, and if somebody finds the footage it probably won't turn out good for you. I'm sorry, Toshinori mumbles. What? Yeah, Hatsum says. If you're hiding something about All Might's death, All Might, I wouldn't let the cat run free. Cats are devious. First they're goddesses, then mayors of Alaska, and next, emperors of the next world. She shakes her head with a shrug. I prefer lizards. I have to go, Toshinori says, rising unsteadily to his feet, thoughts sparking like a short circuit. It's only morning and he already wants the day to be over. As he hastens away, Hatsum lays flat on the top of the police cruiser and lifts her hand heavenward, fingers splayed in a wave. Bye, strange skeleton man. See you next end of the world. He's barely 2 minutes into his search when Togata finds him. Toshinori runs into him, mostly. He bumps into his successor while he's bent over his knees, clapping his hands and making kissy noises in between here, kitty here. It's not Toshinori's most shining moment. Yagi-san? Togata asks. There's ash on his face and his gloves and pretty much everywhere. He's reclaimed his cape, and it hangs limp over one arm. Toshinori straightens, clearing his throat. Lemillion. I thought you'd be helping the police. I thought you'd be out of here, Togata replies. Detective Tsukachi said the paramedics looked you over and you left. Lies are on the same spectrum of belief, Toshinori mutters to himself, and when Togata gives him a pitying look, shakes his head. I don't need to be looked over, young Togata. I'm not concussed. I'm not in shock. I have just, he pauses, searching for the right words, and comes up with none. I have just made a very stupid mistake. A long time ago. And now it's demanding recompense? He nods past Lemillion, where the last glimpse of Midoriya is being strapped onto a gurney and loaded onto an ambulance, an extremely angry Ground Zero waving his arms and shouting at the police. I met Midoriya Izuku his last year of middle school. I could have given away one for all then, but I gave it to you. I gave the secret to him now. I thought it might provide him some kind of peace. He sighs, tearing his eyes away from the ambulances and to the pinkening sky. He recorded it without my knowledge, and that recording is with a cat. One of Aizawa's. It's white, with orange ears. And we have to find it? Yagi-san, I really think. I know it's not your mistake, Toshinori replies, a bit too fast and a bit too hot. Togata stiffens at his tone, and Toshinori immediately softens. And I know I sound crazy. But you looked at me the same way when I told you to eat my hair. His eyebrows raise in expectation of Togata's laugh. But his successor's mouth only twitches, his gaze locked on the ambulance. I tried to shake him off, Togata says quietly. I avoid interviews whenever I can. But he kept coming after me, and I was firm. I walked away. He turns back to Toshinori, eyebrows drawn in. Was that not the right choice? You could have lied to him. Gave him any kind of reason as to why you're the number one. Luck, good friends, good school, eating all your vegetables as a child, Toshinori says, waving his hand. But somehow, he adds ruefully, I don't think this would have ended any differently. He could have chosen to be happy, Togata remarks, almost petulantly. His fists clench. Why are some people so focused on what could have beens instead of what could bes? There's a fine line between what could have been and what could be, Toshinori explains patiently. And some people never learn the distinction. He eyes Togata seriously. Those people are the hardest to save. He claps his successor on the shoulder and squeezes gently. Get some rest, young Togata. Togata nods, then says blandly, he's got a sword. Toshinori, sure he hasn't heard him right, responds elegantly with, what? But Togata doesn't need to repeat himself, because the morning explodes with more noise, of people screaming and quirks being activated, and a sinister laugh Toshinori hasn't heard in years. No, he says as if saying it out loud will make it untrue. But truth, he's learning, never really goes away, especially when one most wants it to. A figure is hunched atop the ambulance, a tattered scarf swinging from his neck, 2 knives held out in his hands like a hungry man before a feast. Stain, Togata breathes, half in horror, half in awe. Hey, Hatsume cries. Sword guy wins 777. And on Stain's shoulders, painted purple in the revolving lights, burned and bruised, is Midoriya Izuku, a wakizashi short sword held above his head like he's about to stab the remnants of the moon. "See you, suckers," he yells, the first beams of fuchsia sunlight glaring off his blade. "What's happening?" Togata says. It's meant to be rhetorical, but Tashinori answers anyway. "That, I believe," he says, a cough tickling the back of his throat as he holds back an extremely inappropriate laugh, "is a gladiator who has escaped the ye old Roman times. Down with heroes," Stain cries, leaping down from the ambulance. He brandishes his knives out in front of him, and the police shout in warning. Deku is surrounded by quirks. "It's dizzying. It's wonderful." "To uncovering the truth," he adds, the words slicing through his already raw throat. "One day he'll be Izuku again. Not the same one that trembled before a golden giant, faced by greatness, hands clenched so hard on his notebook he left sweat marks on the pages. Not the one that pukes Mountain Dew Cheetos down his coworker's back, or the one shook around by petty criminals with zero chance of making it big. He means really, the villainy field is oversaturated by wannabes, and these days you gotta have job experience with everything. It's not just stealing candy from a baby anymore. He will tear down villains. He will tear down heroes. That is the role of the reporter, to be impartial. Yagi Tashinori was born quirkless. But he was given a chance. He cupped it in his hands like a light. Midoriya Izuku was not given a chance. He is the truth-sayer, the dinosaur digger, the reckoning with a badly knotted tie. And he has seized opportunity with a clenched fist. Midoriya Inko sits across an untouched plate of cold dinosaur chicken nuggets and a ratatouille flavor cup noodle. The apartment is silent. The ticking of the refrigerator, the white noise of the air conditioning, the low buzz of the news. There have only been a few mentions of Deku, and only in passing. All anyone seems to be able to talk about is Ground Zero, whose hero license was suspended 3 days ago for irresponsible quirk use. It's a media uproar. The footage from the destruction of the League of Villains base is just the smoking remnants of the bar, the crackling of Ground Zero's palms, and then, for only a second, a glimpse of Izuku. His eyes are closed. His mouth is smiling. The only information Inko has about her son came from Shinso, the day after Ground Zero's suspension. He told her not to worry, that he'd find Izuku. But he didn't say what would happen after that. Midoriya Inko is not a hero, and she doesn't care whose license was suspended or what the reappearance of the vigilante stain means or which villain is now the biggest threat to society after the capture of the League of Villains. Inko doesn't want Izuku found. She wants Izuku home. She puts her face in her hands. The noise of the refrigerator and the air conditioning and the news all combine into one too quick pounding in her ears. She sees pink where her hands are pressed to her eyes. She breathes shuddering breaths around the lump in her throat. And she waits. Any moment her son will walk through the door, or have to be carried in by an annoying coworker. He will curse in 7 different Kit Kat flavors when he warms dinosaur chicken nuggets in the microwave and he drops and shatters the plate because he forgets that it's hot. And he'll talk about lost pillars and traitorous cats and comments on his blog, and he'll talk for hours going into every meticulous detail describing whatever hero fight he managed to cover that day. Izuku is very good at writing stories. Not so much at telling them. But when his eyes catch the light, Inko is always struck by how he is hers, how the small 4-year-old swinging his legs in the computer chair and the pale-faced high schooler who held himself up too tight and now the babbling reporter are all the same. She wonders where she went wrong. If she should have seen Deku coming. When she remembers the tone of his voice and the way his arms waved when he got too excited, and how when she'd come to check on him if he was being too quiet in his room and she'd find him smiling at his computer, none of it is malevolent. It's just joy. It's just Izuku. Down the hall, something crashes. From Izuku's room. She's sure of it. Inko's breath stutters in her chest as her heart soars. She gets up, almost too fast, but stills her chair before it can screech against the tiles. She doesn't want to spook Izuku. She wipes under her eyes furiously. He hates seeing her upset too. People showing him care, being genuine, that's what spooks him the most. She pads silently into the short walkway, hand trembling before Izuku's door. He'll be at his computer. He'll be smiling. She opens the door to Izuku's room. His old All Might lamp has fallen to the floor. All Might's arm, outstretched to hold the light bulb, has broken off. A few pieces of dusty glass are in a pile at the foot of his desk. Inko lets her legs fold out underneath her, because Izuku isn't here, Izuku isn't home, and she doesn't know when he's coming back. She bites the bottom of her lips so hard blood, thin and metallic, wells around the tip of her tongue. Inko opens her eyes, gaze jerking to under the bed. Two gleaming eyes stare back at her from the darkness beneath Izuku's mattress. Inko doesn't know what to think until she spots an orange tail swishing on the floor. And then she really doesn't know what to think, because the Midoriyas have never owned a cat, and their windows are all closed, and Inko knows the front door is locked. "How did you get in here, sweetheart?" she coos, only a little brokenly as she kneels beside Izuku's bed and outstretches her hand. The cat creeps slowly toward her, sniffing her fingertips gently before giving her palm a small lick. She's white, but dusty with dirt, with ginger ears and tail. Inko scratches her chin, drawing her out in the open, when her fingers catch something on the inside of the collar. She thinks it's some sort of tag until the cat moves and the object comes away with her fingers, along with a thin strip of tape. It's a small rectangular blue box, flat on one side, studded by a red sliding button on the other. She presses the button and pushes upwards, and out one end of the box a perfect rectangle of metal glides out. She's never held one of these before, but Izuku owns one. They're so old he could only buy it off an auction site, and so useless that the shipping cost more. She tries to remember what it's called as she slides the button up and down, watching the metal box appear and disappear. A USB drive, she recalls. Izuku got it in case a solar flare destroyed everyone's cloud storage. Inko tried to tell him that they'd have a lot more to worry about than lost cloud storage if there was a solar flare, but Izuku didn't care. And whatever he wanted, he figured out how to get. Inko's hands start shaking inexplicably. When she turns the USB to the flat side, she can just make out the characters scrawled there in faded black permanent marker. She has to use the bed to pull herself up, the USB trembling between her fingers. The cat, as if it knows it's been forgotten, meows in annoyance, tail flicking near her ankles. It follows her when Inko takes the USB into the old computer and jumps up onto the desk to watch as it takes her 3 times to figure out what slot the drive is supposed to go in. When she does figure it out, removable disk drive E. Small mic contains only 2 files. A document saved as Final Hero Analysis and a video titled Tomomafio Euronatmomjavethespactificat. After some squinting, she opens the latter. "Are you listening, Mom? Are you proud of me?" She puts her hand to her mouth and quickly pulls it away when she feels the stickiness of her lipstick on her skin. But it's too late. In the curve of her index and thumb is a violet arc of blood red. She stares at it instead of the screen, a coward. The moment the water wells in her eyes, she doesn't try to stop it, and the tears run down her cheeks unchecked. The cat rose from the desk, and a few moments later she jerks as a sudden weight lands on her thighs, claws pricking through her pants. The cat threads her way lithely between Inko's arms, and rubs the top of her head against the underside of Inko's jaw, rumbling softly. An orange ear flicks near her smudged lipstick. "Blood of my enemies." Izuku gave it to her because she cried so much when he finally stopped trying to be a hero. She's long run out of the first lipstick, but she resharpies the name on every new tube and whenever the marker fades too much. She forces herself to look at the screen when she hears the sound of explosions, and the video spins and fuzzes and blurs in orange and brown and gray. Her eyes burn. And she as he stands, burning eyes still trained on the screen even when the video suddenly stops mid-Izuku laugh. "Are you listening, Mom? Are you proud of me?" Her son doesn't need a hero. Her son doesn't need to be saved. Inko redoes her lipstick in the blue light of the computer screen. Leans in close to the computer to see her reflection and wipes the black smudges from beneath her eyes. Her breath comes shuddering but sure. Deku is a reporter, an avenger. Completely obsessed by truth and consumed by what he can and cannot destroy. He's blinded himself. Because there is one truth he has forgotten. The cat follows her from the office and purrs loudly in her ear as she grits her teeth against the last of her sniffling and works to find her shoes. One fact he hasn't taken account of. She leaves the cold dinner on the table and walks immediately to the door. When she steps outside the apartment, the evening burns gold. The dying sun bathes her in dying light. The cat whines between her feet. One absolute, unchangeable certainty. Midoriya Izuku, she says into the great wideness of the city. You are not going to skip dinner? Midoriya Inko is a mother, with the blood of her enemies in her fist.